Flames and smoke blanketed the battlefield. War banners fluttered. Soldiers stood at attention, awaiting divine orders. Then came the call to advance. The armies surged forward, human and orc forces charging with thunderous cries. On one side stood Nebula, the reigning champion for 11 months. On the other, Hegemony, his most dangerous rival yet. Each player's strategy had sculpted their people. Nebula's humans had progressed rapidly through technology, already deploying cannons and firearms. In contrast, Hegemony's orcs had taken a mystical path, empowering themselves through magic and sheer numbers. While it seemed the technologically superior humans should have the upper hand, the orcs' battle mages proved surprisingly effective, stopping cannon fire with arcane defenses. But Nebula had no intention of ending it there. His next move would change everything. Air power. A fleet of flying machines, armed and ready, soared into the skies, designed to wipe the enemy from the face of the world. Hegemony, however, was not so easily shaken. With a few swift inputs, he summoned a countermeasure from his magical arsenal. Thunder split the sky as bolts of lightning rained down, vaporizing aircraft in midair. Each skirmish was like a calculated chess move, demanding not just power, but foresight. As Nebula's civilization neared a World War II-era level of advancement, his options expanded. He'd reached the pinnacle of destructive capability: nuclear weapons. Confident in his planning and research, he decided it was time to end the game once and for all. The missiles launched. An overwhelming barrage of intercontinental warheads lifted off, streaking through the sky toward the orc homeland. Civilians below, unaware and unprepared, gazed up in terror. But Hegemony had anticipated this. Calmly, he asked Nebula over voice chat, "You didn't think I'd be unprepared, did you?" Then, with a divine gesture, he summoned a protective spell. Missile defense systems activated, intercepting the incoming warheads one after another in brilliant bursts of light across the sky. But Nebula smiled to himself. That too was part of his plan. While the defense grid scrambled to neutralize the main wave, Nebula launched a single, larger missile. It didn't follow the others. It soared high into space, beyond the arc of interceptors, before descending sharply. Its target, the orc capital. More specifically, the temple at its heart, where the emperor knelt in prayer. In any real-world scenario, a ruler begging for divine aid might appear foolish. But in perished world, faith was a tangible resource. While Nebula invested in technological research, Hegemony had built his strategy around cultivating worship. His followers provided him with the power of faith, a currency that allowed players to perform miracles. That's why he chose the orcs. They reproduced rapidly and generated vast amounts of faith, which he hoarded like a divine arsenal. As the missile streaked toward the temple, a surge of energy rose from the worshippers' prayers. Blue smoke swirled into the sky and condensed into an enormous spectral fist, a towering orc-like figure hundreds of meters tall, which caught the warhead in midair. Watching from his screen, Hegemony couldn't help but laugh. "In perished world," he told Nebula, "faith always pays off." Victory seemed inevitable. With such an endless well of devotion to draw from, Hegemony felt untouchable. Nebula just smiled. His rival's strategy, known in the community as the Holy Orc build, was effective, sure, but it was also predictable. "Can you see it yet?" Hegemony asked, grinning, his avatar standing beside the summoned orc guardian. Sunwoo didn't answer. He was still waiting for something interesting to happen. He proudly claimed that his new and improved Holy Orc strategy would secure him the win. As the second-ranked player on the server, he spoke with confidence and even suggested Sunwoo should save himself the trouble and just surrender. Watching his smug opponent laugh on the screen, Sunwoo suddenly understood why the guy had never made it to number 1. He was simply too arrogant. His strategy, though clever, wasn't flawless, and Sunwoo knew exactly how it worked. The orcs had been selected as the primary race, chosen for their ability to rapidly expand the population. As the number of believers grew, so did the reserves of faith, creating an overwhelming surge in resources. Science, culture, and tech were acquired the old-fashioned way: conquest. It was a solid strategy, earning praise from the player base for its aggressive efficiency. The swelling orc hordes and immense faith made them dominant in war, but Sun One had already prepared a counter. While orcs were easy to mass-produce, amassing so much faith early on was no easy task. That alone deserved some respect. Still, Sun One had selected the sky as his domain, the perfect battlefield for launching precision kinetic attacks. His opponent's decision to prepare a spirit apostle was commendable, but predictable. Sun One had been quietly stockpiling tech, and now it was time to unleash his trump card, a military satellite orbiting high above, powered by ancient relics and governed by AI. It wasn't a weapon in the traditional sense, just a platform armed with 10-ton tungsten rods. No explosives needed. As they descended from the upper atmosphere, they began slow, then accelerated with terrifying speed, glowing red-hot as they pierced the sky. His rival watched in disbelief, eyes wide, clearly not expecting this level of brutality. He cursed in frustration, helpless against this spaceborne assault. He commanded his holy orcs to shield the temple, desperate to protect the emperor, but it was already too late. Sun One knew the truth. Nothing could stop those rods. Once they gained enough velocity, they hit with the force of nuclear weapons. The gravity-assisted strikes ripped through even the strongest defenses. The rod meant for the temple landed with a thunderous crash, obliterating the entire capital in one devastating moment. The imperial palace was reduced to dust. The Orc Emperor himself, despite layers of enchanted protection, was utterly destroyed, his staff of power falling to the ruins below. The underground temple collapsed, and with it, all the faith that had taken so long to build crumbled into nothingness. Without faith, the spells began to unravel, vanishing one by one. And when faith disappears, so do the apostles. Disoriented and powerless, his opponent's once mighty civilization unraveled. Holy orc apostles scattered, and chain reaction explosions tore through cities and infrastructure. One by one they fell like dominoes. In the end, the player had no choice but to surrender. Once again, Nebula was declared the victor. After the match, Sun One thanked his opponent for a good game. But the guy couldn't let it go. He begged for a rematch, swearing this time he'd win. Request after request popped up on Sun One's monitor, but he just shook his head and logged out. He couldn't understand why his rival dragged it out for so long. Maybe he thought he had a hidden ace, but if he did, it never showed. Still, the win meant something. Sun One had officially completed the 12-month achievement of staying ranked, a 1. Just as he was about to get some well-earned rest, a sudden notification appeared. At first, he assumed it was a late-night text, but when he clicked it, a stunning message popped up. He had officially completed every single in-game achievement. He was the first. The next message surprised him even more. The beta test was over. The game would soon launch to the public, but as a reward for his accomplishments, he was granted early access to the true version of the game. Intrigued and excited, Sun One didn't hesitate. When prompted to enter the game, he hit yes. Immediately, the world around him turned pitch black. He felt like he was falling through a digital void, binary code flowing past him like streams of light. At first, he thought he had blacked out, but his vision soon cleared. Above him stretched a starry night sky. All around, crumbling stone and glowing ruins formed what looked like a vast space temple. For a second, he thought it might all be a dream, especially since he looked exactly like his in-game avatar. But then, a soft voice spoke behind him, as if reading his thoughts. A woman stood there, cloaked and hooded, her face partially hidden in shadow. She addressed him by his player name, Nebula, and assured him it was not a dream. She introduced herself as Alden. Sunwon's first instinct was to ask how she knew his name, but something else caught his attention. A group of hazy, masked figures nearby. He asked who they were. Alden replied that, to keep things fair, all players had been given masks, so no one would know each other's identities. Knowing everyone was curious about what was next, Alden raised her arms and pointed to a planet nearby. At first glance, it looked like Earth, but Sunwon knew better. He had seen this world too many times to mistake it. It was the perished world. Alden declared that from this moment on, here in the boundless void surrounding the perished world, they would all become true gods. The game they had played until now was just a simulation, a preparation. But now, the real challenge was about to begin. Here, everything would change. Here, they would forge reality. Here, they would become gods. Clusters of humanoid figures stood silently across the vast platform, gathered in groups under a shroud of impenetrable darkness. No one spoke. The stillness was eerie, yet somehow fitting. Though Sunwo couldn't hear a single sound, he sensed the world around him through the delicate microfibers that picked up even the slightest vibrations. Some individuals stood completely alone, perhaps out of fear, or simply unwilling to mingle. The perished world was far more than a mere game. That much was clear to Sunwo as he observed the strange planet he'd found himself on. It bore an uncanny resemblance to Earth, right down to its familiar blue hue floating in space. But this world had been forsaken, left behind by its gods after tragedies too deep to mend. Once, this land teemed with life. A radiant civilization had blossomed here, where different species lived in harmony. Armored foxes built settlements. White weasels used as mounts, served with grace. Orcs, elves, and even platypuses collaborated in grand laboratories, pushing the boundaries of knowledge. It was a golden era, but peace didn't last. For reasons lost to time, the gods turned their backs on the planet. Terrified by the presence of dragons, creatures whose power rivaled their own, they fled into the cosmos, erasing all traces of themselves. In their absence, the world awaited new divinities. Now, all players gathered before a towering granite table, where Alden stood to explain the rules. The perished world had become a proving ground, a divine audition. At first, it was just a curiosity, an experimental game meant to ease boredom. But now, anyone with the courage to play could rise to godhood. At the outset, only the desperate, those who had lost everything, would believe in you. But with luck and strategy, your followers would grow. The one who earned the most devotion would ascend to become the sole deity of this forsaken world. The winner would have absolute control. No one would challenge the will of the supreme being. All desires, no matter how wild, could be realized. This offer sparkled with temptation, drawing in the greedy and the broken alike. Sunwo nodded slowly, but he noticed Alden was holding something back. He raised a hand. "What if I choose to surrender now?" he asked, his voice calm but curious. Alden responded evenly. "If you withdraw before the game begins, you'll be returned to your normal life. But all memories of this world will be erased. Your time here forgotten," Sunwo pressed further. "And if someone gives up mid-challenge? There's no exit once it begins," she said. "No turning back." He adjusted the skull of the Ulet resting on his head. "What if another player defeats me? What happens then?" "Then you'll meet a divine end," Alden replied. "The Watchers revel in such outcomes. It's a spectacle to them." Sunwo had expected as much. In a game where only one can claim victory, stakes this high were inevitable. And since this was no simulation, but something rooted in reality, losing meant far more than defeat. It meant death. That divine end was a sugar-coated term for annihilation. The rules were brutal. Only one survivor would reign supreme. There was no sense in quitting. Not now. Sunwo had more questions, but Alden raised a hand to halt him. The time for talking was over. Shuffling a stack of cards, she addressed the group. If anyone wishes to withdraw, now is your last chance. Inform the organizers immediately. She laid the cards out in front of them, face up. For those who accept the challenge, your journey begins now. Select your starting land. Just like in the original Perished World game, the first step was claiming a piece of territory, one small patch to rule and nurture. Around the table, murmurs rose. Doubt flickered in the eyes of a few participants. 5 players stepped back. They opted out, unwilling to risk everything. Cowards, perhaps, or simply realists. With their departure, only 27 contenders remained from the original 30. Alden turned to Sunwo. You may choose first. He raised an eyebrow at the unexpected honor, but didn't object. Shrugging, he stepped forward. The order didn't matter much. The territories all had randomized potential. It was luck and management that would decide their value. He picked the first card that caught his eye. Its blue back shimmered as he flipped it over. Instantly, a glowing circle of runes illuminated the ground beneath his feet. Without warning, the spell activated, teleporting him to the selected location. Once there, a new decision awaited. The choice of his first species and tribe to rule. The game had truly begun. The planet was stunning. Each continent carried its own charm, whether viewed separately or as part of the whole. The third continent, the largest of them all, lacked the natural wealth of the first and didn't enjoy the gentle weather of the second. Instead, it was a land marked by diversity, home to strange creatures, powerful monsters, and ancient ruins brimming with mysterious abilities. These ruins could shift the balance of power depending on how wisely they were used. Tools of fortune or downfall. Sunwo began his task by analyzing the new land he had been assigned. The region was a peninsula on the eastern edge of the third continent. A serene river flowed nearby, cutting through lush woods nestled in the hills. Frogs rested quietly in the water, their green skin barely rippling the surface. One of them, eyes locked on a fluttering blue butterfly, seemed ready to pounce. But the insect wasn't the target. Instead, the frog dove beneath the water and with agile hands snatched a large fish, its dinner. This was no ordinary frog, though. It was a frogman, a sentient being of this world. It held the fish high, triumphant, as another frogman shouted in celebration. Tonight, they would eat well. The butterfly, a new sight in these parts, was ignored, dismissed as a tasteless nuisance. Sunwo watched it all from a grand chair, surrounded by companions with blue glowing eyes. He contemplated the strange frogmen, primitive and peaceful, insectivores. According to the game, they were one of the weakest starting tribes, yet weakness was subjective. With the right approach, even they could become useful allies. His starting position on the eastern continent meant early conflict was unlikely. This region was calmer, giving him time to build power slowly. Aggressive strategies wouldn't pay off here. Instead, Sunwo welcomed the opportunity to nurture a peaceful race. These bug-eating frogmen seemed like a decent beginning. Still, something amused him: the sheer number of creatures. There were around 500 beings in this territory. That was a lot for an initial tribe, but not all of them belonged to the same species. They were too many and too varied to be easily managed. The Perished World game's mechanics revolved around faith. The stronger a creature's belief in its god, the more influence the player could wield over them. But 10 points of faith and 10 followers? That was a drop in the ocean, useless at this stage. Without advanced technology, there was little he could do. And so, Sunwo turned his eyes to the other options. He brought up another screen, revealing a group of lizard-like beings trudging through a vast, sun-scorched desert. These were lizardmen, tough, resilient, and also insectivores. Their scaly blue skin was marked by spotted patterns, and their group numbered around 30. It wasn't enough to form a strong tribe, but they looked hardy, born survivors of the wastelands. However, their numbers had clearly taken a hit. Among them were the elderly, the sick, and a gravely wounded lizardman who could barely keep up. He dragged himself at the back of the group, his body broken and spirit crushed. Whether cast down during a power struggle or simply the victim of cruel chance, he had clearly fallen from grace. But to Sunwo, this miserable figure wasn't a liability. He was an opportunity. Someone abandoned, desperate, and hopeless, was ripe for belief. If the lizard man longed for justice, redemption, or power, even a glimmer of divine intervention would push him toward faith. In pain and anger, he might even welcome a god, or a devil. Even though this lizard man was weak, his suffering made him the perfect seed for belief. A fragile beginning, yes, but far better than trying to sway contented frogmen. Sunwo made his decision. His allegiance would lie with the lizardmen, specifically with the outcast clinging to life at the tail of the group. This creature would be the first spark of worship, the first to see Sunwo as his god. And that was all he needed to begin. The desert offered no mercy. Each step beneath the blazing sun drained the energy from the lizardmen, especially the weakest among them. Those too frail to keep pace drifted to the rear of the group, with one injured lizardman falling far behind. His wound, poorly healed and worsened by malnutrition, throbbed with each step, his movements sluggish and labored. The entire group was barely hanging on, thin, exhausted, and gaunt. Their ribs protruded visibly, and even the strongest among them struggled to find prey in the lifeless terrain. The desert held little more than scattered birds and the occasional scurrying beast. Suddenly, a shout rose from the group. "Look! A gazelle!" Eyes widened with disbelief. It seemed too good to be true. But sure enough, ahead of them lay a wounded gazelle, its legs shattered and escape impossible. The lizardmen surged forward in a frenzy. One animal, 30 starving mouths. They tore into the creature without hesitation. Blood splashed onto the scorching sand as teeth and claws tore through skin and muscle. It wasn't a scene for the old. Or the injured. Those unable to compete simply sat off to the side, too exhausted to fight for a share. The healthy devoured the meat with desperate hunger, loud chewing and slurping echoing across the dunes. In moments, the carcass was picked clean. Only bones remained, but even those held value. The marrow within was still a source of life. One young lizardman reached for a bone, intending to savor what was left, but a female named Joel gently took it from him. She scolded him lightly and reminded the others that not everyone had the strength to hunt. Gathering the remains, she carried the pile to those who had sat out the feast, the injured, the old, the forgotten. In a place as unforgiving as the desert, weakness could easily mean death. Yet here was a small gesture of mercy, a rare kindness. The starving lizardmen received the bones with wide eyes and trembling hands. Saliva dripped as they gnawed on the remains and sucked the liquid marrow from the hollow centers. It wasn't much, but it was enough to keep them breathing. Off to the side, hidden behind a rock, sat the badly wounded lizard man. He clutched a bone tightly, his hand shaking as he chewed. Flies buzzed around his infected wound, but he barely noticed. The pain was worse. His name was Rockar. In his mind, this treatment made sense. Those who hunt should feast. Those who couldn't should be grateful for scraps. The group could have left him behind days ago. They still might. As the others chewed, conversations began to stir among the healthier lizardmen. Some glanced toward Joel and whispered, questioning her choice. One of them, blunt and without empathy, voiced what others were too polite to say. Rockar was dying. Everyone could see that. The infection was spreading. He should have been dead already, and yet he persisted. What made Rockar different wasn't just his stubborn will to live. It was what he had done for them. Not long ago, when a saber-toothed predator had appeared. Out of nowhere, it was Rockar who had stood his ground while the others fled. Alone, He had faced the beast and emerged alive, though badly wounded. His bravery had saved the rest. Without him, the group would have been massacred. These lizard men weren't part of a strong tribe. They were the cast-offs, the sick, the old, the rejected. Surviving in the desert was already nearly impossible. Rockar had bought them time. That mattered, even now. Still, as food and water dwindled, desperation grew. Gratitude was fading. Some whispered of moving on without him. Others stayed silent, knowing it might soon come to that. In a world this harsh, even heroes could become burdens. In a world ruled by survival, harsh truths had to be accepted. Mercy had limits. Pouring precious resources into the weak only delayed the inevitable. Nature favored the strong, and the lizardmen knew this well. As night fell, the moon shone, bright, casting a soft glow across the land, gentle like a child's nightlight. The group gathered around some stones, choosing a spot to rest. Among them, Rakrak laid apart from the others, clutching a deep, pulsing wound. His uneasy slumber was soon interrupted by a soft fluttering near his ear. The iridescent glow of a morpho butterfly shimmered in the moonlight as it danced just above him. Annoyed, Rakrak stirred, swatting at the creature, but it didn't leave. It hovered persistently, circling his head. Its movements were deliberate, almost like it was urging him to follow. Drawn by its strange behavior, Rakrak rose quietly, trying not to wake the others. But his movements stirred them from their rest. They noticed him slipping away and watched in silence. Some assumed he was finally giving up, leaving them, relieving the group of the burden he had become. Still, they didn't stop him. They observed, curious about what he would do. Rakrak followed the butterfly up a nearby cliff, step by painful step. Jail, one of the others, watched thoughtfully as he climbed. Rakrak's body ached, yet he pressed forward, as if enchanted. Was this madness brought on by pain, a dying hallucination? Or was something truly calling to him? As he ascended higher, the truth revealed itself. There, clinging to the mountainside, was a sight that stole his breath. His eyes widened, jaw dropping in disbelief. A massive swarm of blue insects writhed together, forming what looked like a living appendage sprouting from the mountain itself. They didn't scatter. They didn't hide. They simply remained, crawling over each other, as if offering themselves. It was a feast. Enough food to nourish the entire tribe for days. At that very moment, a system notification appeared before Sunwo, confirming what had just happened. The Lizard Man Pack 11021 had witnessed a miracle. Relief washed over him. Alden had been right. The interface mirrored the one from Perished World. But here, it was real. Through faith points, he could now summon and control insects, not just as a game mechanic, but through divine will. The lizardmen stared in awe. This was no coincidence. This was providence. Sunwo, hidden behind his mask, exhaled a quiet, "Thank God." The first step had worked. The miracle was real, and it was enough. The swarm of bugs had answered their need. Now it was time to ensure that more would come. Nebula's next phase was already in motion. Different beetle swarms would appear regularly, near the tribe, sustaining them. Rakrak, filled with reverence, looked to the butterfly and spoke aloud, as though it were the orchestrator of this miracle. The others soon joined him, bowing their heads not just in thanks, but in recognition. Beings of high willpower could handle survival alone. Yes. But what use was pride when divinity itself offered salvation? Repeated miracles bred belief. Slowly, the lizard men began to associate these blessings with something greater, a force, a god. And so, the tribe gave it a name, the Beetle God. Sunwo chuckled silently. A beetle? Why not the butterfly? The name felt absurd. But then again, gods never started with perfect names. As civilizations evolved, So too did the titles of their deities. What mattered now was that belief had taken root. His presence had been felt, if not fully understood. This tribe, primitive yet devout, would become central to Nebula's future. Everything depended on how the next miracle unfolded, and at the center of it all stood Rakrak, the wounded protector, now chosen. By fate, or perhaps by the beetle god himself. A strange blue butterfly seemed to shadow their every step, fluttering ahead of the tribe no matter where they went. Rakra couldn't stop staring after it. Its movement stirred something in him. He was starting to see visions again. This time, he felt he shouldn't ignore them. While the others celebrated the sudden appearance of a swarm of insects, rejoicing at the gift of food, Rakra remained cautious. The bugs had arrived mysteriously, without any sign or warning, and something about that unsettled him. Rakra, are you going to chase after your hallucinations again? The lizard man at his side asked, half teasing, half worried. Winter loomed on the horizon, but curiously, the insects were coming from colder regions, a warning sign in itself. If the tribe followed that trail, they'd be heading toward frost and death. Cold was deadly for their kind. Though they had developed ways to endure winter, they were still descended from cold-blooded ancestors. In frigid weather, their movements slowed, food grew scarce, and they could only travel by daylight. Many didn't survive such conditions. The smart decision would have been to ignore the illusions and turn in a safer direction, especially for the sake of the sick and elderly. Yet Rakra believed there had to be a reason behind what he was seeing. What purpose could the visions serve in this barren, sandy wasteland? He couldn't say, but he knew somehow that he had to follow that butterfly. From above, Sunwon watched Rakra closely. He was one of the few who even acknowledged the divine at this early stage. The rest were skeptical, and for now there wasn't much Sunwon could do about it. He lacked the strength to bless anyone, at least until a follower reached the second level of belief. Still, Rakra pressed forward, carrying the child in his arms, leading the entire tribe after the butterfly. If only more of them had faith. They might find a future they never imagined. Higher and higher they climbed, and with every step, Rakra felt the weight of the moment growing. At last, they reached the mountain's peak, and there, stretched before them, was a landscape beyond words. The child in Rakra's arms squirmed with excitement, eager to explore. "Listen up, everyone!" the lizard man shouted. "The nameless bug god has brought us to a sacred land." It felt like a dream. Where once was desert, now there were green bushes and clear signs of life. At the hill's base, a spring gushed from the rocks. Lush trees and thick shrubs surrounded the water, small streams carving their way through the landscape. Mouths hung, open in awe. After so many days of suffering, they had finally found relief. Food, shelter, hope. The entire pack broke out into cheers, celebrating the miracle. Sunwon smiled to himself. Notifications flickered before his eyes. His divine rank had increased. The realm of the small beetle had reached the second level. It seemed minor, but now it meant he could bestow blessings. The protagonist, Sunwon, spoke, though only Rakra could feel his words. "Let me grant you strength. Let me speak through you. Be my priest," the voice said. A soft glow surrounded Rakra. Power surged into him. Though no one saw it, someone felt it. Night came quickly. The tribe divided their tasks. Hunters brought back food. Others set up camp, while the rest prepared a meal. Cooked meat brought warmth to their bellies, and for the first time in weeks, they went to sleep in peace. The fireflies danced over the camp. One beetle, bold and unafraid, flew up to Rakra and perched on his shoulder. A quiet voice stirred him from slumber. When he opened his eyes, he found himself kneeling in a vast white void. Everything was silent, except for the flutter of butterflies. Around him, bright, glowing, and in all shapes and sizes. Whenever one tried to land on his nose, he felt a voice calling his name again and again. Before him stood a figure, another lizardman, robed and mysterious. His face was hidden beneath a hood, his clawed hand extended toward Rakra. "Will you take my hand?" the figure asked, his voice calm and ancient. Could he be trusted? What did he want from a nameless outcast? Suddenly the hand pointed to Rakra, and he realized he was holding something heavy, a skull. Large, curved horns jutted from its sides. The hollow sockets and teeth were unmistakable. It was the skull of a water buffalo. Without hesitation, Rakra offered it to the figure, who placed it atop his own head. It was then that Rakra realized he was standing before the very presence of the nameless bug god. The dream faded into blackness. At dawn, Rakra woke and roused the camp. He shared his vision. The message was clear. The god wanted an offering. They were to sacrifice a water buffalo. But this was no simple task. To find one, they'd have to venture deep into the forest. It was dangerous. Joel, the former chief, voiced her concerns. "Who brought us here clearly wants tribute," she said. "But is it worth risking our lives? A buffalo hunt would endanger the whole pack." Everyone knew she was right. Hunting a water buffalo was no joke. It might require every hunter in the tribe, and if they left, who would protect the young and the old? Still, Rakra gripped his stone spear. "I'll go alone." The camp erupted in protest. That would be suicide, they said. One hunter couldn't possibly bring down a buffalo alone. But Rakra was no longer the same. He'd been blessed. The wound he once bore had vanished. His body had changed. His shoulders were now covered in a dark shell like beetle armor. Even Joel, as skeptical as she was, had to admit something supernatural had happened. Still, it wasn't just the healing. Rakra felt different, stronger, steadier. At the edge of the oasis, he approached a crooked palm tree. With one leg braced behind him, he launched his spear. The weapon tore through the air like lightning, slamming into the tree's trunk with such force that it split into splinters. Then the camp erupted into wild, stunned cheers. Even Joel remained quiet. All that was left of the tree was a gnarled stump, bristling with thorns sharp enough to snag and cling like burrs to anyone careless enough to touch it. Rayra picked up his spear and calmly walked back toward the tribe, his face unbothered, like nothing at all had happened. The moment he appeared, the tribe rushed toward him, overjoyed, peppering him with questions. How had he hidden such strength all this time? Even if the tree was long dead, to destroy it in a single strike was no small feat. Until recently, survival had been a daily struggle. But thanks to Rakrak, everything had changed. Not far from the celebratory crowd, the earth suddenly trembled. A herd thundered past, the vibrations humming through the oasis. Rakrak stepped forward and called everyone's attention to the sight. A herd of buffalo racing across the plain, a thick cloud of dust trailing behind them. The group was small, enough to make for manageable hunting, and they seemed to be heading slowly in the tribe's direction, drawn by the scent of water. But something was off. Buffalo herds typically never came this way. Their sudden appearance meant only one thing: they were lost. It was rare and mysterious, almost too perfectly timed. There was no reason to wait or let this opportunity slip away. Rakrak didn't hesitate. Spear in hand, he surged forward, ignoring shouts that tried to hold him back. This was their chance to break free from hunger. With precision and power, he hurled the same spear that had felled the thorny tree. It pierced the skull of the lead buffalo, dropping it instantly. The rest of the herd, startled, leapt over the fallen beast and vanished into the distance. The tribe cheered and ran to join him. Their god had blessed them, not just with insects, but with real meat. As they hauled the animal back to the village, they built a fire and prepared the feast. A thick pillar of smoke spiraled up into the sky, announcing to all that something sacred was happening here. In the center of the settlement, where bones had piled high over time, skulls of water buffalo hung solemnly, red streaks of blood trickling from their heads. This was the tribe's altar. And on this day, Rokrak, the priest chosen by the god, knelt in reverence and offered up their thanks. It wasn't about ritual perfection. Their prayer was simple. May the god accept their humble offering. Around him, the tribe bowed their heads, repeating his plea. Their ceremony was rough and unrefined, but the sincerity behind it mattered far more than polish. The god, Sun One, recognized that. And in return, the faith they poured into the act exceeded even the priest's expectations. For Rokrak, every effort suddenly felt worthwhile. It was all paying off. Sun One was not a god of lush pastures or civilized rituals. He was a wilderness god. If grass could not be created, then it could be destroyed to change nature's course. That was how the buffalo had been lured here. Locusts, guided by divine influence, stripped away paths and forced the herd toward the oasis. It wasn't herding, it was divine redirection. That evening, the tribe feasted once more. With each successful hunt, new parts of animals were added to the altar. Slowly, it transformed, becoming a towering monument several meters high. The altar stood majestic, a silent testament to the tribe's growing connection with their god. Besiin, morning came like any other, except for one thing. Yahello, walking through the center of the camp, saw Rokrak standing silently before the altar, eyes filled with worry. It had been years since the first altar was built. The lizardmen had changed too. Their once blue scales had all turned black, touched by the god's blessing. But last night, Rokrak had a dream, or perhaps a vision. He couldn't say for sure. It felt more like an oracle, though it left him deeply unsettled. Even the chieftain didn't know what to make of it. Bones rattled softly on the altar. The ground, once fertile, had dried to dust. Not even a fish stirred in the sacred pond. Still, they hadn't yet reached total desolation. This dream wasn't about the present. It was a warning of what was to come. The old chief believed the god would protect them. Rokrak had always trusted the chief, but this time he climbed the altar alone. Understanding the will of the divine was never easy, especially when its meaning felt just out of reach. That's why priests existed, to interpret, to guide. The chief feared only one thing. Sitting at the peak of the altar, he tried to recall the first crude structure they'd ever built. Only the landscape remained unchanged since those early days. Today, though, the view held something dreadful, a silhouette on the horizon that chilled him. It was then that he called Yahello to his side, asking for her insight. The trembling of the altar now made sense. The tribe they had once driven away was returning. A massive yellow beast lumbered forward, carrying a figure that immediately drew attention. It resembled an enormous gecko, but this creature wasn't the most surprising thing. Atop its back sat someone unforgettable. Rayra recognized him instantly. Boar was impossible to forget. He hadn't changed much since Rayra's group had been exiled from the tribe. Towering at over 2 meters tall, Boar's massive frame made the other lizardmen around him look like children. But it wasn't just his size. His scales still carried the deep blue hue that once defined the Rokrak village, a color now rare. And somehow, impossibly, Boar had tamed and ridden this monstrous reptile. As more figures appeared behind him, it became clear that this wasn't a small scouting party. The entire tribe had shown up. That could only mean one thing. Their swamp homeland was gone, likely consumed by the rampaging Manon. The devastation must have been absolute, but there was still a chance. This hidden oasis was surrounded by tall cliffs, nearly invisible unless someone climbed high enough. Maybe, just maybe, the intruders wouldn't discover it. G quickly whispered this possibility to the chieftain, Ed. Their quiet discussion was suddenly interrupted by a sharp call echoing from a nearby cliff. A bold voice declared the area sacred. belonging to the nameless beetle god. The bluish-skinned tribe was warned not to advance any further. The speaker was one of the settlement's own lizard men, standing tall and proud as he addressed the visitors. Jael felt a knot of embarrassment tighten in her chest. Today's patrol had been led by Ur, her subordinate, and now they had drawn unwanted attention to their hidden refuge. She was ready to melt from shame. Rakra gently patted her on the shoulder. "Maybe it's the will of the god," he said calmly, retrieving a nearby spear and checking its condition. G followed him down the slope. Perhaps this strange meeting wasn't a coincidence. Maybe the nameless god had orchestrated it as a trial, but Chief Sunwoo had a different interpretation. This wasn't a test. It was a calling, a mission, a chance to welcome back those who had once been cast out. Despite Boar's overwhelming presence and his fearsome mount, perhaps he was now ready to change, maybe even lead differently. A delicate morpho butterfly fluttered into view, landing gently nearby. To Sunwoo, its appearance was always a sign. Was this divine confirmation? He dared not draw conclusions. Instead, he focused on what he could do. Rakra understood his chief's resolve. The blue-skinned tribe and Reira's people needed each other now, for survival, for progress, for the continuation of their culture. By the looks of the newcomers, it was clear their home had been abandoned. They were refugees in need of sanctuary. This was a chance to show them the truth and power of the beetle god. However, Rakra's decision to act unilaterally, without consulting the rest of the tribe, seemed odd to some. But the answer might lie in his personal strength. With a willpower, rating of 14, Rakra had the courage to act decisively, even in complex situations. That kind of leadership could be a blessing or a liability. Still, if Sunwoo could use such inner strength to deepen the tribe's faith, then change would come, even faster than anticipated. Rather than controlling every detail, instilling purpose and trust in the people might be the better path. As Rakra approached the cliff where the enemy patrol stood guard, the tribe's boldest leader shouted up, "Do you live here, little ones?" He taunted, clearly unaware these black-scaled lizardmen were once part of the very group he had exiled. The patrol bristled. Rage simmered beneath the surface. How dare this braggart mock them and take interest in their land? Still, Boar was unfazed. He pressed on with his questions, demanding to know why they lived in such a wasteland. But Rakra stepped forward, flanked by his kin, and declared with pride, "This land belongs to the Avatar, the bug god whom you refuse to name." The Sai. Stranger squinted at him, unsure if he understood what was being said. It didn't matter. The arrogance in his voice remained. He warned the settlement to vacate the land immediately. If they obeyed, they would be spared. If not, he promised violence. He had no idea how many defenders remained hidden, but he seemed confident his warriors would win. A true leader, Boar sneered, should know how to pick his battles. But Reira wasn't eager for bloodshed. He believed in strength, yes, but he didn't seek war. The blessing he carried made him confident, not reckless. Still, this answer didn't satisfy the enemy leader. He wanted conflict. Reira raised his spear and stepped forward, addressing the intruders. "The blue-skinned ones who lost their home may come now. Let them join us in the house of our god. He will decide their place." The enemy laughed in disbelief. "You don't even know how to play the game," he mocked, yanking the reins of the beast beneath him. "You really think some bug god is going to protect you?" But he didn't know what this so-called bug god was capable of. The arrogance in his voice gave way to rage. "Kill them!" he shouted. The beast's eyes flared with wild light. With a roar, it charged down the slope, straight at Rakra, who stood firm, his spear raised, ready to defend his home. Reira stood tall at the front of his group, unwavering in his resolve to protect them, even if it meant death. From atop his monstrous beast, Boar gave the command with a shout, striking the reins across Manon's back. Facing his enemy head-on was a privilege, not a burden for Rakra. As the tribe's chieftain, it was an honor to meet his adversary face to face. All he asked of himself in that moment was enough courage and strength to see the battle through. The enormous creature that Boar rode lashed out with one colossal paw, shattering Rakra's spear like it was twigs. The blow was powerful, driven by raw muscle. It was foolish, Boar believed, for any tribe leader to be so reckless. As the beast raised its claw again, intending to crush Rakra, the sheer size of it cast a shadow that swallowed his entire frame, blotting out the sun. It was a clash not just of individuals but of worlds. Two civilizations collided, and the impact brought with it an unexpected gift. Both sides earned experience. Sunwo, who had long focused his divine attention on a single tribe, now found himself at the helm of a new challenge. The lizard folk of this region had become his first-tier tribes. New talents, new developments, and yes, even new skills became accessible to him. Naturally, he chose to unlock them. Meanwhile, the fight raged on. A violent swipe tore through the air where Rakra had been standing, leaving Boar grinning triumphantly. But when the creature lifted its foot, expecting a lifeless body beneath it, what emerged was the tribe leader, unharmed, alive and already moving. He rolled to the side, untouched. Something had shifted. Sunwo had seized direct control. Rakra gazed down at his transformed body. Black scales shimmered in the light. His claws were longer than his forearm joints, and his elongated snout jutted into view. His form was no longer his own. It was a vessel of divine will. Boar was left bewildered, unable to comprehend how his enemy had survived, but he wasn't about to hesitate again. He ordered Manon to strike once more, but to the lizard men witnessing this, Rakra was no longer the same leader. He had been overtaken, empowered by something greater. His mind was now fused with his gods. Opening the status panel, Sunwo reviewed the current stats. Boar, a member of the blue-scaled tribe, had decent attributes, a level 1 warrior and level 2 leader. His strength was 24, intelligence 15, and social aptitude 16. His one unique ability was breeding. By all accounts, one Rakra should have been enough to bring him down. The true danger lay in Boar's monstrous drake, Manon, a creature with a whopping 87 strength, though its intelligence and social stats lagged far behind. Rakra, on the other hand, stood on a different level entirely. As chieftain of his namesake tribe, he was both a level 2 warrior and tribe leader, with the added distinction of being a level 1 priest. His stats reflected this: strength 30, intelligence 24, social skill 26, and a commanding will of 14. But the most important factor was his status as a third-rank saint, a divine anomaly. With those blessings, victory was not just possible, it was expected. Launching himself from his stance, Rakra closed the distance in a blink, leaping toward Manon's head. He activated one of Sunwo's strongest skills, the Avatar ability. This power granted him access to a new attribute: divinity. Class DA single unit of divinity was equivalent to 100 times the natural energy any being could hold, and Rakra now wielded it. Put simply, Rayra now held an astonishing 63 units of divine power. For anyone lacking a similar level of divinity, a fight against him, or rather against a god, was utterly hopeless. With a single hand, he gripped the beast's massive jaw, and using sheer force, hurled it into the air. The creature flipped mid-air and crashed down, right on top of its own master. The gap in strength was beyond comprehension. Those fortunate or unfortunate enough to witness it were struck dumb. The tremor from the impact felt like it shook the bones of the world. Several blue-scaled lizardmen were thrown off their feet just from the shockwave. Sunwon could have torn Manon apart, reduced him to a heap of blood and broken scales, but that kind of spectacle would likely cause more terror than admiration. Even those who had already seen Reira crush a tree in a single blow were left in awe. Now pinned under his own beast, Manon was done. The fight was over, and everyone could see it. Rakra himself could barely believe what he was seeing. Even Joel, normally composed, stood motionless in stunned recognition of the display. As some of the lizard folk moved closer to Reira, full of admiration and reverence, Joel held up her hand, blocking their path. There was still unfinished business. Boar was alive. To him, everything happening felt like a twisted joke. He was convinced Reira had cheated, used some dirty trick or illusion to pull off the impossible. When Manon had been flipped, a knife had fallen from his belt and landed within arm's reach. Shoving off the beast's weight, Boar seized the blade and scrambled toward Reira, shouting for his warriors not to let their guard down. His strategy was always reliable. This time, though, it would fail. Reira made a simple gesture, just one, and in an instant, Boar was struck. The slap snapped his head sideways. His legs gave out, and he dropped to the earth. Silence fell like a blanket over the blue-scaled tribe. What they had just witnessed was undeniable, absolute power. There were murmurs among the lizardmen. Quiet. Terrified voices suggesting there was no hope left for them. They could no longer imagine resisting. Who's next? Reira's voice rang out as he cast his gaze across the trembling warriors. No one answered. Instead, weapons clattered to the ground. All at once, the warriors knelt and bowed their heads in submission, pledging loyalty to their new leader. It was finished. And still, Rakra could hardly believe what had happened. He stared down at his own hands, as if seeing them for the first time. The avatar had only borrowed his body for a moment, but it had left something behind, an untamed energy, a primal awe, like waking from a dream that was too real to forget. Sun One sat comfortably on his divine throne, watching the outcomes unfold among his chosen people. The tribe, having welcomed the newcomers into their faith, made no mention of the recent battle. Everyone had shelter. Everyone had food. The warmth of unity pushed the memory of the conflict into the background. One of the young members curiously asked whether these newcomers were the same tribe members who had vanished into the wilds long ago. It was a fair question. Their skin now bore a strikingly different hue. The change wasn't just cosmetic. Following the blue-scaled god's nameless avatar had transformed them in body and in spirit. They had grown stronger. Without that transformation, they would never have survived. The harshness of the desert. The god who had found them had become their salvation, and his power was undeniable. Not far from the campfire, Joel and Rakra spoke in hushed tones, their discussion serious. Joel was deeply concerned. The influx of new people, nearly 6 times their original population, meant that the oasis couldn't sustain them for long. Its resources were already dwindling. They couldn't remain here much longer. No one would want to return to the endless desert, not after tasting the beauty and peace of this place. But we can't just wander aimlessly, Joel said. There must be a purpose, a direction. Rakra turned his head slowly, as if listening to something far off. He didn't have an answer, not one he could clearly explain, but one thought stayed with him. Their god had not forsaken them. The answer had already been given. Perhaps it had arrived with the newcomers. The blue-scaled tribe and their own had long been separated, living apart. But now, perhaps it was time to reunite. The blues had greater numbers, perhaps even someone wise, enough to chart the path ahead. The morning broke swiftly over the quiet settlement. Manon, the first to awaken, found himself bound to a tree by thick vines. Naturally, he was less than pleased with this arrangement. Whenever any of the lizard men with spears came near, he lashed out, waving his paws furiously in an attempt to ward them off. They tried to explain that his master was gone and that the battle was over, that it was better to surrender. But Manon wasn't listening. He continued to struggle, pushing anyone who came too close away. sometimes even succeeding in throwing them off balance. At one point, his tail swept across the ground, knocking a lizardman onto his back. The unfortunate soldier, caught off guard, swore loudly as he scrambled to stand again. This method of controlling Manon was clearly not working. The beast's eyes flashed with intensity as he eyed his would-be captors, ready to strike at any moment. However, if he kept struggling like this, he would either break the vines or destroy the tree holding him in place, making his escape inevitable. Ur, the tribe's leader, yelled at the beast, asking if he really wanted to be scolded for his behavior. But before Ur could do more, an unexpected figure appeared. Rakra, the chief. Manon recoiled in fear upon seeing the lizardman who had disarmed him so easily before. As Rakra approached, the beast backed up against the tree, his body tense with unease. Rakra extended his hand calmly toward Manon, offering him food. Though the meal didn't look particularly appetizing, Manon sniffed it warily before deciding to take a bite. To everyone's surprise, he seemed to accept it, his demeanor softening as he ate. The tribe's members watched in stunned silence, amazed by the chief's ability to feed the once ferocious beast, who now appeared almost affectionate, nudging for more. Rakra, ever patient, did not deny him. "You must be patient if you wish to stay with the tribe," Rakra told him gently. "A god has spared you. There must be a reason for that." The beast, no longer an enemy but a curious companion, gazed up at his new master with wide, expectant eyes. Rakra turned to his tribe, instructing them that if Manon caused any more trouble, they should report it immediately. As Rakra moved away, Jal, who had been sitting nearby, approached the chief with the weapon Bor had planned to use against him. Rakra examined it closely, admiring the craftsmanship despite the weapon's rough edges. "If it weren't for Bor's persistence," Rakra remarked, "the blades could have been made even better." Jal asked why he said that, and the chief explained that the weapon's creation required a significant amount of wood. Instead of metal, Bor had insisted on using a special fuel to forge them, which meant they couldn't burn trees to create the metal. The tribe had to be careful with their resources, and given the rushed circumstances, they hadn't had time to properly test the method. Rakra decided to revisit the issue later. For now, there was no rush. As the conversation came to a close, Rakra walked back toward the settlement, but a new figure had arrived in his place. An older lizardman, missing his left arm, approached them. He was a seasoned traveler, his scales different in color from both the blue-scaled tribe and Rakra's clan. The wanderer had spent his life moving from place to place, searching for a place where he could belong. With his advanced age and experience, the wanderer had gained unique knowledge, the ability to read the night sky and navigate by the stars. He explained to Rakra that if they could learn to read the stars, they could chart their course without getting lost. It was a skill the old lizard had honed over his many years of wandering, and now he offered to share it with Rakra's tribe. The chief was intrigued, asking the wanderer if he had any knowledge of nearby tribes. The wanderer nodded, confirming that there were other tribes not far away. If they were hostile, Rakra's tribe could easily defeat them, but if they were friendly, they could share resources and knowledge. "But how can you prove your faith?" Rakra asked, puzzled. The old lizardman smiled cryptically and pointed toward the sky. "The answer lies there," he said. "Meet me tonight. I will show you." That night, as the sky filled with stars, the wanderer explained the patterns and movements of the constellations. Rakra listened intently, realizing that if they could understand the path of the stars, they could navigate through unknown lands without losing their way. The old lizard promised to teach Rakra the art of stargazing if the chief would accompany him for a few days without questioning his loyalty. It was a rare opportunity for knowledge, and Rakra was eager to learn. Later that evening, Ure, who had been listening in, scratched his head in confusion. He hesitated before asking Rakra if Manon had caused any trouble. The chief reassured him that Manon was merely adjusting to his new life, and that the beast had become more docile since he'd been fed on time. Joel had told the tribe that everyone needed a way to survive without starving, and it was clear that they were making progress. Watching Rakra tame the fierce Manon with patience and understanding, Yura's thoughts wandered to other possibilities. If we can tame a beast like Manon, he wondered aloud, could we also tame something completely different, like the water buffalo that roams near our settlement? The idea took root in his mind, and he knew that there was much more to learn. If they could tame larger creatures, perhaps they could ensure the survival of the tribe for generations to come. At a point in history, humanity split into two main paths, one focused on farming, the other on raising livestock. For our hero, the knowledge of this division came from the games he played, but it shaped his belief that farming was the best way to secure civilization's future. By establishing stable environments and stockpiling food, societies could fend off external threats, allowing the population to grow. Most of the great civilizations had started along the banks of rivers for this very reason. Yet despite all the benefits of farming, the tribe Sunwon chose was different. He decided to align with the lizardmen, whose physical prowess and adaptability to the land made them masters at bringing living beasts into their settlements. They were more suited to herding than farming. Ur and the other warriors worked tirelessly to catch a herd of water buffalo. Even with the blessing of insects to aid them, the warriors found the task grueling. The buffalo, however, made no attempt to escape and simply stood in formation. To Sunwon's surprise, the lizardmen weren't just adept at animal husbandry, they had also mastered ironworking. This discovery fascinated him. One afternoon, Ara, an experienced iron craftsman, showed Sunwon the process of making metal tools. They constructed a large fire pit, packed with wood, and covered it with mud to keep the fire steady. After igniting the fire, they sealed the vents to let the fire burn intensely, waiting for the wood to turn into charcoal. Sunwon, though unfamiliar with the method, chose to trust the craftsman, believing in the importance of the god's will, but acknowledging his own lack of understanding in these matters. The craft didn't stop there. The ironworker split wooden planks and carefully stacked them near the fire pit. A wooden stick was attached at the center of the structure, allowing airflow to pass freely through the fire. As the heat built up, the blacksmith took the molten metal and hammered it into shape, letting the blades cool in the wind. Soon, the tribe would be able to forge basic iron tools, a significant step up from the stone weapons they had been using. These simple iron tools would be invaluable to the Rakra tribe, who had previously relied on stone and bone implements. Having an experienced traveler among the tribe, an elderly lizard who had wandered across many lands, proved to be an unexpected advantage. His knowledge of the stars was especially intriguing. While astronomy was still in its infancy, the potential for it to become a guiding science was clear. Sunwon hoped the Rakra tribe could use the old stargazer's wisdom for more than just navigation, perhaps one day integrating it into their architecture or other fields of study. When night fell, the chief met with the stargazer again. As promised, the stars had shifted according to the stargazer's predictions. At first, Sunwon had been skeptical, wondering if it had all just been a coincidence. But as the nights passed, he realized that the movement of the stars was predictable, and the stargazer's guidance was becoming more reliable. The stars, it seemed, were not just celestial bodies. They were navigational tools. After several days of discussions, Sunwon decided to address the tribe. He called for a gathering around the altar. It had been a long time since the gods had brought them to this land, he began, and during that time, they had encountered others. Despite the potential dangers, they had chosen to live independently, and now they had prospered. They had all survived through unity, but resources in their oasis were dwindling, and it was time to move on. The tribe listened in silence as the chief explained their plan. At dawn, they would leave the oasis and travel to the right side of the altar. They would march for 10 days, then veer right again for another 15. After crossing the rotten lake, and 3 days on empty mountain paths, they would enter a vast, endless forest. The forest was teeming with beasts, providing plentiful food for years to come. It was also surrounded by other tribes, making it a perfect place to settle. As the chief finished speaking, the tribe remained quiet. His words carried weight, not just as a plan for survival, but as a vision for a life lived in honor of the great god. The stargazer had proven his worth, and now the chief invited him to take his place in the tribe's journey. Before the meeting ended, Sunwon turned to Yure, the first warrior in line. He asked why Yure had not eaten any of the buffalo they had captured the day before. Yure's eyes, filled with confusion, met the chief's gaze. He didn't have an answer, and neither did the chief. But something about the warrior's expression told Sunwon that there was more to this than met the eye. "What are you thinking?" someone asked the chief, who stood proudly atop the massive altar made of ancient bones. He hadn't touched the feast, not because he was being noble, but simply because he wasn't hungry. The entire tribe had struggled together to bring down the water buffalo, yet Yure abstained. While the others longed for a taste of their hard-earned prize, he calmly explained that he didn't feel the need to eat. His thinking was simple. If he waited until he was truly hungry, the reward would be that much greater. That was the kind of man he was, Reira observed quietly, noting how skillfully the hunters had worked. Of course, Yure wanted to eat just like everyone else, but he restrained himself, saving the meat for when it would matter more. If this kind of patience continued, they might not just survive the hardships ahead, they could thrive. So long. As he wasn't starving, Yure was willing to wait again and again. His discipline had not gone unnoticed. Rocker, standing nearby, signaled to the tribe's blacksmith. From the forge, the artisan brought forth a gleaming spear, its metal tip shining in the firelight. This was no random gift. This was a moment planned well in advance. The chief had decided that those who showed strength of will deserved the tribe's finest weapons. To the rest of the warriors, the event felt more than ceremonial. There was something profound, almost sacred about it. Yure accepted the spear, barely believing his luck. Yet the rewards didn't stop with him. Others who had resisted their cravings and followed Yure's example were also honored. Their restraint, their quiet dignity, had earned them new weapons, crafted with care and power. Those who had given in to their urges earlier were already feeling a sting of regret. Ja, watching all of this unfold, realized this must have been what the chief had been preparing for all along. In one sweeping gesture, the tribe's morale had been lifted. Sunwon assumed the ceremony was ending, but the chief stepped forward again, still holding the skull of the slain buffalo. "Come forward one by one," he called out. "To all, true warriors, may the gods watch over you." He then placed the skull over his own head, the ancient symbol now a crown. Their path ahead would be long and treacherous. But armed with patience and guided by purpose, the tribe would face it together, united in spirit, steady in resolve. As Yure stepped forward, Rock lifted the skull of the water buffalo from the summit of the great altar. With solemn reverence, he placed it upon his head. In that moment, he was no longer merely a warrior. He had become a noble bone warrior, ordained by the will of the god. At those words, Yure's throat tightened with emotion. Tears welled in his eyes. It was a sacred moment. Around them, nearly 24 others followed suit, crossing the same threshold. These newly anointed bone warriors felt a profound transformation. What they had received far surpassed any mere satisfaction of hunger. They had been granted a divine purpose. It was a truth that even Sunon, seasoned and wise, could not deny. He had seen echoes of this in the perished world game, yet nothing had prepared him for the reality unfolding before him. Now, the time had come to depart this sacred ground. As dawn's light poured gently over the land, the lizardman tribe welcomed the new day with open hearts. The bone warriors were not alone in their evolution. Something had shifted across the entire tribe. Golden shafts of sunlight bathed the towering altar, casting long shadows as a final blessing. Departure was inevitable. It was decreed by the god. The tribe was no longer tethered to this holy place. "Let each of you carry the image of the nameless bug god within your minds," the chief declared to his people. Though he could not promise an easy path ahead, he urged them to walk it without fear. Just as they had shown restraint in waiting to feast upon the buffalo, they must now show that same patience in forging ahead. "Move forward," he said. "Be patient and keep moving. The nameless beetle god watches over all." While the tribe cheered and prepared for the journey, Rock stood silently atop the remains of the bone altar, his gaze lifted skyward. At first, Sunwon thought Rock was simply stargazing, identifying constellations slowly fading in the light of dawn. But he was wrong. Rock was whispering something under his breath. The chief had told the tribe this was the will of the god, and in doing so, he had bent the truth. Silently, he offered an apology to the nameless god. Sunwo, however, held no bitterness. Perhaps some players, eager to direct every detail of their characters' lives, would object to the chief's actions. But it was undeniable. It had been the god's will that chose Rock, strong in will and unwavering in purpose, to become the high priest. In the end, the outcome was undeniable. The tribe had not only endured, they had grown. And perhaps, they had done even better than anyone had imagined. Yu's stats had taken a notable leap. His reliability now stood at 7, and even Rei's unique talents, once hidden in the shadows, had begun to emerge. His leadership had surged to 14. He was now a level 2 priest and a level 9 warrior. The mission had been carried out flawlessly, exceeding even the expectations of the Sun Wound. From this moment onward, the chieftain would be treated with full honors. The afternoon sun blazed fiercely overhead, transforming the desert sands into something that looked and felt like molten lava. Travel during this time of day was punishing. The entire tribe had already abandoned their oasis and had been on the move for hours. Rock stirred uneasily, disturbed by a herd of buffalo that had been caught up in the march. The warriors pulled them along, and though the animals now obediently trailed behind the group, they too were on the brink of collapse. The beasts no longer had the energy to flee, even if they had wanted to. Even Manon, renowned for his resilience and physical power, was showing signs of wear. With the sun beating down and exhaustion creeping in, he finally came to a halt and simply collapsed where he stood. No one forced him up. In the old days, in the Blue Skin clan, he would have been prodded back to his feet with spear points. But under Rockrick's leadership, he was allowed to rest, even when he didn't ask for it. "He must be reaching his limit," murmured the stargazer as he made his way toward the chief. Reira turned to their guide. "Can we spare the time for a rest?" The weariness etched into every face said enough. The chief gave a solemn nod. "Break," he called out, and the word rippled through the tribe like a cool breeze. It wouldn't be a long stop, but it was a welcome one. The sun made each step feel like a trial by fire, and the rest was badly needed. The lizardmen, though drained, began chattering amongst themselves. Just ahead, a mountain path loomed, the very one the chief had promised would lead them to salvation. Some wondered aloud if a short rest could restore their strength. No one had any real answers, but it seemed foolish not to take the chance while it was offered. 3 days had passed since they'd last eaten anything substantial. The time dragged like years, yet even now their current struggle felt lighter than the bleak days when they were first driven from the swamps. 3 days without food, and already the whole group's spent, Rockrick said gravely to the stargazer. "We can't just sit around hoping another divine miracle will drop from the sky." Before the stargazer could respond, a loud commotion broke out among the tribe. Members clustered on the nearby slope. One of the warriors sprinted toward Reira, urgency etched into his face. "Ahead of us, a band of orcs," he reported, breathless. "And they don't look like the kind to back down. Fearless bastards." Though the team of orcs numbered less than a dozen, they approached Rocker with bright smiles on their faces. There was nothing binding them to this stretch of desert anymore. Accompanied by only a handful of children, they were fleeing a place so dreadful it made their current hardship seem light. What could possibly be more terrifying in the canyon than the beast that had once reigned there? Their escape was suddenly halted by a tribe of lizard men who had set up a rest camp after a grueling journey. The last thing the lizard men expected was to encounter anyone out here in the middle of nowhere. Rakra, shouldering his spear, flashed a toothy grin and addressed the strangers, mocking them for being scaleless. He likened them to fire moths, mindlessly throwing themselves into certain death. The orcs were struck speechless. The lizard men, in turn, exchanged glances and made exaggerated hand-face gestures at the absurdity of the moment. Heavily armed and clearly experienced in battle, the lizardmen towered over their uninvited guests, who clutched crude wooden clubs. Realizing they were hopelessly outmatched, the orcs dropped their weapons immediately and bowed in fear, offering endless apologies. It was all a misunderstanding, they insisted. They simply wanted to get out of the canyon as quickly as possible. While the lizard men listened patiently, the orcs offered them a gift, a stash of sweet root vegetables, freshly gathered. They explained that they had fled their homes in a rush, abandoning everything, and now only hoped to escape the cursed canyon with their lives. Curiosity began to grow among the lizard men. Why were these orcs so desperate to leave? What had them so spooked? One of the orcs, hesitant but determined, finally raised a hand and pointed back toward the hill they had come from. Rocker turned his gaze to the ridge. It looked peaceful, almost too quiet. According to the guide's map, the canyon they now stood in should take 3 days to cross. So far, they had managed to survive it. Surely a few more days wouldn't break them. The landscape was changing, too. Patches of edible plants now dotted the terrain, a sign that the harsh desert was finally giving way to more forgiving surroundings. The orcs explained they had made a life there, humble but sustainable, until it arrived. A terrible monster. Even for orcs whose size and strength were formidable, whatever had come must have been something beyond imagination. Rocker wasn't the only one intrigued. Sunwo leaned in too, his brow furrowed. What kind of creature could drive warriors like these into such panic? The orcs described it as something out of a nightmare. A massive beast, armored in a shell like solid concrete, its body lined with long, cylindrical limbs, like an enormous scolopendra. It was an abomination, a deadly relic from a forgotten era. In the world of perished world, the old avatars, the gods themselves, had vanished, abandoning the planet. But their monstrous creations remained behind. This abomination was one of them, a field boss of legendary proportions. Hunters who dared confront it could earn rich rewards, but only if they survived, and few ever did. Rhea assigned a handful of trusted warriors to remain behind and guard the tribe, instructing them to rest while he approached the orcs for more information. He asked them to point out the location from which they had so urgently fled. What they revealed left both Rhea and Jal stunned. At the base of a canyon, curled tightly in a grotesque ball, a monstrous creature lay asleep. Around it were the remains of various animals and beings. One glance was enough to grasp the horror this abomination represented. The creature, a colossal scolopendra, was beyond anything they had imagined. Its massive head alone was the size of 4 large water balls. But sheer size wasn't its only terrifying trait. It bore venomous crustacean-like fangs and traces of divine corruption, suggesting it had been touched by forgotten avatars. Even if the lizardmen and orcs joined forces, Sunwo reasoned, this beast would be beyond their power to defeat. As he observed from above, Rock monitored the creature's sluggish, twitching movements. They grew more intense over time, and soon the scolopendra stirred violently as if hunting in a dream. The earth trembled beneath them, and panic rippled through the tribe. "Just sleep movement," explained one of the orcs who had survived days living near the beast. But questions remained. Should they flee? And if so, how long would it take to bypass such a formidable threat? Rhea turned to Stargazer, the tribe's wise elder. The old lizardman paused in thought before replying. "If we head back into the desert and follow the mountain range, it would take about 8 days." Rakra hesitated, unsure. He looked around at his people. Their fear was palpable. Taking a long detour could be safer, but it wasn't without risk. Watching from above, Sunwo waited patiently, curious to see what the tribe would decide. Fortunately, they weren't without guidance. Their chief was wise, and Jal was just as sharp. Jal closely examined the Skolopendra's position. The creature had no visible weaknesses, and its placement at the bottom of the canyon was near perfect. Any living thing that fell into its territory would not escape. But there was one critical vulnerability. Along the canyon's edge, massive rocks sat precariously, remnants of old landslides from a greater mountain. Jal wasn't naive. She quickly turned to the chief with a plan forming. She was more than capable, level 3 warrior, level 1 mediator, with stats to match. Strength 26, intelligence 35, social skills 28, and insight 11. They had an edge no one had noticed, not even the orcs, who had been near the canyon far longer. She reminded Rokra of a technique used by the Iron Master, one that involved rapidly increasing the temperature of metal. Would he recall the tool used for this? Rokra nodded. It was called the bellows. The bellows worked on a simple principle. By pushing more air into a fire, it increased heat without requiring much force. Jal's point was clear. Immense power could be generated with minimal effort, if the tools were simple enough. "But where are you going with this?" Rokra asked. Jal explained. They didn't need the actual tool, just the concept. With basic tools and some effort, they could dislodge the rocks above and collapse them onto the Skolopendra, burying it where it slept. The hillside was jagged and treacherous, with a sharp incline leading down to the resting place of the ancient Skolopendra. The beast, immense and slumbering, lay coiled at the base of the slope, an incline so steep it was nearly vertical. Any attempt by Ray and his warriors to face it there would leave them struggling for footing, trapped in a battle where gravity itself worked against them. In contrast, the creature's many legs gave it a terrifying advantage, allowing it to climb easily, even where the terrain was most unforgiving. According to their strategy, the chieftain was to remain hidden until the moment came to strike the final blow. A cluster of warriors gathered silently behind the boulders Jay had marked. Earlier, they were not unarmed. Each had ripped a tall tree from the earth, using it like a lever. Together, they wedged the makeshift logs beneath massive rocks lodged in the mountainside and shoved them upward with great force. But the stones were stubborn. The first boulder only wobbled, grinding against the cliff's edge and shedding shards of rock. Jael, straining with the others, barked out orders for persistence. Though the warriors knew nothing of physics, she seemed to guide them with an instinctual understanding of force and motion. Whenever a boulder shifted, the entire tribe rallied behind a single log. The lizard folk, unversed in the concept of leverage, had nonetheless discovered its power through grit and necessity. Each heave brought the rock closer to falling, swaying more violently with every push. Meanwhile, the ancient Skolopendra remained unaware, its armored coils unmoving beneath the rising sun. Sunwo stood nearby, waiting for the signal. The plan was simple: release a cascade of stones to crush the monster in one fell motion. But it had to be simultaneous. Timing was everything. Without unity, the assault would fail. With a shout, Jael gave the final command. The warriors roared as one and pushed harder than ever before. The boulders groaned, then suddenly tore free from the mountainside, tumbling downward with thunderous speed. The rumble stirred the beast from its sleep. It raised its head, sensing movement, but instead of retreating, The ancient scolopendra saw the oncoming rocks as a challenge. Defiantly, it surged forward to meet them. The first boulder struck true, smashing into the creature's armored skull. With bone-shaking force, the tribe erupted in cheers. They had landed a blow, but it wasn't enough. The ancient centipede shrieked in fury, its segmented body coiling as it surged up the slope with terrifying speed. Its many legs clawed into the earth, closing the distance to the warriors. Desperate, the tribe scrambled to hurl the remaining rocks over the cliff before the beast could reach them. But it was too late. Sunwo rose from his position and stepped down to the battleground below. He poured himself into Rakra's body, determined to take command of the situation. It was far too soon to accept defeat in this game. A ripple of astonishment passed through the onlookers as the chief surged forward, shoving the others aside before slamming his full weight onto the lever. The massive stone launched skyward with incredible force, an effort 3 warriors had failed to achieve together. Despite Yule's urgent shouts, the chief acted entirely on his own. He didn't even need the lever. With sheer force, he hurled the boulder past his own towering height. Rakra's body was strained to its limits, every muscle straining, veins bulging. What had seemed impossible moments before was now mere child's play. Divine strength coursed through him. The others only needed to match his pace, flinging stones in unison. All the while, the monstrous creature wailed, a shriek so loud it echoed endlessly through the canyon. Then, in a blur of motion, the chief seized his spear and raced ahead, hurling it straight at the beast, right after the barrage of stones. The weapon sliced through the air like lightning, striking the creature's armored back. The wound it inflicted wasn't massive, but it was deep enough to stagger the abomination, halting it briefly. A thunderous roar tore through the canyon as the spear pierced its exposed flesh. And then the pain escalated. The boulders came crashing down, one after another. They crushed its limbs, shattered its whiskers, pulverized its paws. Viscous green. Fluid erupted from the battered wounds, splashing across the sands in thick globs. The final stone landed squarely on its skull, reducing it to rubble. It was an awe-inspiring scene. Rakra landed safely, and Sunwo returned to his divine perch, pleased with the outcome. The hunt was a triumph. The tribe had slain an ancient monstrosity, and the victory sent waves of celebration through them all. Their faith in Sunwo deepened even further. But victory brought more than glory. As if acknowledging his efforts, the game rewarded Sunwo with something he had long desired. A glowing red orb, wreathed in flames, appeared in his palm. This was the essence of the creature, its very core. For a god, this essence held immense potential, the power to create. Just as Sunwo had once manifested enough food to sustain the tribe, gods could fabricate resources in line with their divine realms using the currency of faith. Yet, to bring something entirely new into the world, something without precedent, they needed rarer ingredients, divine artifacts like this one. A god's creation could also evolve. With time and faith, it could ascend to become an apostle or even an avatar, living embodiments of the god's will. These entities weren't just powerful allies in battle. They served as beacons of belief, spreading divine influence through their very existence. But Sunwo couldn't help but wonder, was the process of creation still the same as it was in the original game? What would it feel like to shape something entirely new? He turned the orb over in his hand, deep in thought, anticipation simmering beneath the surface. The lizard stood over the slain monster, examining its strange body with a mix of awe and curiosity. Jay crouched beside it and tore off one of its massive paws, inspecting the meat. The odor was unusual, pungent, and almost sour. But if it was edible, it might serve as a new food source. She hesitated for a moment, then took a bite of the raw flesh, only to spit it out. "The taste is awful," she said, grimacing. "But it's not entirely inedible." Jel studied the tough strands of meat closely, Its texture suggested it wouldn't be easy to eat raw. Perhaps, she thought, it could be improved with proper preparation. If they could gather some aromatic herbs and cook the meat over fire, it might reduce the stench and improve the taste. With that idea in mind, Jay split open the creature's paw and left the meat on a flat surface. She crushed and sprinkled some local herbs over it, hoping their scent would mask the foul smell. Then she gently placed the meat over a fire, letting it cook while the others watched with interest. When it was ready, she handed the first portion to the tribe's chief. He chewed thoughtfully, then nodded. It's not bad. A little bland, but definitely edible. Given that the concept of cooking was still new to them, simply roasting the meat was already an innovation. But Jay had gone beyond that. She had added seasoning. The difference was so dramatic that even Rocker, who had considered tossing the meat away earlier because of its putrid raw scent, was now amazed. Cooking had changed everything. Impressed, the chief asked to learn this new skill. Without hesitation, he took another bite of the cooked meat, clearly enjoying it. Sitting beside him, Jay spoke casually, but with purpose. I heard the orc chieftain already has an heir, she said. Maybe it's time you thought about that too. Rocker froze. The food slipped from his hands, his jaw hanging open in shock at her words. She continued calmly. You're getting older, and the tribe needs stability. You need a partner. But ever since you became chief, you've had no time to consider such things. Then, with quiet boldness, Jay offered herself for the role. Unless, of course, there was someone else he had in mind. The conversation, though serious and intimate, was suddenly interrupted by the sun dipping toward the horizon. Its last rays struck something behind Jay, casting a warm glow across her back. There, embedded in the ruins of what was once concrete architecture, was a golden plaque. It shimmered as the light touched it, drawing everyone's gaze. Upon it were strange carvings, symbols not unlike ancient hieroglyphics, depicting scenes of fishing and farming. They appeared to outline some sort of code or rules. Year, curious, and drawn to the soft material, began carefully scratching at it, intrigued. The stargazer approached and said solemnly, That metal is called gold. Jel recalled seeing such a thing once before. A metal master had shown her various types of metals, and she remembered gold's unique properties. It shined when cleaned, never rusted or decayed, and had an eternal beauty. But despite its allure, gold was soft, far less practical than iron. Still, in that moment, as it gleamed in the sunset, it felt like a discovery that carried meaning far beyond its weight. Though precious metals were often crafted into ornaments, the artistry of this particular piece was foreign to the lizard men. Unlike other species, they had no tradition of such decoration. Naive and curious, Yurei questioned its value. If it didn't decay, couldn't be eaten, and was too soft and heavy for tools, what was the point? Stargazer didn't bother answering. Instead, he sent the young lizard off to hunt, giving him a half-chewed plate and suggesting he track down a deer, the kind with branching antlers and sweet, juicy meat. The orcs had shown where the stag had passed, and Ur eagerly followed the trail. Rak, however, chose to remain behind, captivated by the strange object. It puzzled him. The metal didn't rot. It didn't change. That alone made it exceptional. Everything in their world followed a cycle: growth, decay, death, rebirth. But this golden plate defied nature's rhythm. Someone had gone to great lengths to preserve something in it. But what? When Jael approached to tell him that preparations for the night were complete, Rak gave no hint of his intentions. He hadn't told anyone where he was going earlier, yet Jael always seemed to find him. That was oddly comforting. Only one lizard man wore a fur cloak, Rak, the chieftain. It marked his status, something Jael had insisted upon. She wanted him to be easily recognized as the tribe's leader, a symbol others could rally behind. When she reminded him of this, he nodded casually, agreeing it was just as she had said. Once Jael retired for the night, Rak returned to pondering the plate. Sitting near the deer carcass, now buzzing with flies, he turned the same thought over and over in his mind. Life ends in death. Everything fades in time. Yet this golden object refused to fade. It had to mean something. He just needed a clue. And then it came. In the stillness of night, fireflies gathered, tracing strange patterns in the air. At first, he thought it a trick of the eye or a dream. But their glowing paths mimicked the marks on the golden plate. Entranced, he began to trace the symbols in the dirt with a stick, working obsessively until morning. Lizard men were not a literate species. They preferred symbols, simple, direct. Intertwined tree trunks marked a path. Stacked stones marked territory. This language of survival, passed through generations, was deeply ingrained in their culture. When the first hints of dawn appeared, Rak quietly approached Jael's tent. Startled by the unannounced visit, she jumped, assuming trouble. But instead of warning, he had something to share. He led her to the place he'd drawn in the dirt, and with careful motion, used sticks to form a triangle, the traditional symbol of a lizard man male. Jael watched curiously. Nearby, he formed an inverted triangle, like a tiny cup, representing a lizard woman. Then, placing a simple equal sign between them, he looked at her meaningfully. "What does it mean?" she asked. Smiling, the chief leaned close. "It means becoming companions," he whispered. "It's my answer to your question. From before." Jael's eyes softened. She took the stick from him and began to draw another set of symbols in the dirt, her expression both teasing and intrigued. "Do you know this one too?" she asked. He nodded without hesitation. As the sun rose, bathing the world in a gentle pink light, the two of them studied the ancient signs together, their tales entwined. Sunwo reasoned that for the lizardmen tribe to develop properly, it should have taken them several generations. Still, he was thankful their progress was happening sooner rather than later. For now, the tribe was enjoying a rare moment of peace. Deep within the forest, Rakra led a hunt, his powerful limbs and single spear enough to bring down large deer with ease. The warriors accompanying him voiced their admiration. Their chieftain was not only strong but precise. Yet this wasn't just about feeding the tribe, this was tradition. The largest catch would be presented to his bride as part of the marriage ritual, a symbolic gesture of strength and devotion. It would have been a flawless hunt, if not for one inconvenient comparison. While Rakra relied on sheer might, Jay had taken a different approach. She used her intellect, setting traps, mapping patterns, and catching prey with calculated ease. With a sly smile, she wiped a smear of dirt from Rakra's face, her victory unspoken but undeniable. Sunwo watched all of this unfold content to stay at the edge of the action. After all, she'd already proven herself back in the canyon. That battle had left only Kaitan standing after the monster fell. In its aftermath, the orc had turned to Rakra, asking hesitantly whether the lizardmen would truly be all right in this land. Rakra nodded. The monster was the only thing keeping us from peace. Now that it's gone, there's nothing stopping us. This desert once belonged to your people. We simply walk alongside its rightful heirs. Those words nearly brought the orc to tears. Swallowing his emotion, he bowed deeply. Calling his son over, the orc offered something unexpected: guidance. No one knew the land better than they did, and he was willing to let his son serve as a guide to Rakra's people. It was a gesture of gratitude they would not forget. With that, the orcs went their way, and the lizardmen resumed their journey. The path turned greener as they moved forward, but there was something off. Even the tribe sensed it. The air was different. The ground, too. Strange footprints marked the grassy trail. Long toes, almost human-like, but not quite. Rakra called over the stargazer. "Have you seen these before?" he asked, crouching over the tracks. The stargazer nodded gravely. "Yes, these belong to the frogmen, amphibious creatures who walk upright like us. They can speak, reason, and fight. These aren't the tracks of a lone scout. This is the sign of an entire tribe, and a large one at that." Rakra stood, his jaw tight with concern. They would need to retreat, regroup, and prepare. The safety of his people came first. By evening, the tribe had set up a temporary camp. Enormous leaves were fashioned into tents, creating a wide circle of shelter. Between them, great torches were lit to push back the darkness. Rakra and Guile moved through the encampment, inspecting the setup. Every tent was intentionally spaced out to give the illusion of a much larger group. From the outside, it would look like an army had settled in. There was plenty of firewood thanks to the surrounding forest. Fires would be kept burning through the night, another tactic. To any spying eyes, the flames would suggest a tribe twice its actual size. A group of guards had already been assigned to keep the fires fed and stand watch. "Even if they're out there scouting, they'll notice us," Jay said quietly, staring into the trees. And she was right. Dozens of unseen eyes were already watching from the shadows, silently studying the lizardmen's every move. Several days had passed since the lizardmen relocated. Their village, and by some stroke of luck, they had yet to cross paths with the frogmen again. In that time, they'd focused intensely on fortifying their new settlement. Preparations were thorough, designed with the survival of the tribe in mind. At this point, few players in the world could claim greater success than Sunwo. Even he couldn't deny that things were going remarkably well. The tribe's way of life had adapted at an astonishing pace. No longer confined to primitive leaf shelters, the lizardmen had begun constructing sturdy wooden homes, an unmistakable sign of progress. But perhaps the most fascinating leap was their sudden grasp of writing. Rakra, ever the observant one, had recently discovered primitive inscription techniques. Eager to make use of them, he began applying this new skill to daily life. When the warriors returned from scouting expeditions, they reported to him everything they'd seen. With the tip of a spear, the chief etched their observations into a massive slab of stone at the village's heart. What emerged was more than a record, it was a map. The river's winding path, the village's location, distances and elevation, all were carefully sketched into the stone. What began as hunting markers had evolved into a rudimentary but powerful form of cartography and permanent record-keeping. These maps allowed warriors to coordinate more effectively, navigating terrain with confidence, even when Rakra was absent. The writing didn't stop at maps. The chief had also begun recording agricultural yields. Each villager's daily harvest was inscribed for all to see. This created a subtle but effective competition. Those who had fallen short worked harder, and those who excelled earned a well-deserved break. Productivity soared. For Sunwo, watching this rapid advancement unfold was more than satisfying. It was thrilling. But while the lizardmen thrived, the world beyond grew more dangerous. To the west, swarms of locusts continued to spread across the central continent. In the south, the insect hives expanded their territory, now reaching level 4. This progression wasn't something the protagonist of the original game had planned for. It was a consequence of other players' actions. Yet the situation, born from distant eastern lands, presented a unique opportunity. Why not take advantage of it? Rakra's tribe was doing well, perhaps even better than most. But this was only the beginning. Greater trials were on the horizon, and they would test everything the tribe had built. While Rakra relaxed, talking with Yahello and Yuri under the midday sun, a commotion broke out. One of the sentries sprinted toward them, breathless and shouting. The news hit like thunder. The frogmen were advancing, and they were already halfway to the village. Without hesitation, Rakra moved toward the edge of the settlement to confront them. What he saw made him pause. Leading the frogmen was a tall figure, vibrant in color. Red feathers adorned his neck like a crown, clearly the chief. But the frogs were not alone. Among them stood a lizardman. Rakra's eyes narrowed. Why would one of their own ally with the frogmen? Was this a betrayal or a gesture of peace? The air grew still as the two sides faced each other. The answer was unclear, but whatever came next would shape the tribe's future forever. In a quiet forest clearing, two tribes met beneath the dappled canopy of ancient trees. The lizardmen had already been monitoring the frogmen for some time, so the sudden appearance of their visitors didn't catch them off guard. The newcomers were smaller in build, with slick, glistening skin and distinctively large eyes, shielded by translucent eyelids. Their compact necks and firm bodies gave them a unique, unmistakable appearance. One of them stepped forward, taller and more adorned than the rest. Around his neck hung an ornate rope adorned with colorful bird feathers, clearly a sign of status. "I am Shunan," he announced, his tone calm but firm, son of the great chief of the Olroy tribe. Despite his imposing figure, Shunan's manner was diplomatic. He had not come to provoke a fight, or so he claimed. Curiosity, he said, had driven them here. Rocker, the chieftain of the lizardmen, responded in kind, introducing himself as the leader of his tribe. He too had no desire to see weapons drawn. Still, a question burned quietly in his thoughts. If the frogmen didn't come to fight, why had they come at all? He narrowed his eyes as the frogmen glanced among themselves, sharing silent nods before speaking again. "You've entered our land," one of them said bluntly. "This clearing is part of our territory." Rocker raised his brow, surprised but not hostile. "We had no idea," he replied. "There were no signs, no markers to warn us. We didn't mean to trespass." His tone remained composed, even apologetic. "We'll do whatever we can to make things right," he added, bowing his head slightly in respect. "Forgive us for disturbing your people." The frogmen seemed to relax slightly in the face of such calmness. Rocker took that moment to explain further. His people had traveled a long way from distant lands. They were exhausted and without a proper shelter. All they sought was a safe place to rest for the night. "You, Shunan, as the heir of the Olroy, surely have the authority to allow that," he said, speaking with the utmost courtesy. He made sure not to offend the young prince. He knew well the dangers of bruised pride in delicate diplomacy. Rocker could tell that the warriors accompanying Shunan weren't just for ceremony. They were clearly there to keep a watchful eye on the lizardmen, and that made him even more cautious. He had many questions, especially about his own people's future here, and didn't want to waste time in this open glade where the air buzzed with tension. So he offered another idea. "Come to our village," he said to Shunan. "We can talk more comfortably there, and perhaps even share a feast to mark this meeting." But the frogmen declined. The offer was appreciated, but they felt it wasn't wise to accept. There was still too much uncertainty, too little trust. Rocker understood, though he regretted the refusal. These were not just strangers, they were potential allies or rivals, and he didn't want to leave them empty-handed. Instead, the lizardmen proposed a compromise. If the frogmen would not visit the village, then perhaps they could still share a meal right here in the clearing. The frogmen murmured among themselves, debating the idea quietly. After gathering firewood and securing fresh game, the two tribes finally sat around the newly kindled flames. A deer carcass had been skewered on a thick branch and suspended over the fire. Soon, the savory scent of roasting meat spread through the clearing, drawing both lizards and frogs into small, comfortable clusters of chatter. Despite the relaxed atmosphere, Rocker remained sharply observant. One question kept echoing in his mind. What exactly was the connection between the lizard named Owen and these frogmen? It was clear the two groups coexisted peacefully, but the presence of a lizard among them hinted at a deeper story, one Rocker couldn't afford to ignore. Still, he couldn't just ask outright. Any overt curiosity could be seen as a strategic vulnerability. Instead, He turned the conversation towards something innocuous. That ornament around your neck, what's it made? From? Rocker asked, gesturing towards Shunan, the frog chief. These feathers? Shunan replied, touching the colorful bundle proudly. Cockatrice, dangerous beasts that dwell near the edge of this forest. Huge, like ostriches, but faster. And deadlier. Rocker nodded slowly. He had heard tales, but had never seen one. Poisonous? They're spurs, Shunan confirmed. Lethal if they strike deep. And they're difficult to hunt. Too fast for spears alone. Rocker narrowed his eyes. Then what weapon do you use? At that, Shunan's expression shifted. He straightened with a gleam of confidence and held out his hand. Bring me my bow and arrows, he commanded. The frogmen didn't move at first. Perhaps they were uncertain or unwilling. Annoyed, Shunan turned to the one servant who never hesitated, Owen, the lone lizard living among the frogs. Without a word, Owen rose and retrieved the requested items. When he returned, Shunan handed him a second task. Hang that bark strip on the tree over there. I'll show them how we hunt. Owen obeyed without question, and soon the makeshift target was in place. Shunan pulled the bowstring taut, then released. The arrow shot through the air and embedded itself dead center in the bark with a satisfying thunk. A basic skill, he said casually. We teach our children from a young age. There was no boasting in his tone, but the implication was clear. I am one of the best. Rocker was genuinely impressed. Though he had seen the weapon used, he'd never handled one himself. Intrigued, he asked to try. Shunan handed over the bow with a nod. Rocker gripped it, unfamiliar with its balance. His first attempt was laughable. The arrow tilted awkwardly to one side, and the string resisted him more than expected. The weapon lacked the high, brute force of a spear, but its potential was obvious, swift, accurate, and reusable. He tried again. The arrow flew, barely. It dropped long before it reached the target. Frustrated but undeterred, Rocker kept trying. One shot after another thudded uselessly into the dirt. Harder than it looks, isn't it? Shunan said, amused but not unkind. No skill comes easy. Then, turning away from Rocker's struggles, he gave another order. Owen, gather the arrows. Owen nodded and moved swiftly to obey. But Rocker raised a brow. I'm the one firing them, he said. Shouldn't I collect them? Shunan shrugged dismissively. He's just helping. But Rocker wasn't just watching arrows. He had another goal. As Owen returned, Rocker knelt beside him, pretending to assist. Quietly, he struck up a conversation. What's your name? Owen, the lizard replied, nervous but polite. You live with the frogmen? Yes. Yes, I do, Owen said, his voice catching slightly as he fumbled with the arrows. But why? Rocker asked gently. Why not live with your own kind? Owen hesitated, clearly anxious. We live together. Lizards, frogs, same village. Is there a reason for that? Rocker pressed, still casual in tone. Owen paused, then looked up with something like conviction. Because we help each other. Each race has strengths. We're stronger when we work together. That answer gave Rocker pause. The innocence in Owen's tone, the hopeful glint in his eye, it didn't feel like politics. It felt honest. Maybe even admirable. And for the first time that evening, Rocker wasn't sure if he was the one doing the observing, or the one being shown something important. Rocker sat quietly, his brow furrowed in confusion. The idea being discussed was strange, almost implausible. He had never considered the possibility of different species truly living in harmony. With such distinct ways of life, wouldn't friction be inevitable? Even if friendly relations were sustained, society would still divide along natural lines. If the two tribes really cooperate, he asked slowly, what does that even look like? Owen didn't hesitate. It was as if he had memorized the I answer in advance. "We trade protection for practical help," he said. "The frogmen keep us safe. In return, we handle tasks they find difficult." He continued, "Frogmen can't stay out of the water for long. We can. We climb trees, gather fruits, and forage across dry land. We share what we find with them." Owen praised the frogmen's chief, calling the arrangement fair and balanced. Rakra, however, wasn't entirely convinced. "But your people can survive without their help," he said, eyeing the nearby arrows skeptically. "Why risk yourselves to protect them?" Owen's expression shifted. "Because this forest is dangerous," he said quietly. "The Alloy tribe is the largest force here. Without their support, we wouldn't have made it." For a moment, a bittersweet smile tugged at Owen's lips, tinged with a sadness that made Rakra narrow his eyes. "Forget I asked," Rakra muttered, sensing the conversation turning into something else. "What were we talking about again? Archery?" With a curt nod from the chieftain, the topic changed. The lizardmen resumed their meal, cutting the deer into thick, savory ribs. Shunan bit into a piece, eyes lighting up with delight. The meat, flavored with wild herbs, was delicious.
Rekra noticed his enjoyment. "Glad it suits your taste," he said. "But tell me, have you ever tried water buffalo?" Shunan's eyes sparkled. Once, long ago, the taste was unforgettable. The lizardmen nearby leaned in. "I've got more stored," he said, a hint of mischief in his voice. "We could trade a few arrows for a cut." Shunan grinned, tempted by the offer. But when he glanced back, the guards behind him were glaring. With a reluctant sigh, he shook his head. Rakra chewed another bite of meat, feigning disappointment. "A pity," he said. "But no matter. We'll talk more when our friendship grows." Fortunately, the frogmen showed no hostility toward the lizardmen. If anything, they were quite welcoming not only toward Owen, but toward the rest of the lizard warriors. It was clear now that the two races shared their village in relative peace. Shunan called Owen over, who excused himself from the group and approached his chief. Shunan gave him a quiet order. "Explain it to Rakra," he said. "Tell him how. We've helped one another. Let him see for himself." Owen agreed instantly. If it helped validate their alliance, he was more than willing. They had rehearsed for this. That much was obvious. The lizardmen had prepared every answer ahead of time, clearly anticipating this meeting for weeks. If Rakra hadn't been watching closely, he might have believed the performance himself. As the gathering drew to a close, the frogmen appeared satisfied. It had been a pleasant exchange, but travel awaited them. Rakra, thinking of the long journey they faced, offered a suggestion. "Next time," he said, "let us come to you." The frogman waved off his concern. "The distance isn't a problem. We need to scout this area anyway." With farewells exchanged, Rakra waved to his new allies, and the lizardmen followed suit, mirroring the gesture. As the frogman turned to leave, Shunan moved suddenly. He threw a firm arm around Owen's shoulders, pulling him close with a grip too firm to be friendly. His sharp whisper seemed to be directed at Jay and her husband, and whatever was said clearly wasn't meant to be heard by others. To Rakra, watching from behind, the gesture wasn't just suspicious, it was revealing. This was no meeting of equals. By the time the frogmen reached the lizardman settlement, the sun had already begun its descent, casting a golden hue across the horizon. Its light bathed the village in an amber glow, warm yet ominous. As they reached the edge of the water, Shunan turned sharply and struck the lizard across the face with a loud slap. "You think we didn't hear what you said to the lizardman chief?" he barked, jabbing a finger at Owen. Owen, hunched on the sandy shore beside the water, cradled his stinging cheek. His voice quivered as he denied the accusation. "I didn't say anything. He just asked me how to become a better archer." "Pathetic excuse," growled one of the frogman warriors before driving a heavy fist into Owen's gut. "You can't even shoot properly, and yet you're handing out advice like some seasoned hunter." But Owen persisted. "If I refused to answer, it would have made me look suspicious. I said as little as possible." Shunan paused, considering. This, eventually, he nodded. It made sense. That's why Owen had pretended to be reluctant in front of Rakra. He had also added that training came at a price. Since Reira couldn't pay him on the spot, the matter had ended there. The frogmen standing nearby exchanged glances. His explanation held water. Owen's cunning was known to them. He was always slippery with words, a trickster through and through. "Well played," Owen Shunin said at last, a touch of sarcasm in his voice. He then pointed toward a distant island that floated like a mirage over the water. "You remember who's kept over there, don't you?" Owen squinted at the distant shape. Tents, guards. He nodded slowly. "I remember," Good Shunin said. "Lucky you're still walking free." His voice turned cold. "We were preparing a little ceremony. Dozens of lizard children locked up in that prison of a tent, all ready to be offered in sacrifice. But look at that, the next batch of victims just delivered themselves right to our doorstep." Owen clenched his jaw. He held his tongue, though the fury in his eyes was clear. Those children, they didn't deserve this. Lowering his head, he murmured to the chief that the children were fortunate, but in his heart, he made a quiet vow he would find a way to deceive the frogmen and buy them time. Darkness fell swiftly. The guards around the children were replaced, and Owen kept a silent vigil nearby. If he had known things would turn out like this, he never would have forced his way into this cursed settlement. He should have known something was off when the frogmen welcomed them so eagerly, despite the difference in their species, or at least when they were invited to join the Brotherhood ceremony and promised sanctuary. Now it was too late. The remaining 200 lizard men couldn't possibly stand against a frogman tribe numbering over 1,500. And they had something else, something far worse, a god. Owen could never forget that towering green monstrosity with 2 heads, the very one that had crushed their resistance and painted the gates with blood. It ruled over the frogmen as surely as the toads ruled over him and the children. Nothing had changed. Nothing would change. The Rakra tribe, proud as they were, couldn't overcome this mountain. Their leader looked strong, a fierce warrior, but savages nonetheless. They didn't even know how to wield a bow. If only the frogs took the adults first. The children might live a little longer. That was all Owen could hope for now. He begged the children to hold on, to endure just a bit more. He would find a way. He had to bring the lizard men into the frogs' good graces. As the sun crept above the horizon the next morning, the lizard men presented a water buffalo as a gift. The frogmen were ecstatic, openly thrilled by the offering. Reira had promised them a live buffalo, and he had delivered. In his mind, it seemed like a more than fair trade for a bow. But Shunan still didn't look satisfied. That's when Owen leaned in with a suggestion to his chief. "If we want a real trade in weapons," he whispered, "we can't just deal in goods. We need to start with dialogue, real conversations. Build something genuine." It was a bold idea, but a good one. After all, they knew so little about the Blackscale tribe. Why not begin there? Owen then turned to the frogmen and extended an invitation to visit the lizardmen's village to talk, to share, and perhaps then they would finally receive the bow they'd been promised. "Doesn't this seem like the perfect chance," he asked with a smile, "to really get to know one another?" Rakker's arrow struck the dirt after a short, unimpressive flight. Jay, watching from a distance, called out, "So, any better this time?" Racker shook his head with a sigh. "Still, only half the distance the frogmen manage. I can't figure out what kind of tendons they use in their bows. Ours just can't compete." They had fashioned their bows as best they could by copying the frogmen's designs, but the results were clearly inferior. G, standing nearby, reminded him, "Our 5th meeting with them is coming up soon. If there's ever a time to get real answers, it's now." Racker stared at the arrow embedded in the ground, deep in thought. "It's obvious they're hiding something," he said grimly, "but we still have no clue what they're planning more when they'll strike. That kind of uncertainty, it wears you down." The endless tension was grinding them down body and mind. Still, despite everything, surrender wasn't on their agenda. "We're making progress, at least," Racker said, trying to muster hope. "By the way, what about the herbs? The ones that help with the itching disease?" Jay nodded. "The herbalist says there's a place nearby where we can find plenty. He'll take us." That was good news. But Rackers wasn't thinking about herbs anymore. His thoughts drifted to Owen, an outsider among them. but someone who might prove to be the linchpin in their strategy. Jay, catching on to his thoughts, offered something bold. "Let's give him a real chance," she said. "Might be our best shot at that very moment." Far from the conversation, Owen was traveling with the frogmen toward the 5th negotiation site. One of them held him tightly in a suffocating grip, and he could barely breathe. "I did everything you told." "Me?" Owen shouted, his voice full of panic. "It wasn't my fault that the plan failed." Shunin, trailing behind the group, replied coolly, "It's taking too long to lure the lizardmen." Owen turned his head back, frustrated. "Those ones with black scales and buffalo skulls are more cautious than you think. They're not like the others." "Oh boy," the frogman, gripping him, sneered. "Yeah, they're not as naive as your people. We trusted you too quickly." Owen could only force a nervous smile. It was the truth. Moments later, Oh Boy shoved him roughly to the ground. Then, turning to Shunin, he muttered something about unfinished business and walked off. Leaving the two behind, Shunin crouched beside Owen and spoke in a low voice. "My father has ordered the ceremony to be accelerated." Owen blinked. "What?" Why, Shunin's tone didn't change. "You need to hurry. Get more information from them. Convince Rackers and his warriors to visit our village. Make it happen without raising suspicion." Owen's mind reeled. "Why now?" he asked, trying to remain calm while noting every detail. This wasn't something they shared freely. Finally gave the answer. "The sickness is spreading. My father's condition is getting worsened. So is everyone else's. We're out of time." Owen's thoughts raced. The itching disease. Could that be it? He hesitated, then asked, "Is it just the itching or something more?" Shunan's face turned grim. "You weren't supposed to know, but I'll tell you." His voice dropped into a slow, ominous cadence. "The disease doesn't just make your skin itch. It starts that way. Yes, but soon, white slime forms. Sticky, foul stuff. It spreads across the skin, and no matter how hard you scrub, it clings, it thickens. Eventually, it covers your body." Owen was now listening in stunned silence. "When it gets bad enough," Shunin continued, "breathing becomes difficult, and then death follows." He paused for a moment, then added quietly, "One of our priests died of it yesterday." Owen wasn't expecting that revelation. He hadn't heard the itching illness was fatal, but he kept his expression carefully neutral. If this was a test, he couldn't afford to react truthfully. Still, the pieces began to click into place: the recent disappearances among the frogmen, the hushed tones. Some of them were probably already dead. Now, more than ever, he had to stay in character. Adopting a somber tone, Owen said quietly, "This must never reach the lizards. If they hear of it, they'll mock us, look down on us." Shuna nodded. "True," he said, "but we won't be able to hide it forever." Owen paused, thinking carefully before replying. "Even so," he said at last, "we still have a way to keep them under control. All we need to do is suggest the disease can spread to them too." Shunin's eyes lit up briefly at the idea, but then he shook his head. "It's a clever ploy, but the truth will betray us. The disease can't actually infect them. Then we make it look like it can," Owen said calmly. "There are herbs, ones that produce a white slime and cause severe itching. We lace their food with it. They take one bite, they start scratching, and they'll believe they're infected. That's all we need. Appear weak, let them think they're winning, and then trap them." Shunin's mood shifted in an instant. He clapped Owen on the back with an approving grin. "You're quite the deceiver," he said, clearly impressed. Owen managed an awkward smile in return. Pleased with the plan, Shunin made a rare promise. "If this works and we manage to lure out the black-scaled lizards, I'll make sure your children are spared from the sacrifice." Gratitude flooded Owen's face. He bowed his head. "I'll do everything I can." But Shunin wasn't finished. "No, it won't be enough to just try. We'll need a lot of sacrifices this time. Convince the others. Owen, do whatever it takes." Tension tightened in Owen's chest, but he remained composed. He had one more request, and he knew it wouldn't be well received. "Something else," he began carefully. Shunin narrowed his eyes, suspicion flickering. "What is it?" Owen hesitated. "I know it's not a simple ask, but I believe we should bring a few bows to the next negotiation. Offer them in trade." Shunin's expression darkened. "Weapons?" that was far from what he had planned. Rage simmered just beneath his skin. The next day, a group of frogmen arrived at the lizardman's village, bringing gifts and supplies. The two tribes gathered in a show of peace, warriors and elders exchanging pleasantries. One lizard warrior inspected a piece of exceptionally tough leather. He turned it over in disbelief. Is this truly a gift? Can frogmen make things like this so easily elsewhere? Rakra sat atop bundles of healing herbs. He raised his voice so all could hear. These plants ease the itching. We've brought them in abundance for the price of just one bow. Owen glanced at the mound of herbs. They must have scoured every corner of their lands to collect so much. Shunan looked thoughtful but cautious. It's not that we lack trust, he replied, but weapons aren't easily traded. It takes faith, Rakra sighed quietly. Always the same excuse. After a pause, he stepped forward and spoke formally. Shunan, son of the great Alroy Fuya, to strengthen the bond between our tribes, I ask for a private word with Owen. Shunan didn't hesitate. He smiled at his captive. Do as you please. Their smiles were polite, but behind them, strategies and secrets churned. Rakra led Owen away, out of earshot. Once alone, the conversation began in earnest. Our tribe has joined yours, Owen began, through a ritual of brotherhood. A ritual, Rekwa? Asked curiously. It's a long story, Owen said, brushing it off. We've time to learn about each other, but for now, tell me about your people. In exchange, I'll share what I know of the frogmen. He spoke with warmth and openness, trying to win Rakra's trust. There's no need for suspicion. Let's speak plainly. Just then, a small flash of color caught Rakra's Aja blue butterfly fluttering gently through the air. His expression changed. He knew that butterfly, it shouldn't be here. It landed delicately on Owen's head. Rakra stared at it, thoughts racing. He had to act. He had to turn this man. Owen, confused, reached up and glanced at the butterfly. What? What is this? Watching the insect, Rukra made a choice. He would take a risk. You're right, he said solemnly. There are doubts. Between us, distrust. We need to clear that away. He leaned closer. I will tell you everything about who we are and where we come from. The discussion between the two lizard men had gone smoothly. Back in the frogmen's settlement, Shunan was beaming with pride as he praised Owen's performance, clapping him on the shoulder repeatedly. Thanks to Owen's plan, the results had far exceeded expectations. Shunan couldn't contain his excitement, letting out a shrill cry of delight as he informed the others that the lizard folk had agreed they would soon visit the frogmen's village. Oboy remained skeptical, suspecting a trap, but his worries seemed unfounded. The lizard tribe had inadvertently revealed far more than they intended: the location of their village, its scale, even fragments of their history. Contrary to the scouts' earlier report, which claimed the tribe boasted 600 members, the truth was humbling no more than 300, and only 30 were trained warriors. One of Shunan's guards summarized the intelligence for him. Even the heir to the lizard chief hadn't expected the frogmen to trust them, but all of this had only been possible because of Owen's efforts. Shonen knew that, and for bringing such success, he declared he would grant Owen anything he wished, but Owen had only ever asked for one thing. Shunan blinked when Owen reminded him, again his quiet voice resolute, the promise to free the children. If Owen proved himself, Shunan had said, the children would be allowed to live in peace. Oboy overheard this and turned to the chief, surprised. Did you really promise that? Shunan nodded, somewhat solemnly. Don't be harsh, he said. Even my father believed we shouldn't act so cruelly. If the lizard men serve us with loyalty, we should reward them. Let them see that faith has value. Then he turned back to Owen. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. Owen bowed his head, deeply thankful. That night crept in slowly, the stars emerging one by one in the quiet sky. Owen sat on a small slope overlooking the cages where the children were held, his chest heavy with anticipation. For the first time, in a long while, he wanted to truly live to be with his child again. And yet, beneath the hope, something gnawed at him. A sense of unease he couldn't shake. He tried to brush it off as part of the natural order of things, part of the hard choices required in their world. Scratching symbols into the sand with a clawed finger, he muttered to himself that it was all the fault of the lizard man's chieftain, Ra Fool, who should have been more cautious. But Owen remembered something strange from their last meeting. Ra had shown him something remarkable. Symbols etched into clay and stone forms that complemented one another. They're called writing, Ere had explained. His tribe had developed a simple system of script, symbols that stood for words like home and food. 2 crossed lines meant no, and another symbol, shaped like a square root, signified a lie or falsehood. Owen had been captivated. He immediately began asking questions. Could 2 signs be placed together? What if, say, the symbol for no was placed next to lie would? That mean don't lie. Ray had chuckled, impressed. I never thought of that, he admitted, calling Owen a clever lizard. Owen smiled at the compliment, but for some reason it stung a little. It reminded him of Shunin calling him a clever charlatan, one's meant as praise perhaps, but it had left a mark. That's when it hit him. Ra had never shared this writing with Shunin. He had kept it hidden from the frogmen, so why reveal it to Owen? Almost as if he had heard the question aloud, Ray had answered during their conversation. It's faith, the lizard chief had said, the kind we've always believed in between our tribe and the Alroy. But this is different. What matters now is the faith between you and me. Owen had tried to argue, stumbling over his words, insisting there was peace between the 2 peoples. But Ra silenced him gently. I don't believe everything you've told me about the frogmen, he said quietly. I sense there's more beneath the surface. The lizard chief's gaze was calm but piercing. We know suffering too. Owen, my people have seen what it's like to be cast aside. We know the sting of betrayal, the cruelty of those who claim power. Owen fell silent. The fire crackled between them, and in that quiet, the truth pressed in from all sides. A tear slid down Owen's chickwan he didn't even notice. Rakra's words had struck deeper than he expected. Am I wrong? Rakra asked, his voice calm, filled with quiet confidence. Owen quickly wiped his face, brushing the emotion aside. It's nothing, he muttered. Do you have anything else to say? Rakra simply shook his head. He didn't need to say more, he had already seen what he came for, belief. As Owen turned away and gazed at the river's edge, his mind was a tangle of thoughts. Rakra, the leader of the lizardman tribe, carried himself with conviction. But conviction alone wouldn't win a war knot against an army of frogmen and the evil spirits that backed them. Rakra had even boasted about defeating a massive ancient scolopendra. But that felt meaningless when faced with enemies that had survived the most grotesque of monsters. Worse still, the lizardmen had no archers, no ranged weapons at all. They knew nothing of the secret tools the frogmen warriors wielded, and yet there they were, chatting openly about their plans, naive and reckless. They had trusted the wrong person. A man like Shunin, Owen thought, should never have been trusted. Yet no matter how many times he said it aloud, they ignored him. Maybe he was the real fraud here, a charlatan pretending to lead. He glanced down at the markings he'd traced into the sand. After one last look, he turned and quietly returned to his tent. By dawn, most of the symbols had been erased by the wind, hiding any evidence that he'd ever been there. The peace of morning was shattered by the thunder of feet. Dust exploded into the air as lizardmen poured into the settlement, shouting commands and declarations. Shunan stepped out with his usual practiced smile to greet them, bowed his head in thanks for the warm welcome. Let this be the beginning of a lasting alliance, he said. Shunan, with hidden malice behind his grin, agreed. The lizardmen were fully armed, spears at the ready. Rakra led the way and quickly addressed their weaponry, apologizing that they had come equipped, feared they might encounter a cockatrice on the road. Shunan internally scoffed. Spears? Against a cockatrice, the fool wouldn't even believe the truth if it was handed to him. But Shunan didn't mind. He had already devised his plan. Once the banquet began, he'd get the lizard leader drunk and then fire a poisoned arrow. Meanwhile, Rayra looked around, puzzled. Where's Owen? He asked, his tone sharp. The frog chieftain's son shouted for Owen to appear. The man was only a few steps away, crouched near the banquet site, focused on something he was drawing in the dirt. The area was filled with crates and bags of food. A path of stones marked where the dishes would be placed, leading to a large seat reserved for Rakra. Sit there, Shunin instructed with a smirk. "Say hello to Owen. I'll go check on the food." Rakra nodded and made his way over, putting on a smile. "You've been busy," he said. Owen didn't rise. He traced a final symbol into the dirt and glanced up. "This needs to be read once everyone's seated. Then the banquet can begin," he said lightly. But Rakra noticed the tension in Owen's voice. It wasn't just a warning, it was a signal. "It'll be a fun feast," Owen added, "one meant to celebrate peace and friendship." As he spoke, he pointed his stick to a series of symbols written down the entire length of the seating area reserved for the lizard warriors. Just one word, repeated over and over. "Lie." Rakra's eyes narrowed. Taking the hint, he reached for the water buffalo skull mask hanging at his side and pulled it over his head. "You're," he called quietly, voice thick with rage. The lizard warrior's eyes sharpened like blades. Their pupils narrowing with a thunderous roar, Rakra gave the order. "Begin." Ur didn't hesitate. With a warrior's precision, he hurled his spear straight through the skull of the nearest frogman. The body collapsed in a spray of blood. "Kill them all," Rakra commanded, cold and unflinching. The lizard warriors surged forward, spears slicing the air. The frogmen didn't even have time to knock their bows. One by one, they fell, struck down where they stood. Panic bloomed in the clearing. Blood sprayed across the tables and baskets. The once celebratory scene became a slaughterhouse. Some of the dying frogmen turned their eyes toward Owen. Accusations lingered in their final breath-strainer. "Deceiver, you knew." Owen didn't flinch. Rakra's face remained unreadable beneath his mask. Only droplets of blood trickling down the bone gave any sign of the violence he had unleashed by the end. The clearing was littered with corpses, frogs with unused arrows still clutched in their belts. Rakra moved through the devastation, gathering updates on the rest of the attack. Many of them fled, a warrior reported, following Shunin's lead. "They'll be easy targets for the next phase. No need to worry about their arrows," another added. "We've got a backup plan," Rakra only smiled. "We've got Owen," he said, and whatever came next, that was all he needed. The tip of the arrow clutched in the frogman warrior's hand shimmered faintly. It had been coated with a deadly poison. Shunin, now seething with fury, led the band of archers he had assembled toward the banquet grounds where the black-scale lizards had gathered. His wrath was absolute, and in his eyes, the blame lay squarely on Owen's shoulders, glaring at his warriors. Shunin snapped, demanding to know whether his orders had been carried out. One of his lieutenants stepped forward and confirmed that they had. All available fighters from the village had been summoned and placed under the command of the Oboy warrior. Their mission? To launch an assault on the black-scale lizards. Meanwhile, those lizards who had infiltrated the village were to be contained until reinforcements could arrive. Upon hearing this, Shunin's temper flared. He raised his voice, full of venom, and pointed directly at the black-scale lizards, accusing them of cowardice and betrayal. With a furious gesture, he commanded his men to unleash their arrows and destroy the enemy without mercy. In an instant, a deadly volley of poison-tipped arrows arced through the air, descending toward the Rakrak tribe. The poison was potent enough that even if the arrow itself failed to pierce the flesh, the venom would ensure death. But the black-scale lizards were prepared. They had a secret weapon. Every warrior in their ranks bore a shield. And the moment the arrows struck, they clattered harmlessly to the ground. Shunin and his forces were stunned. They hadn't imagined the black scales would have any defense against their most prized weapons. The very same bows they had relied upon for so long had been rendered useless in a single moment. Ra and his fellow lizard warriors let out cries of triumph. It was only a minor victory, but it was theirs. Shunin, though enraged by the failed assault, refused to concede. He ordered his archers to keep firing if they saw the enemy trying to advance, but just then, something caught his eye, thick smoke curling into the sky. He blinked, confused. The banquet field was becoming obscured, and visibility was vanishing quickly. The smoke was choking out their line of sight, crippling the archer's ability to aim. But the question that burned in Shunin's mind was immediate and urgent. Where was the smoke coming from? At that same moment, in the lower part of the Frogman village, flames had begun to spread. A building crackled as fire consumed it, and standing at its center, torch in hand, was Owen. As the fire spread, members of his tribe ran up in a panic, demanding an explanation. Why was he burning their home? When he didn't answer right away, one of them hesitantly asked if this was Shunen's doing. Owen shook his head. No, he said quietly. It was at the request of the Black Scale leader. Shock rippled through the frogmen. They stared at him in disbelief, unable to understand why one of their own would obey the commands of their enemy. Seeing the panic and confusion on their faces, Owen urged them to stay calm and place their trust in him. He warned them that the Black Scales were preparing to annihilate the man if he was willing to risk everything to change the outcome. They had to do the same. His words carried weight. Though hesitant, the other frogmen began to act. The tips of their wooden clubs caught fire, and soon flames leaped across the village. Shunan watched, devastated, as fire devoured his homeland. His eyes filled with disbelief. He stood still, unable to comprehend the betrayal. Owen, his own kin, had turned against him, realizing the dire turn their situation had taken and that the gray-scaled lizards had turned on them. Shunan knew they had no choice but to pull back with urgency. He ordered his warriors to retreat. They looked at him in disbelief. How could they fall back when so many of their own had already fallen? But Shunan's concern was greater than the battle itself. He was the heir. If anything happened to him, it could spell disaster for the entire village. As reluctant as they were, the warriors couldn't defy a direct command from their future chief. With heavy hearts and tightened jaws, they began preparing to withdraw. One of the warriors turned to Shunan and asked if he planned to ally with Oboi's warriors. Shunan hesitated. Though he was confident in his skills, something in his gut warned him that defeating the Black Scale lizards would take more than just strength. It would take strategy, maybe even outside help. At that moment, Oboi himself was caught in confusion. The village around him burned, but there had been no word from the warriors who were supposed to be preparing for the feast. He assumed Shunan was still locked in battle somewhere, but something wasn't right. Hall, another 5, had gone to investigate. None had returned. Oboi could only assume they were all dead. That left Shunan with around 15 fighters. There were a few more stationed around the island, maybe 4 or 5. Factoring in Oboi's own 10 warriors and a few from the upper-class sector of the village. Their combined force might still total around 45. On paper, they had the advantage. But numbers alone couldn't win this fight. Trying to rally his men, Oboi urged them to coat their arrows with more poison. They needed to hold out just long enough for Shunan to regroup. With them then, they would retreat together. Still, despite his bold front, a chill crept up Oboi's spine. A warrior's instincts were rarely wrong, and his told him danger was close. Then came the sound of rustle in the bushes nearby. Instantly on edge, Oboi raised his bow and aimed toward the disturbance. He shouted, demanding whoever was hiding to reveal themselves or be shot. His voice rang with authority, but fear lingered beneath his words. The feeling washing over him was all too familiar. It was the same terror he felt the day he first encountered the cockatrice. His instincts screamed at him to run. Then 2 glowing eyes appeared between the leaves. Without hesitation, Oboi barked an order, and his warriors unleashed a volley of arrows. But as the arrows flew, what emerged from the brush sent a wave of horror through them all. It was massive, a reptilian beast, towering and terrible. Upon its back rode several black-scale lizards, their eyes gleaming with the cruel confidence of hunters who knew their prey had nowhere left to run. The creature clamped its jaws shut with an arrow wedged between its teeth. And Dodliot looked almost amused. Yahello turned to the lizard standing behind her and asked if the arrow had actually managed to hurt Manon. She got a grin in return, and a shrug. "Probably not," she said, chuckling. "He just likes chewing on things." Manon, still quite young for his kind, had a known habit of gnawing on whatever fit in his mouth. But this time, his interest didn't last. He spat the arrow out immediately with an offended growl, as if the taste alone had insulted him. Without missing a beat, Yahello gestured toward the cowering frogmen, who stood trembling in a loose formation, and asked, weren't they supposed to be a good meal? The frogmen, realizing they were being discussed as food, broke into a panic. Arrows had clearly done nothing, and their fear reached a breaking point. Desperate, they turned to their commander, Oboy. Demanding guidance, Oboy's face tightened. He didn't have an answer, and there was no time to think with a roar. Manon lunged toward the group and came straight for Oboy. The warrior reacted on instinct, dodging just in time, though his evasion doomed one of his less experienced allies, whose head was instantly caught in the creature's gaping jaws. It was then that Oboy had a mad idea. If direct confrontation didn't work and the creature couldn't be tricked into eye contact like a cockatrice victim, maybe it could be poisoned. He reached into his pouch and hurled one of the venomous toads he carried into Manon's mouth. The reptile snapped it up midair, like a dog catching a treat. Encouraged, Oboy shouted to the others, "Throw the toads! All of them!" The air filled with flailing toxic amphibians as the frogmen unloaded their deadly pouches. Manon seemed to find the spectacle delightfully eagerly gulped them down, one after another, savoring the chaos as much as the taste. With a look of utter disdain, Yahello narrowed her eyes. "What are they doing?" she asked the lizard beside her. "They're throwing poison toads," he replied without hesitation. "I can see that," Yahello said flatly. "What I don't understand is why they're flinging their snacks around like it's a celebration." The lizard considered this for a moment, blinking slowly. Maybe it's a gesture of goodwill. Yahello gave a crooked smile, clearly unconvinced, and looked over to Manon. Too late for gestures. She muttered, "The truth was simple. One of the blessings granted to Manon by their god was an immunity. To poison a fact, that was proving vital now." When Manon glanced toward Oboy again, there was a gleam in his eye that could only mean one thing. He was still hungry. Oboy saw that wicked grin, and in that instant knew his last plan had failed. But he had no time to consider a new one. Manon lunged once more and, this time, there was no escape. The Frogman village lay in ruins, smeared with streaks of blood across the ground, while flames devoured what remained of their homes. Smoke curled skyward, carrying the stench of death and despair. Hidden among the bushes, a lone frogman crouched, with a bow drawn, his eyes fixed on an unsuspecting target. The arrow sliced through the air, a heartbeat later, aimed straight for Rocker as he strode along the path. Though the projectile came silently, Rocker's instincts were razor sharp. He felt the danger closing in. In a swift motion, his massive tail lashed out, deflecting the arrow Before the frogman could ready another shot, Yor appeared like a phantom, delivering a crushing blow that ended the ambush in an instant. He moved toward Rocker and spoke in a low, steady tone, confirming what they had suspected. This was the last of them. The village had been abandoned. Shunin had fled at the first sign of real danger. Rera joined them, his expression grim as he muttered about the betrayal of the grayscale lizards. They had turned against the frogmen, now fighting alongside Rocker's forces. Still, Rera added coldly, it was their choice. We have no right to question it. Yet what gnawed at him most was something else entirely. The absence of the one they had only heard about, the great Alroy. For all the chaos, why had the legendary leader never appeared? High above Sun Wo watched them with a sly smile tugging at his lips. Under his breath, he chuckled. That's because of me. Of all his countless strategies, there was one he considered among the deadliest, a method known simply as disease. No matter the era, it was a weapon that shattered armies without a single blade drawn. This time, he had chosen to wield it. Finding the perfect virus had not been easy. It needed to attack the mucous membranes of amphibians, a very specific weakness. But Sundo was patient. While Rocker marched southeast toward the Frogman tribe, Sundo finally uncovered the pathogen he needed. The Frogmen were hundreds of kilometers away, yet his insect army carried death to their doorstep. Despite losing many along the way, the swarm completed its grim mission. They infected their first host, the great Alroy himself. Now, far from Rocker's sight, drums pounded like war cries across the island. Frogmen gathered near the shoreline, chanting frantically as smoke rose from ritual fires. At the water's edge knelt several young grayscale lizard captives, bound and trembling. Their wide eyes shimmered with terror as they realized the truth they were to be sacrifices. Not far from them sat the great Alroy, his one-sprowed figure coated in a slick layer of white slime, the disease eating him alive. Desperation radiated from his every movement as he led the ritual. Surrounded by a mass of kneeling tribesmen, Alroy raised his hands to the heavens, pleading with the two-headed god. "Accept our offering. Destroy the lizards. Show us your might." The ground quivered. In the depths of the water, an enormous shadow stirred, twin pairs of glowing eyes cutting through the dark waves. Their prayers had summoned something. At that moment, Shunan's boat scraped against the island's shore. His breath caught when he saw the horrific spectacle. His own father leading the blood-soaked ritual. Shunan's heart pounded. He believed this act of sacrifice was their last hope for victory. Meanwhile, in the smoldering ruins of the Frogman village, Rera's attention snapped to a frantic voice calling his name. Turning sharply, he saw Owen stumbling toward him, drenched in sweat and gasping for air. "Well done," Rocker said coolly, though his brow furrowed when he saw Owen's wild eyes. "What's got you in such a rush?" "They're on the island," Owen blurted out, his words tumbling over one another. "The frogmen, they've got lizard cubs. They're going to sacrifice them." Rocker narrowed his eyes, confused. "Sacrifice? Why now?" Owen swallowed hard, his voice cracking with urgency. "They have a god. If they give him blood, he'll come. He'll kill for them. He can't cure their plague, but he'll destroy you, your warriors, all of us." Rocker exhaled slowly, his jaw tightening. "And you're telling me this now?" His voice was ice. "The boats are gone. Shunan took them when he fled. There's no way to reach that island." Owen's desperation flared. "We can swim. We can enough." Rocker's glare sliced through his words like a blade. "They have bows, and we are not born of the water. You'll die before you set foot on their shore." Owen's face crumpled, despair flooding his features. Then something primal ignited a father's instinct. He dropped to his knees, begging. "Please, my son is there." The other children helped them, but his pleas only hardened Rocker's resolve. In a flash of rage, he drove his fist into Owen's jaw, sending him sprawling to the ground. He exploded with fury, his voice echoing like a crack of thunder. You should have trusted me from the start. Why didn't you tell me everything before?" It was too late. His anger burned, but beneath it was an edge of desperation. Then, turning to Owen, who stood frozen. Horror etched across his tear-streaked face, he spoke with iron conviction. "We could have beaten that so-called god. Those foolish frogs put their faith in a false deity. But if that thing had shown itself, I'd have proved to them it could bleed." Slowly, his rage ebbed away. The storm in his tone quieted. Leaving behind a hollow weariness, he looked at Owen with a flicker of pity. He couldn't fathom the depth of Owen's grief, but he knew the weight was unbearable. Gently, almost pleadingly, he asked, "Do you believe? If you had told me sooner, could we have saved your son?" Just then, Yo returned, her boots splashing against the muddy earth as she mounted Manon once more. After dealing with Oboy, she swung her gaze toward the lake's center, worry shadowing her eyes. Owen said nothing. Deep inside, he knew Rocker wasn't wrong. If only he had learned of Shan's plans earlier, he had acted faster. Perhaps this nightmare could have been avoided. Suddenly, the still waters near the island began to churn violently. Waves broke in spirals as Aroy's voice rose in feverish guttural chants, his arms outstretched in elation. He reached toward something rising from the depths. From the black water emerged a monstrosity, a god in the eyes of his worshippers, a two-headed devil in truth. Elroy wasted no time. His trembling finger shot toward the gray lizard cubs, cowering and clutching one another in terror. His voice dripped with reverence as he declared, "Behold, my lord, your offering." Throwing his arms heavenward, he howled for the punishment of the black-scaled lizards who dared to defile this sacred lake. Owen's heart sank to the pit of despair as his gaze climbed the towering serpent-like horror. Two heads, gleaming eyes, a presence so crushing it felt eternal. This was hopeless, but Rocker and Jal stood unflinching. They watched the beast with steady eyes, not fear. Rocker's mind raced no advantage of terrain, no tricks left in their hands. Only a fight against a creature that could snap mountains in half. Still, maybe, with sacrifice, with courage, maybe they could win. Then, something caught his eye. His breath hitched. A tiny glimmer floated toward him, a butterfly, glowing blue, like a fragment of the moon. Hope crossing to Owen, Rocker spoke firmly. "Look at me." Through terror-blurred eyes, Owen lifted his head and froze. His mouth parted in silent awe as his gaze fell upon the figure now standing before the moonlit lake. A colossal mantis. Shimmering in silver light, Rhea turned her head slowly, her voice calm but filled with quiet power. As she asked, "Owen, do you believe in miracles?" Olroy knelt deeply before his deity, his voice booming across the clearing as he urged his tribe to worship the two-headed devil. His words became a frenzy, a desperate plea for the monstrous being to accept their offerings and annihilate the lizards once and for all. With fanatical devotion, he raised his arms and called upon the creature again and again. Shunin lowered his head, silently watching as the abomination slithered closer to its trembling victims. But then, something unexpected happened. The monster hesitated. It froze mid-step, its attention fixed ahead. Shunin noticed the pause and frowned. For as long as Olroy could remember, their god had always been ravenous, lunging for sacrifices as though starving for an eternity. Yet now, it stood unmoving. Curiosity sparked in Olroy's mind. What had caught its attention? Slowly, he followed the creature's gaze, his instincts warning him to be cautious. When his eyes finally found the source, his breath caught in his throat, his knees nearly buckled. Above the towering trees loomed a vast silhouette, its enormous eyes glowing faintly in the moonlight. The sheer presence of the creature radiated power, a force so immense that fear coiled like a serpent in Olroy's chest. The sound of splitting wood echoed through the forest as massive limbs tore through the treetops, uprooting trunks like fragile weeds. The frogmen, who moments ago had bowed in reverence to the two-headed devil, turned their heads in unison. Terror carved itself onto their faces, and like their leader, they froze. Then, a voice broke the silence, trembling and loud. A new god. The fear was justified. Before them stood a being that made the two-headed devil appear pathetic, a mere water serpent compared to the divine presence striding forth. This new entity was a god in every sense of the word. When Sunwan forged this creature, he had done so with clear purpose. He had infused it with the essence of the ancient abomination, the spoils of slaying the colossal Scalopendra. His design emphasized functionality, powerful legs for devastating ground assaults, vast wings to dominate the skies, and scythe-like jaws paired with enormous, multifaceted eyes granting near-perfect vision. Though its frame bore a faint resemblance to a mantis, it was a wholly unique predator. Sunwan suspected very few players had managed such a feat, creating a living weapon, bound by their will. Meanwhile, the two-headed demon seethed with confusion and rage. An intruder had dared step into its domain. If this thing remained, it would mean surrendering its followers and its sacrifices. Such humiliation was unthinkable. It was a god, divine. Snarling, the serpent launched itself forward, jaws wide to rend its foe. The mantis creature moved with terrifying precision. One claw lashed out, seizing a head mid-lunge. The bone-crushing grip silenced the serpent's hiss, leaving its massive body thrashing violently. In its frenzy, it crushed several frogmen beneath its coils. Screams tore through the night as the tribe scattered in blind panic. Amid the chaos, Shunin clung to his father, hauling him away from the carnage with every ounce of strength he possessed. His heart pounded as he dared to glance back. The serpent, desperate and unwilling to concede, snapped its second head forward in a last bid to kill. But the mantis was relentless. Its other claw swung, shattering the attack with brutal force. Silence fell for a heartbeat, broken only by the creature's voice, a low, resonant tone that somehow carried to every soul near the lake. If you dare to call yourself a god, know this: you are nothing. Olroy and Shunin stood rooted in horror, their faces pale as moonlight. The mantis tightened its grip on the serpent's remaining head, the creature still twitching feebly. Then it spoke again, its tone chillingly calm. "I offer you to my creator, so that your folly may be forgiven." Moonlight glimmered on its carapace as it tore the head free in a single, merciless motion. The severed skull dropped heavily to the ground, and the mantis turned toward its lifeless foe. "By your blood and flesh, your sins are absolved." Sunwan, watching through his link, was momentarily stunned. He had not expected such an easy triumph. The difference in strength had been vast, yes, but he had believed the two-headed devil would last longer. Still, there was no time to dwell. On it, his priority was the tribe. And now, seeing the lizard men erupt in jubilant cries, their voices echoing across the lake, he felt something stir within him, a strange amusement at the rush of emotions. Even Olroy wept, though this time, his tears were of relief. Sunwon allowed himself a quiet smile. Gazing upon the serpent's carcass, he noted its latent power. Its abilities weren't trivial, though clearly limited. Perhaps that was the flaw. It hadn't belonged to a player. That explained everything. Another reason for celebration appeared before Sunhwa's system window materialized, informing him that for slaying the two-headed devil, he had absorbed its essence and claimed the territory it once controlled. Immediately, another notification appeared, asking if he wished to inspect his newly acquired land. The speed with which he had obtained a fresh essence and an additional domain was pure fortune. Without hesitation, Sundua confidently pressed yes. The message that followed drew an involuntary smile to his face. It declared that the prize was a modest stretch of water. However, there was a catch. The lake had no connection to the sea, rendering it of little use for now. With that realization, Sunhwa decided to set it aside for later. Meanwhile, a small boat drifted away from the blood-stained shoreline. Inside sat Olroy, stunned and struggling to accept the grim reality unfolding before him. Shonen watched his father, who seemed broken not by illness, but by despair. The man had not grown frail from disease. Rather, it was his blind devotion to the two-headed devil that had hollowed him out. They had believed the creature invincible, and when it fell, so too did their resolve. In their final hour, they hid behind its strength, and when that strength crumbled, nothing remained. As these thoughts weighed on him, Sunhwa approached the mantis. The creature bowed low, addressing him as creator, and declared that it had fulfilled his command. Lenho's gaze lingered on the island as he nodded. "You've done exceptionally well," he said. "Rest now, until I summon you again." The mantis vanished, leaving behind only a respectful vow. "When the time comes, I will serve you once more." Sunhwa turned his eyes to Rakrak. "You're not the kind of lizard to sit idle in times like these," he remarked. Beyond the surviving frogmen scrambled to escape in boats, heading toward their upper village. Sensing their enemy's retreat, Rakrak rallied his warriors with a fierce shout. "Today, we claim total victory. Who will join me in taking the fight to their upper village?" Owen stepped forward without hesitation. "I still have strength to spare," he said, voice resolute. "And I need to find my son on that island." But he was not alone. Several gray-scaled lizards came forward as well, offering their aid. Rakrak frowned. "Your bodies aren't fit for battle," he warned. "You can't fight." One of the gray lizards met his gaze, unwavering. "I was a warrior once," he declared, "and warriors aren't the only ones who can kill frogmen." Pointing to his kinsguard, bloodied yet clutching sticks as if they were swords, he continued, "You may think us cowards for waiting until now, but seeing them fight reignited something in us. For the first time since we were enslaved, our hearts burn." Rakrak studied them carefully. Few had ever wielded true weapons, let alone endured the brutality of war. Yet their desperation was palpable. When another gray lizard spoke, his voice broke with anguish. "We fight for vengeance for the mates, the children, the grandchildren we've lost. We want the frogmen dead." Understanding their torment, Rakrak could not deny them. Slowly he raised his fist high and roared, "Then follow me, all who crave revenge come." His cry was answered by a chorus of fierce voices, a tide of rage ready to wash over the enemy. Today, they would end their oppressors once and for all. Rak, along with Jay Ewer and the remaining lizard warriors, plunged into the lake, cutting through the dark waters with powerful strokes. One by one, the 80 lizards following their leader reached the island. Owen was among the first to emerge. From the water, his chest heaving, eyes scanning frantically, till he spotted his cub. Without hesitation, he sprinted forward and wrapped his son in a fierce embrace. The emotional reunion of father and child brought a rare softness to the hardened warriors watching. Rocker, observing the scene, turned to Yorsend, those exhausted. From the journey back to the boats with their children, he instructed, "Once that's done, Take the weaker swimmers and lead them toward the edge of the frogmen's village. Draw the enemy's attention. They'll be watching closely now, waiting for us to strike. You hesitated, brows knitting. You mean, use one of our squads as bait, while the rest circle around and strike from behind? Rocker nodded calmly. Exactly. Realization sank in, and Yor's voice lowered with concern. That's the most dangerous role. Are you sure we can reach the island without being seen? A faint smile touched Rocker's lips. We can. Their strength is broken. They have barely 10 fighters left. And while sailing here, I discovered a new blessing from the gods. He lifted his gaze to the moonlit lake, where ripples shimmered like molten silver. Look at the water. Our scales gleam like the moon's reflection. In the night, we become part of it. They'll never see us coming. Everything was ready. It was time to end this war once and for all. Moments later, chaos erupted in the frogman village. Rocker's plan unfolded flawlessly. The frogs, utterly blindsided, scrambled in panic. Realizing victory was impossible, many fled in desperation. But not all could escape those weakened. By the itching disease and breathing ailments were left behind. Even their mighty leader Alroy could not run. Horo twisted his face as he stared at the lizard warriors who seemed to appear from thin air. The crushing weight of what awaited him darkened his eyes. The lizard warriors tore through his guards with ruthless efficiency. The frogs barely had time to knock their arrows before spears pierced their ranks. When the last defender fell, Rhaera approached Alroy, her cold gaze unyielding. Stripped of dignity, the once proud leader screamed, cursing the two-headed god for abandoning him despite his sacrifices. His cries echoed briefly before a spear thrust by the reluctant Rax silenced him forever. The great Alroy, for all his titles, died as nothing more than a bitter soul blaming others for his ruin. Elsewhere, in the shadow of his tent, Shonen trembled. The triumphant war cries of the lizards mingled with the terrified screams of his kin, freezing his blood. How had it come to this? Their overwhelming numbers, their weapons, even their poisonol, useless. The toxin they trusted as their ultimate weapon had no effect on the lizard warriors. But it no longer mattered. The battle was lost. The frogmen had fallen. After a long while, the shouting and clamor outside finally faded into silence. Sensing an opportunity to escape, Shunan crept toward the hut's entrance, carefully peeking through the flap to confirm no one was around. The coast seemed clear, but danger was far closer than he imagined. A sudden voice behind him froze him, in place like prey caught in a predator's gaze. His heart pounded as he spun around in panic, hand instinctively reaching for his quiver only to realize it was empty. Not a single arrow remained. Why died? And trembling, Shunan stammered the name of the figure before him in terror. Rakra, the lizard warrior, stood there, eyes cold and unyielding. His voice was like steel as he spoke. If you call yourself a warrior, then stand and draw your sword. At least die with honor. But honor had long abandoned Shunan. All he could do now was plead for mercy. Words spilled from his lips in desperation, as he reminded Rakra of their past encounters. How he bore no hatred toward the lizard clan. Rakra studied him in silence, his expression unreadable. Is that so? He asked with a chilling calm. Yes, Shunan blurted out. It was never me. It was the two-headed devil who threatened us. But Rakra's skeptical gaze didn't soften. Shunan's panic deepened, grasping for anything. He pointed toward his bow. Wait, I'll tell you, it's secret. Rakra tilted his head slightly, his tone still icy. And what secret would that be? The string, Shunan replied quickly. The bowstring. Rakra's voice carried quiet menace. What is it made of? A twisted smile crept onto Shunan's face as he answered with misplaced bravado. The veins from the backs of frogmen. For the first time, Rakra's composure faltered. His eyes darkened, and a storm brewed across his scaled face. He had suspected the strings were from animals, but never imagined they came from their kin, and the bow itself, Rakra's voice, was deathly quiet now. Shunan's forced smile vanished. His head dropped as he muttered the truth. From lizards, silence fell like a blade. Shunan knew then there would be no mercy. He braced himself for the inevitable, but Rakra only exhaled slowly and turned toward the hut's entrance, pulling the curtain aside. Looking out, he spoke without malice, his tone almost casual. There are no grudges between us. I've already claimed my victory. I'll accept the deal you offered." He turned back. "Slightly, you're free to go." Stunned, Shunin stared at him in disbelief before scrambling to his feet. Still half expecting a trick, he wasted no time and bolted out of the hut. Running as fast as his legs could carry him, Owen, who had been watching silently, finally spoke. "You're letting him go?" Rakra reached for his bow, stringing an arrow with deliberate calm. His lips curved into a thin smile. "Yes," he replied coldly. Then, drawing the bow and taking aim at the fleeing figure, he added, "I just needed a moving target." Not long after the frogmen were finally dealt with. Ray's arrow sliced through the air with a sharp whistle and buried itself into the skull of a decaying, long-dead frogman. Judging by the countless marks on its surface, this corpse had clearly served as a training target for quite some time. Rakra lowered his bow with a look of satisfaction. His archery had improved greatly, and more importantly, the tribe had managed to craft bows that rivaled those of the frogmen. Yet, despite this progress, Rakra couldn't help but wonder, is this truly the best they could achieve? Owen, who had been silently observing the practice session, seemed to share his thoughts. Even he had to admit, the quality of the bow was now equal to those once used by the frogmen. The arrows flew just as fast, just as far. When Owen voiced his admiration, Rakra explained their secret. They had replaced the original string material with tendons harvested from the frogmen themselves. It had been a breakthrough. However, a problem remained. The lizard folk were physically stronger than the frogmen, capable of pulling the string tighter, but that strength came with a risk of breaking the bow entirely. Stronger materials were needed, yet none could be found in this forest. Owen understood Rakra's desire for a superior weapon, but he reminded him of reality. The frogmen crafted the best bows possible with what this forest offers. There is simply nothing better here. Rakra nodded in agreement, but then his tone shifted. "Then we cannot stay here forever," he said firmly. Owen raised a brow. He knew Rakra well enough to understand that this decision wasn't about bows alone, and he was right. Rakra revealed what he had learned from the Stargazer. Winter was coming, and with it, bitter cold. The lizard folk would grow weaker, though they could survive by making fires and wearing animal hides. The real concern, however, was their water buffalo. In nature, buffalo migrated to warmer lands during winter in search of grass. If the tribe stayed here, they would lose them. The solution was clear. Some of the tribe must move south to breed and preserve the buffalo. As Rakra spoke, Owen's skull helmet caught the faint light different from those worn by other warriors. There were no natural-born warriors among the grayscale lizards, but Rakra had handpicked and trained those who showed potential. Owen was one of the few who had passed the rigorous trials to earn that title. Unlike others who wore buffalo skulls, these new warriors had chosen the skulls of frogmen as trophies of victory, a choice Rakra. Allowed without question, Rakra turned back to his target and loosed another arrow, then another, each one striking true. Finally, he asked about the day's hunt. Owen reported with quiet pride that he and his squad had eradicated the last remnants of frogmen lurking in the nearby woods. Their corpses would provide ample material for more bows and strings. Rakra nodded in approval, though Owen's expression darkened as his mind wandered back to the village. The chaos, the blood, he remembered the rage that had driven them to slaughter every frogman they found, even those who knelt, begging for mercy. Vengeance had consumed them, and its bitter taste lingered still. Their final victim had been Shunin, the traitor who betrayed their tribe and fled. That memory was not an easy one to bear. Rakra's voice broke his thoughts. "What troubles you, Owen?" Owen hesitated before replying. He admitted that someday, as a personal reward, he wished to claim Shunin's skolor. Rakra paused, then gave a slight nod. He had no objection. Owen, feeling grateful for the promise made to him, decided to share something interesting. While hunting, his group had discovered a peculiar location deep within the forest. As he spoke, Yahello approached quietly, leaning over the gray lizard cub, who was clutching an unusual figurine in his small hands. Curious, Yahello asked the cub what he was doing there and what he wanted to ask the chief. Startled by the sudden attention, the cub burst into tears and dropped the figurine. Yahello bent down, picked up the object, and studied it closely. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the giant praying mantis the the same divine creature their god had once sent to aid them. Intrigued, Yahello showed the figurine to Rock, who agreed that it looked remarkably similar to their sacred protector. Admired the craftsmanship. Even the chief asked the cub if he had made it himself, while Reira praised the piece, calling it cute and well made. The cub beamed with pride and even offered the figurine as a gift. Reira hesitated, unsure if it was right to take the child's toy, and looked to Owen for guidance. Owen assured her it was fine, explaining that children in his village had been crafting many such figures recently and often traded them with one another. Ya asked if many kids in the village knew this craft. The cub eagerly nodded and explained that the trend began after their protector saved them from doom on the island. Since then, all the children believed the protector was a powerful being who could shield them from any misfortune. Reira, realizing the potential significance of these figurines, decided to see how many existed and even considered buying them all. Owen suggested they visit his village to find out, and Rock agreed, viewing this as an opportunity to spread devotion to their unnamed insect god. That could come later. However, for now, Reira wanted details about what Owen's squad had. Discovered during the hunt, Owen explained that, while pursuing Frogman, they stumbled upon a strange cave where some of the creatures were hiding. It was about half a day's journey from the lake. They eliminated the frogmen without difficulty, but the cave itself was unusual. Rock, intrigued, pressed for more details. Owen explained that deeper inside, they found an additional passageway, carved into solid stones, something he couldn't fathom how the frogmen could achieve. Believing this was important, Owen decided to report it to the chief immediately. Rock agreed and quickly organized an expedition to see the site for himself. He returned to the village with Owen and Yahello, gathered a group of warriors, and set out. Owen advised caution if the frogmen had hidden there. They likely had a reason, and some could still be nearby, preparing an ambush. Eventually, they reached the cave. As they stepped inside, a blue butterfly appeared unexpectedly, catching Rock's eye. Owen reassured everyone that the frogmen had been cleared out, and there was no danger. Still, they all froze in amazement when they saw it, a massive stone slab sealing a circular passage deeper into the cave. Unlike natural formations, this door was clearly man-made, carved with incredible precision. Reira marveled at the craftsmanship. How could anyone carve such hard stone so perfectly? Then Yahello noticed something striking. The intricate pattern etched into the slab resembled the markings on the giant scolopendra they had defeated in the desert. Realization dawned on Rock as well. Sundu, however, already suspected the truth. These were ancient ruins. He explained that ruins like these were remnants of a forgotten age, often hiding knowledge, relics, and wonders. Some held great benefits, others were unique beyond measure. But there were also ruins born of darkness, demonic places filled with peril. For now, with their civilization still in its early stages, even scraps of ancient knowledge could change everything. Exploring the ruins seemed almost pointless. His civilization wouldn't be able to understand the knowledge within, let alone make use of it. However, the situation was somewhat different when it came to miracles and relics. These extraordinary artifacts could alter or create resources and even bestow mystical blessings upon a civilization. Yet, they came with a major drawback. They were immovable, bound to a single location, which made them far less valuable to a nomadic tribe like his. Even so, Sunwan believed that entering the ruins wouldn't necessarily be a bad idea. They weren't demonic in nature. Ancient sites could hold not only forgotten knowledge and secrets, but also rank advancements and rare items. Among these treasures were so-called miscellaneous relics, which players often discovered in both demonic and unique ruins. They ranged from significant finds to near worthless trinkets, like the golden tablet Rocker had already recovered. In a later stage of development, that tablet would have been priceless, but for now, it was little more than a curiosity. Sunwan chose to observe patiently, convinced that Rekra's curiosity and boldness wouldn't lead to disaster. Watching Rocker strain against the massive stone door, he silently judged the odds. The chance of these ruins being unique was slim, while the likelihood of them being demonic and full of danger was disturbingly high. At last, the stone slab gave way under Rocker's relentless effort. In an instant, a surge of blinding lightning erupted, twisting into a massive portal. Behind the slab was not another chamber, but a gateway to an entirely different world. A series of notifications flashed before Sunwon's eyes. Congratulations, your civilization has successfully discovered an ancient ruin. Then came the chilling final message. Welcome to the demon world. Once inside, Rakura and the others began their descent through a network of long arched bridges. They zigzagged downward, leading into the depths of the unknown. Eventually, they came across one of the sturdier stone bricks of structure gel, believed to be the safest option. This might be our best path, Gel remarked cautiously. Rakura let out a heavy sigh. It would be nice if we could just leap down and save ourselves the trouble of searching for the right way. Gel glanced at him with concern. Are you going to pray to our god before we move on? Rakura kept his eyes fixed on the drop below. No, he said firmly. I won't bother him with something so trivial. And besides, I can't go down alone. Gel studied Rakura's expression, wondering if it was simply because doing so wouldn't be fun. But she decided against asking Dot. After some discussion, Rakura, Gel, and Owen agreed the safest course of action was to keep moving along the bridge. But before long, the first challenge appeared a massive horde of rodents blocking their path. Rakura's eyes narrowed. What in the world are those gutters? Gel replied from behind. You've probably eaten them before. I know. What they are, Rakura said, his voice tense, but their size. That's what surprises me. These rodents were far larger than any they had encountered before. Moving in aggressive Paxson-like, the solitary nutria they were familiar with. Owen, who had seen plenty in his lifetime, frowned. First time I've seen anything like this, Rook gripped his weapon. Let's just call them rat monsters. Whatever they are, they're probably defending this place. Looks like a fight is unavoidable. He raised his voice. Weapons ready. Moments later, the rat monsters charged. Despite being outnumbered, the lizard men fought with precision and experience. Spears pierced through the onslaught, and soon the last of the vermin fell lifeless. Rakura nudged one of the dead creatures. With his foot, think we can eat them? Why not? Gel shrugged. Nothing will happen if we gut them properly and take the meat with us. But then she hesitated and added, actually, what if we tried raising them, like we do with buffalo? Before Rakura could respond, Owen interjected with an unexpected idea. Why not raise fish instead? Rakura blinked in surprise. In his old swamp home, fish populations dwindled as they were eaten, eventually disappearing. Owen, however, explained what he had learned from living among aquatic frogmen. Fish lay eggs and reproduce, provided their breeding grounds are protected. They warned us never to fish during spawning season, Owen said. If we build a dam, the young won't escape. Rook considered the idea silently. Doing this in a deep lake would be difficult, but he admitted to himself that it might be worth the effort for the future. His thoughts were suddenly shattered by a blinding flash and a piercing scream behind him. Spinning around, he saw Liz clutching his arm, writhing in agony. The rat, it's still alive, the soldier cried. Rakura rushed over. Did it bite you? No, I just touched it while gutting, then He groaned in pain. Rakura's eyes fell on the rat monster. Glaring back at them, its eyes burning with rage, ignoring the others' warnings, Rakura stepped closer to investigate. Rakura reached out and touched the monster. Instantly, a brilliant spark flared where his fingers met its body, followed by a barrage of tiny lightning bolts that sent waves of pain shooting through him. He winced, jerking his hand back in agony. Rakura understood the concept of static electricity. It felt it before, when touching fur in the dry cold of winter, but this was nothing like that. This pain was far more intense. Clutching his trembling hand, he forced a calm tone and assured G that he was fine. Out of everyone present, only Sunwon truly understood what had just happened. His suspicion was confirmed when a system window appeared before him. Revealing the truth, the creature was a nutria in a demonic state, bearing the attribute of lightning, a beast capable of delivering powerful electric shocks to anything it touched. Sunwon's worst assumptions had come true. These were indeed the ruins of a demonic castle. But this wasn't entirely bad news. If Rakura and his group could make it through the demonic ruins to the end, there was a real chance they could obtain demonic power. Of course, acquiring such power didn't make someone a wizard overnight. It merely opened the door to that possibility. To wield magic, one had to study spells, delve into ancient ruins, and master forgotten knowledge. However, Those who possessed demonic magic were powerful by default, as the power itself grew stronger through generations. This gave them the potential to produce formidable wizards in the future. Yet, demonic magic came with its own curses. In the perished world, divinity and magic were natural enemies. Magic had its roots in ancient evil, not the gods. Because of this, obtaining demonic power imposed harsh penalties, particularly on gaining faith points, for anyone at the start of their journey. Such penalties could complicate progress and create unpredictable variables. As Rakra sat near the corpse of a rat, a voice suddenly whispered, asking if he truly needed such power. Startled, he glanced up. A radiant glow materialized before his eyes, forming the shape of a transparent, stingray-like creature, floating gracefully in the air. The entity turned toward him, its voice soft yet alluring. "Isn't this power fascinating? If you desire it, you can have it." Before Rakra could respond, Jal interrupted, glancing at him with concern. "If things turn bad, we can always retreat," he said firmly. Rakra gave a small nod, then addressed the lizard squad, instructing them to check their weapons, examine the other rat, and prepare for combat. Turning back toward the strange being, Rakra wondered if anyone else could see it. The creature answered his unspoken thought. "Only you can see me. Speak to me with your mind, and I will hear you." Rukra hesitated for a moment, then asked silently, "What are you?" The entity's tone was calm, almost soothing. "I am a spirit, the guardian of these ruins. I reveal myself only to those who possess great power." Rakra narrowed his eyes. It sounded like a lie. Still, he kept that thought buried deep. The spirit couldn't read his innermost feelings. Meanwhile, Sun Quan observed the exchange with unease. He knew the truth. A combat spirit was trying to seduce their leader with promises of forbidden power. He considered intervening until he noticed something new in his interface. A skill, deception. It hadn't been there before. Surprised, Sun Quan realized Rakra must have developed it during past encounters, perhaps while outwitting Shunan's tricks. After some thought, Sun Quan decided to remain silent. This was Rakra's test and, perhaps their team's greatest chance to grow stronger. At that moment, the magical spirit responded to Rakra's question about the strange ability. He explained that it was the power of electricity, a force capable of burning living beings, creating light, and generating fiery heat. The spirit then added that he could grant Rakra this power if Rakra truly desired it. Rakra, intrigued, replied that he would be grateful if the spirit could bestow such an ability. However, the spirit quickly clarified that it wasn't so simple. There was a condition attached. Hearing this, Rakra's expression darkened. "A condition? I've never heard of such a thing," he said, frowning. The spirit, in the form of a stingray, calmly assured him that the condition was not difficult to meet and that Rakra's strength should be more than enough to accomplish it. Rakra turned sharply, his tone hardening. "If this was about making a deal, you should have said so from the start." His piercing gaze locked onto the spirit as he continued. "If you truly wish to negotiate, state your terms clearly and show the proper attitude." Startled by his sternness, the protective spirit quickly apologized. Rising to his feet, Rakra looked down at the spirit coldly. "Be specific," he ordered. "Tell me exactly what you want and what the conditions are. If you try to hide anything, this conversation ends here." Rakra fixed his gaze on the electric stingray and demanded to know its terms. "What do you want in return?" he pressed, warning once more that if anything was hidden from him now, their conversation would end permanently. The stingray drifted closer, its earlier frantic fluttering now subdued. It didn't answer immediately. Instead, its voice echoed calmly in Rakra's mind as it began to explain from a distance. It had been sealed within these ruins for countless millennia. Unaware of the mental exchange, approached from behind. "Leader, everything's ready," he reported. "We've gathered all the spoils. We can leave now." But Rakra didn't move. His instincts urged patience. "Wait a little longer," he ordered without turning. Then, focusing on the stingray, he asked what it meant by sealed. With deliberate care, as though speaking to a child, the stingray clarified, "It means I am bound, here trapped. Though I can glide freely within this space, I cannot leave." Finally, it revealed its condition. "Free me from this prison," it said, "and I will grant you the power of electricity." Rakra's eyes narrowed. And what must I do to free you? The stingray's response was simple. Descend to the depths. Kill the guardian who watches over the seal. Break the binding, and I will be free. Then the power will be yours. Rakra's mind churned with possibilities. Could he wield this power the same way the rat monster used the power of day? The stingray gave a soft laugh at his phrasing. Yes, it assured him. And far greater things will be within your grasp. Seeing Rakra's interest ignite, the stingray spoke with excitement. This power is called electricity. With it, you will master storms themselves, unleashing thunder and lightning upon your enemies, shattering armies, tearing through worlds. Refined to its peak, this force rivals the might of gods. Rakra frowned slightly, the weight of such claims eluding him. What else? He asked curtly. The stingray's voice swelled with pride. This power is not yours alone. Your entire tribe can share in it, and even your bloodline will carry its essence. Your descendants may surpass you, growing into beings even stronger than you dare imagine. The promise was intoxicating, yet Rakra's mind sharpened with a single, nagging question. If your power is so great, he said slowly, why are you imprisoned here? The answer came without hesitation. Because my power is feared. Humans and other sentient beings instinctively shun what they cannot control just as they avoid poison or monsters. When they cannot escape it, they seal it away. And so, they sealed me. Rakra raised a hand, silencing the creature. His eyes gleamed with suspicion. You just admitted you're dangerous to others, he said coldly. You're hiding something. Perhaps the harm outweighs the good in what you offer. The stingray tried to protest, insisting, no, that's not true. But before he could say more, Ruach cut him off sharply. With a cold voice, he warned, don't bother lying to me. I could walk away right now, seal the entrance to this cave again, and order my warriors to ensure no one ever sets foot here. I could warn every descendant of my tribe to stay far away from this place, forever. The electric stingray froze in panic. The thought of being trapped here for another few centuries was unbearable. He couldn't let that happen. As Ruach turned and pretended to leave the cave, the spirit of the stingray rushed after him, desperately, pleading, wait, please listen to me. I'll tell you everything. Just don't leave. From what Sunduo knew, spirits weren't known for high intelligence. Still, it was difficult for anyone entering the demonic ruins to resist their temptations. As expected, Reira showed his cunning nature, likely a result of his newly gained ability. Sunduo suspected this unique ability was granted because Ruach had outsmarted Shan and become the first to successfully strike the frogman. Still eager to secure this strange power, Ruach suggested, why don't we restart the deal? The stingray, confused, asked who he was referring to. Ruach replied calmly, from now on, your name will be Pez. That's the first term of our agreement. The stingray bristled with resentment. I'm not Pez. Fair terms, Ruach said. Firmly, if you tried to deceive me before, this is the least you can accept. Realizing he had no choice, the spirit grudgingly agreed. Ruach's next demand was an explanation. Tell me why are you dangerous? If your power is truly worth negotiating for, there should be no reason to hide the truth. If you do hide it, then it's worthless. Hovering in the air, the stingray now Pez hesitated, then finally confessed. I am descended from an ancient evil, from beings that ruled this world countless millennia ago. Ruach narrowed his eyes. Which ancient evil? Pez admitted, those who reigned long before history so long ago that even the gods have forgotten them. Even I don't know my true origins. One day, I simply awoke to find myself imprisoned here, with no memory of how much time had passed. To his surprise, Ruach didn't recoil in fear. Instead, he said with quiet sympathy, you have my pity. I grew up an orphan myself. It doesn't matter what you were born, as it matters what you choose to do now. For a moment, Pez was taken, aback, almost disheartened by Ruach's calm words. Still, he pressed on. My danger lies in the power I hold. A power of unknown origin intoxicates sentient beings. They believe it belongs to them, though in truth it came by chance. Once they wield it, they grow convinced they deserve it. And from there, they begin to look down on all who lack it. Ruach frowned, recalling Bor and Chunin both corrupted by their strength. Demonic magic works the same way, doesn't it? Pez nodded. Yes, it spreads without discrimination, falling upon the unworthy as easily as the strong, and that randomness carries great risks. Ruok considered the impact on his tribe. The stingray's power was unlike the blessings granted by their bug god. Those divine gifts were given sparingly, only to those deemed worthy. But if this chaotic force spread freely, jealousy and envy would fester. Over time, lizards would scorn the god who denied them and turn away from him. Worse still, this power would grow stronger with each passing day. Now Ruok understood the true danger. He looked at Pez and asked the question that had been burning in his mind. Why should I risk everything for a power that could destroy my tribe? Pez stubbornly insisted that his power was not only useful, but also appealing, a strength that could grant a decisive advantage in battle. However, Rakra couldn't ignore one undeniable truth. It was still inherently destructive. Before he could dwell on it further, another surge of electricity coursed through PADs, crackling in the air like a storm on the horizon. Rakra's eyes narrowed. That glow, he had seen something like it before. Then realization struck. It resembled thunder and lightning, wild and awe-inspiring. He reasoned that the brilliance of the light must correspond to the energy's potency. A faint spark at first, but as the force swelled, it could grow into a tempest, raging like a violent storm. A thought stirred within him. If he could harness electricity within his own body, much like those monstrous rats, it would be a formidable asset in combat. Truly, it was an alluring power. His musing shattered when Pez spoke again, pleading for freedom. Rakra promised he would grant it, but under one condition. I can't risk this power spreading uncontrollably through the tribe, Rakra stated firmly. Pez tilted his head curiously, and Pai soared closer, an amused glint in his eyes. Don't. Tell me, you want this power for yourself, Rakra? Is that it? Pai smirked knowingly. Not impossible, but difficult. You'd need a ritual one on par with high-level magic. Rakra shook his head. No, I don't want this power for myself alone. He recalled Pez's earlier claim. The demonic electric magic would spread indiscriminately if left unchecked. Yet Pez also admitted a single individual could claim it entirely through a ritual. If both were true, then perhaps what if Rakra began thoughtfully, instead of spreading wildly, it could be bestowed upon specific individuals, a chosen few. Pez blinked in surprise, pondering the idea. I've never tried, but theoretically, yes, a minor ritual might work. But why bother? If you're not keeping the power for yourself, the result would be the same as leaving it to chance. Rakra's lips curved into a faint smile. No, it's different. If only select tribe members receive this gift, it will appear as though they were handpicked by the gods. Not some cursed relic of ancient evil, but a divine blessing with a sacred origin. His voice lowered, almost reverent. If they believe the gods chose them, they will devote themselves entirely. Their faith will deepen. Their obedience will be absolute. Pai opened his mouth to argue, but faltered. Rakra's logic was flawless and eerily reminiscent of the perished world system. When demonic magic users thought they gained their power, by chance, faith points diminished. But if they believed it was a divine gift, faith points multiplied. Before either spirit could object, Rakra pressed on. Now for the next condition. Pez groaned in frustration. More conditions? How many do you need? Rakra's eyes sharpened. As many as it takes. Keep complaining, and I'll add more. With a bitter sigh, Pez relented. Fine, just say it. Rakra studied him carefully before delivering his final demand. You must also believe in our god, the bug god. The declaration hit like a thunderclap. Pai recoiled in shock. What? A demonic spirit worship a god? Impossible. His voice dripped with outrage. You expect me to revere beings far younger and weaker than the ancient entities I descend from. Absurd. Rakra's gaze turned icy. I don't care who spawned you or how mighty they were. What matters is what you choose to do now. Do you want freedom or not? Pez gritted his teeth, torn between pride and desperation. It's ridiculous. Gods despise spirits like me. We were made to oppose them, to spread demonic magic across the world. That is our purpose. Rakra's patience thinned, his voice hardened like steel. Do not compare our God to others and do not presume to judge him. Through his unique perspective, Rakra calmly explained to the stingray why he believed it was valuable. Their bug god, he said, was both generous and gracious toward those who proved themselves useful. Such a deity might even grant its followers wishes if their service was worthy. That, Rakra assured, was why its existence could hold meaning beyond its origin. The reason you were created doesn't matter, Rakra continued. What matters is the purpose you choose for yourself. The Creator does not define that to. Sunwoo observed everything intently as Pez, the stingray spirit, hesitated. His wings slowed, uncertainty clouding his once steady flutter. Pez knew too well that gods despised beings tainted by demonic magic, often seeking their destruction. So he asked again, doubt heavy in his tone. Would your god truly accept me? Rakra didn't waver. Yes, if you agree to the terms I've offered, the bug god will accept you. I can't claim to know every one of his desires, but I understand his will better than anyone alive. Pez fell silent, then finally spoke, his voice carrying the weight of revelation. I lied to you before. I'm not merely trapped in these ruins. I rule them. Rakra remained calm, unsurprised, as Pez confessed the truth. The challenger of these ruins must defeat its guardian. But that guardian serves me. I control everything here, even the enchanted nutria tainted with demonic energy that was my doing. He paused before continuing. I told you this because the guardian must be defeated, Rakra interrupted, finishing the thought for him. Because power should never fall into the hands of the weak. They cannot spread it, nor bear its weight. Rakra was right. Not long ago, even a tribe of frogmen had sought the ruins' power for revenge and they failed. Now Pez wondered if Rakra was angry after uncovering the lies. Yet the lizard man only gave a calm shake of his head. This Rakra said evenly, deception doesn't offend me, especially when I've lost nothing. Pez stared in confusion as Rakra continued, his voice firm yet serene. I forgive when I choose. Forgiveness may not be a warrior's virtue, but as a tribal leader, reconciliation is essential, especially for one who dwells in a damp, dark place, surrounded only by monster rats. Perhaps it's time I see the world outside its beauty, its light. Hearing this, gratitude shone in Pez's eyes. Then tell me, what is your name? Rakra introduced himself without hesitation. Upon hearing it, Pez rose high and declared that Rakra had passed the trial. He accepted all terms and asked if Rakra agreed to the pact. Rakra did without hesitation. But Pez had one final question. Will your bug god truly accept a spirit born of demonic magic? At that moment, system prompt appeared before Sunwoo. The spirit of demonic magic wishes to become your subordinate. Except, if you agree, you will gain control over the domain of demonic magic. Electricity. Sunwoo thought for a moment, then clicked yes. The deed was sealed. This was the only way to negate the penalties tied to demonic magic by transferring it into the realm of divinity. Without that, any being carrying demonic energy would be branded corrupt, incapable of channeling proper faith or wielding their power effectively. But under a deity's control, demonic magic could exist without penalty. Sunwoo commended Rakra for his efforts. Thanks to this pact, Sunwoo could now bestow demonic energy upon certain followers without suffering divine repercussions. True, moving it to the divine realm didn't make it wholly. Its growth would remain limited, shackled by divine laws. Still, freedom from penalties was a triumph in itself. If claiming demonic power were as simple as clearing ancient ruins, anyone could do it. Rakra's band might have succeeded even against hundreds of monster rats, aided by Sunwoo's divine faith. But subduing a demonic spirit like Pezet was far more difficult. Sunwoo wasn't even sure if he could pull it off. The only way to know if their efforts had succeeded was to wait and see, everything hinging on each character's abilities. By some stroke of fortune, or perhaps fate's Enhu, managed to succeed once more, unlocking an area infused with demonic electric magic. He didn't chalk it up to coincidence. After all, Meeting the injured rock RCK in the desert years ago had been a twist of luck for both of them. 9 years later, near one of the altars dedicated to the nameless blue bug god, two figures stood, atop a wind-swept hill. Before them rose a towering structure, a macabre monument built from tombstones and water buffalo bones, plastered together to form a spire visible for miles across the barren sands. This was the Bone Tower, a creation of Rock RCK. It served not only as a testament of faith to the blue god of insects, but also as a vital landmark in the vast desert. Having finished recounting the tale of how the blue bug god granted Rakra, the legendary leader, the power of thunder and lightning, a black-scaled lizardman carefully brushed sand from one of the weathered stone markers. The lizardman's robes were made of fine silk, a mark of high status. The traveler listening to the story grinned with genuine intrigue. "Wow," the man said enthusiastically. "That was quite a story." Then, with a curious tilt of his head, the stranger asked, "But what does the bug god have to do with thunderstorms and lightning? How could he possibly control such powers?" The lizardman didn't seem offended by the question. If anything, he appeared mildly amused. "Isn't it obvious?" he replied, pointing skyward. "What color is lightning?" "Blue," the traveler answered hesitantly. "Exactly. That means it serves the blue bug god." The man stared at him, puzzled. To him, lizard folk always had the strangest ways of explaining things. But he didn't see strangeness as a flaw. If anything, it could be an advantage. Suppressing his inner thoughts, he smiled politely and asked, "Come to think of it, I never caught your name during that long story. Mine's H and you are." The lizard man didn't answer right away. His slitted eyes shifted toward the horizon. "Wait," he interrupted. "We have company." H followed his gaze. A group of armed figures was approaching from the dunes. They were gnolls, a hyena-like species with elongated muzzles and black-spotted brown hides. Renowned for their violent tempers and obsession with strength, the gnolls often fought among themselves. Despite their flaws, players of the perished world considered them a solid starting race, thanks to their natural strength and intelligence. Of course, this was just game world trivia to H, but Owen the lizardman saw the situation differently. "What now?" H asked quietly. "From what I know, gnolls and lizardmen aren't exactly on friendly terms." "There's still time before they reach the top," Owen replied calmly. "Let's see what they want." The group hadn't noticed them yet. Owen's gaze narrowed. "Do you think they belong to Salet's tribe?" H perked up at the name. Salet, the warlord of the tribe of severed ears, was a sworn enemy of the black-scale lizardmen. The two tribes' powerful, dominant forces in the desert had been locked in a bitter feud for years. Salet and Rakra served different gods, and so bloodshed between their people was inevitable. H's curiosity sparked, if those two tribes go to war, who wins? Owen gave no answer, his focus fixed on the approaching figures. Judging by their ragged gear and small numbers, they didn't seem to be part of Salet's tribe, at all more likely drifters scavenging for food and water. "Could be wanderers," H muttered. Owen agreed, but assumptions weren't enough. He needed certainty. Slowly, he raised his bow. A crackle of electric energy surged along the shaft of his arrow. The only way to know for sure was to strike after neutralizing every last one of the gnolls. Marching along the sandy road with their heads down, the group of Ness failed to notice Owen watching them from a vantage point above. Turning to the man beside him, Owen remarked that these weren't like the scouting parties of other races or tribes. They were nothing more than hungry marauders. If the ones below had been humans or lizards, Owen might have trusted them, but gnolls, he had no trust in them whatsoever. As Owen reached for the bow slung across his shoulder, the man's eyes widened in recognition. It wasn't just any bow, it was the legendary compound bow of the black-scale lizards, crafted from massive water buffalo sinew. It was known as one of the finest, longest-range weapons on the continent. Yet what puzzled the man most was why. Owen had drawn it when the NES were still so far away, without explanation. Owen plucked an arrow from his quiver, knocked it, and let it fly. He strode a few paces down the slope, but even then, the distance between him and the gnolls was well over 100 paces. One of the creatures finally sensed something amiss and lifted its head in confusion. The others barely had time to react. Before the arrow struck, not one of them, but the ground at their feet. A sharp crack split the air as the arrow landed, humming with a faint blue glow. Some of the gnolls stared at it, puzzled, but their leader froze. His expression shifted from curiosity to sheer terror as he realized what was about to happen. "Enemy attack!" he bellowed. "Run!" It was already too late. From the embedded arrow, electricity began to arc wildly, a storm of blue light crackling outward. A bolt of lightning speared down from the sky, slamming into the arrow with a deafening roar. The blast sent a shockwave rippling through the marauders. Fur stood on end, and panicked howls echoed among the desert rocks as bodies convulsed under the electric surge. One gnoll, writhing on the ground, managed to raise his gaze toward Owen. Sparks danced across his body as a single word escaped his lips, hoarse and trembling. The Chosen One. Even he had heard the old legend, the tale of the black-scale lizard warrior, whose power rivaled storms themselves. To face that power now left him with only one choice: flee. Summoning his remaining strength, he screamed at his kin to retreat. They needed no convincing. Terror-stricken, the gnolls scattered like leaves in a gale. Desperate to escape the wrath they could not comprehend, Owen watched their retreat with a faint smile, satisfaction glinting in his eyes. Behind him, the man stood frozen in shock. When he finally found his voice, he stammered, "Your name? It's Owen. Could it be you're the legendary storyteller, Owen?" Owen gave a tired sigh, his gaze drifting to the horizon. "It's been a long time since I've used this power," he murmured. Then, turning back with a small smile, he said, "Come, let's take a short break." He reached inside his silk coat and pulled out a slender stick, its rounded end hollow. Looked strange to the man, yet familiar. With a flick of his fingers, a spark danced to life, igniting a tuft of dry grass. Owen placed the end of the stick against the flame, then brought it to his lips. White smoke curled from his mouth as he exhaled slowly. Watching him, the man suddenly recalled the old stories. The black-scale ritual pipe, a sacred tool reserved for the tribe's most honored warriors. After using his powers, Owen took a slow drag and exhaled a stream of white smoke. The silence from the man beside him didn't go unnoticed. Owen finally spoke, telling him that if he had questions, now was the time to ask. Not one to waste such an opportunity, the man asked directly, why would someone as strong as Owen submit? To another, why serve under anyone when he could easily stand on his own? Seeing no immediate response, he clarified that he wasn't suggesting betrayal or an uprising against the tribe's leader. His point was simple. There had to be others in the black-scale lizard tribe who would follow Owen without question. And even if there weren't, someone with that kind of power could easily find another tribe and live a life of comfort. After all, as far as he knew, Owen, the storyteller, had once been a solitary and dangerous wanderer. Now, instead of ruling or living in luxury, he roamed the wilderness alone. The man couldn't understand what Owen was holding on to, or what he was running from. Owen listened quietly, exhaling another cloud of smoke before letting out a small, amused smile, as if the question itself was a joke. "I have my reasons," he said, finally turning his gaze toward the man. With a puzzled look, the man pressed further. That's when Owen's expression hardened, his tone steady. "I carry too many sins to live so carelessly." The man stared at him, stunned. He had heard of Owen's reputation respected, almost as much as Chief Rakra himself. Why would someone like that feel unworthy of peace? Unfazed by the disbelief, Owen continued, "It's true. Many in my tribe have forgiven me, and they no longer hold a grudge. But forgiveness from others doesn't erase the guilt inside me. I betrayed my people once, and for that, I seek redemption." His voice softened, yet his words carried weight. "And there is a way. My purpose now is to wander and spread the stories of the blue bug god and our leader Ra. Sometimes I use my power to remind the unbelievers of our gods, might to instill awe where doubt lingers. This is the path I chose. To become a prophet of the nameless god of the blue bugs." As Owen spoke, the man's eyes drifted to the sacred memorial stones nearby, carved with tales of miracles and triumphs, surrounded by altars built from water. Buffalo bones. Owen gently brushed the dust from one such stone, his movements almost reverent. The man finally asked, "Why work so hard for something everyone already knows? In this desert, There's no one who hasn't heard of the Black-Scale tribe or your god. Chief Rakra's name is already legendary. What more needs proving? Owen didn't stop cleaning as he answered calmly. Reminders never hurt. Faith fades when people grow complacent. My duty is to keep it alive through stories, through power, through memory. That, to me, is worth every effort. When the stone was finally clean, Owen turned to the man. Now tell me, where are you headed? A wanderer? Like me? The man hesitated, scratching his beard. I am, he admitted, but Owen's steady, expectant gaze told him that answer wouldn't be enough. With a resigned sigh, he continued, I come from Automaton. Owen raised an eyebrow. Automaton, a name that carried weight, the man explained. It's a valley far southwest, hidden in the wilderness. A human tribe settled there where the springs flow. At its entrance stands a fortress, not built by human hands, but by an ancient mystery. Mud soldiers, the size of men, rise from the earth and repair the walls whenever they fall. That's why it's called Automaton. Thanks to them, our tribe has survived countless assaults from greater clans. The man went on, gnolls with cropped ears guard the valley, alongside black-scale lizards. That's where I come from. So, you're the errand boy of Automaton, Owen remarked dryly. The man chuckled softly. Exactly. I'm headed to the Black-Scale tribe to deliver the message of the Bow of Automaton. Owen realized his mistake in not recognizing the envoy sooner. Still, fortune favored them. There had been no conflict between them. Then it seems luck is on your side, Owen said with a slight grin. I was on my way to see Chief HRI myself. I can take you there. We'll leave at dawn. Why dawn? The man asked. Owen smiled faintly. Because I'll be navigating by the stars, and since you're my guest, it's my duty to treat you with all the generosity you deserve. Suddenly, Owen let out a sharp whistle. In the distance, a heavy stomping echoed, accompanied by a rising cloud of dust. Out of the haze emerged a bizarre creature, an enormous rooster, towering over 2 meters tall. Its feathers glossy and its tail a long reptilian whip. Ho froze in shock, eyes wide. What is a cockatrice doing here? He stammered, already preparing to bolt. Before he could take a step, Owen raised a hand, signaling him to calm down. With practiced ease, he grabbed the creature's reins. Relax, he said with a smirk. This isn't a cockatrice. It's a kora, though, I admit. I wasn't expecting to see one here. He gave the beast a reassuring pat. This one's named Kokadu. All koras are crossbreeds, part cockatrice, part common chicken. Don't ask me how the lizardmen came up with this idea. Unlike the wild cockatrices, koras were tamer, though still rare. Only a select few lizardmen warriors could ride them. Smaller and less vicious than their ancestors, koras were swift and agile. The black-scale lizardmen had never managed to fully tame cockatrices, but through careful breeding, they created kora's, a creature that gave them both fame and infamy. Mounted warriors on these beasts could race across the desert at terrifying speeds, loosing arrows from composite bows, with deadly accuracy from hundreds of paces away. The next morning, Owen saddled Kokadu and beckoned to his guest. Come on, he said with a grin. Your turn to ride. All I want in return is your company and to tell you a few stories on the way. Stories? Ho asked, still uneasy. About what? The blue bug god, or the legendary chief Rock? Both, Owen replied mysteriously. As they approached, Ho spotted herds of water buffalo grazing near the huts. The air was thick, with tension, punctuated by distant crying. Is there a funeral? Ho asked cautiously. Owen nodded grimly. Judging by the somber atmosphere, he knew exactly whose funeral it was. Among the black scale, funerals differed based on rank, but this one was clearly for a chosen one. Buffalo skulls flapped in the wind. The tribe moved slowly across the desert, leading their beasts in solemn silence. At the forefront, Rock sat astride his massive quorda when a messenger rushed to him with urgent news. Has the stargazer asked for me? Rock demanded. The messenger bowed. Yes, chieftain. He says his life hangs by a thread. He wishes to see you immediately. Without hesitation, Rock ordered the procession to halt. His loyal aide, Yor, bellowed the command across the line, bringing the entire column to a stop. As Rock dismounted, Jal approached, alarmed. "Why have we stopped?" she asked. "The stargazer calls for me," Rock replied solemnly. "He claims his life is ending. When an old sage who has never been wrong tells you the end is near, you listen." He placed a clawed hand on Jal's shoulder. "Prepare for his funeral. His time is short." The tribe's healers had long warned that the stargazer was fading. Once a towering figure of wisdom, he now lay frail and broken, clinging to his final breaths. The desert winds carried the weight of inevitability as Rock made his way to the tent where the dying elder awaited. The old lizard had been many things: advisor, prophet, conductor of destiny. To some, he was simply the elder. To others, the one-armed seer. But to Rock, he was Stargazer, the soul of the black-scaled tribe, as the first stars pierced the evening sky. Jal whispered to herself, "Tonight, another star will join them." The tribe now affectionately called him Elder. It was because of his wisdom and leadership that their people had come so far. He taught Rakra and the others to read the stars, a skill that saved their lives countless times, guiding them safely through the wilderness. Often, after another long day, Rakra would sit beside Stargazer. The warrior would appear worn yet calm, his posture relaxed, while the old sage sat hunched over, eyes glowing faintly with the brilliance of countless years. They would share questions and answers late into the night, conversations filled with wisdom and laughter. Rakra often tried to express his gratitude with gifts, rare herbs, crafted ornaments, or precious stones, but Stargazer always refused with a gentle wave, as though worldly things had no meaning for him. Despite the vast difference in age, the two shared a deep bond, their camaraderie marked by frequent jokes and easy banter. But tonight, as Rakra reflected on those moments, an uneasy feeling gnawed at his heart. He knew these days were coming to an end. When Rayra entered Stargazer's tent, the herbalist stood silently by the bed, wariness etched into his face. Without a word, Rakra understood what had happened. The healer finally spoke in a somber tone. The elder had simply lived too long and was now at the edge of life's final chapter. He had studied and taught more than anyone, traveled to places where no other feet had tread. As if to confirm those words, Stargazer's frail voice broke the silence. "I am tired," he murmured, his mind flicking through the pages of his life. He had journeyed across lands, learned countless truths, and faced hardships, losing even an arm to fate's cruelty. Among all those memories, his meeting with Rakra shone the brightest. "All things end," he said softly, lying with his eyes closed. "And there is only one cure for this weariness: an endless sleep." When the herbalist quietly left, only Rakra remained. The mighty warrior, who had defeated tribes and beasts alike, now sat powerless before something no strength could conquer. Sitting cross-legged, head bowed, Rakra finally spoke, his voice heavy. "I heard you wanted to see me." With a faint smile, Stargazer replied, "I wanted to indulge in a little extravagance before I go steal some time from the busiest man in the tribe." Rakra gave a small laugh. "Extravagance? Is that what you call this?" "Yes," Stargazer chuckled. "Time is the rarest treasure. I've lived without greed, never taking what belonged to others. Just this once, I wanted something for myself." Rakra smirked. "I doubt you called me here for a joke." The old sage's gaze drifted to the ceiling. "You're right. I wanted to ask you something only you can answer, not as the tribe's leader, but as the high priest chosen by the gods." Slowly, his cloudy eyes turned to Rakra. His voice was quiet but unwavering as he asked, "What happens when I die?" A question as old as time, asked by every soul, walked this earth. And now, it fell upon Rakra's shoulders. What could he promise him? Stargazer addressed Rakra not as a tribal leader, but as the high priest closest to God. His voice was calm, yet edged with curiosity as he asked, "What happens when we die?" Rakra fell silent. The question hung heavy in the air. Truthfully, he didn't know. The creatures told different tales, but none brought certainty. For years now, the black-scale lizard men had fought countless battles, and many warriors had fallen. Yet Rakra could never understand where their souls went. At every funeral, he prayed for them to reach a better place. But how could he be sure? Was there truly a good place waiting? Or was it just an eternal sleep, perhaps an endless dream, where they wandered without memory? without purpose trapped in a fog of confusion. Stargazer's brow furrowed, worry flickering in his eyes. Even Rera looked uneasy. Turning to Rakra, Stargazer asked softly, "Do you think eternal nightmares await us after death?" Rakra hesitated. "I'm not certain," he admitted, his voice low, "and I don't know why you think I'm worthy of such an answer." Stargazer, however, seemed unshaken. "The blue insect god saved us when we were lost," he said, with quiet conviction. "I believe he will guide us even after death." His tone firmed as he added, "Do you think my belief goes against his will?" Rakra pondered for a long moment. Though he lacked a clear answer, something inside him told him that Stargazer was right. Finally, he nodded. "No, you are not wrong. The blue insect god, who has guided us in life, who aided us through every trial, will surely continue to guide us after death." A satisfied look softened Stargazer's face. "Then tell me," he asked almost dreamily, "what do you think that place will look like? Do we stand before our god and greet him awkwardly?" Rakra smirked at the image. "No," he replied with a hint of amusement. "It wouldn't be that dull." Crossing his arms, he spoke with a faraway look in his eyes. "I think it would be a vast open space, endless green fields where you can run freely, each step making a soft crunch beneath your feet, your tail swishing gently through the grass. And when you tire, there will be a great boulder to rest upon, and above, an endless blue sky you can stare at forever." Stargazer closed his eyes, trying to picture it. The image brought a faint smile to his face. "What about the weather?" he asked. "It should always be warm and sunny," Rakra answered quickly. But after a pause, he chuckled. "No, maybe. Not always. That would be too dull. Perhaps a little change now and then, and there should be a river nearby." Stargazer looked upward, voice wistful. "I'd like a house, not a tent like before. Something solid, something permanent. A home where I can rest and enjoy all that beauty." Rakra regretted not realizing sooner how much Stargazer yearned for stability. Yet, Stargazer bore no resentment for his past life. He had found a place for his heart, and for that, he was content. But still, the question of what lay beyond lingered like a shadow. Would there be food there? Stargazer asked suddenly, his gaze drifting to the starlit sky through the tent's opening. Rakra smiled faintly. "You could probably eat as much as you want." Stargazer chuckled. "A place like that should have everything. Though even then, it might feel lonely." Rakra shrugged. "Others have gone before us. We won't be alone." That thought seemed to lift Stargazer's spirits, yet another curiosity tugged at him. The stars. They had been his lifelong fascination, his guides in the darkest nights. "Do you think there will be stars there?" he asked. Rakra, though uncertain about any afterlife, spoke as if it were undeniable. "Of course, the stars have always shown us the way. Why would they not be there too? Perhaps God himself placed them in the sky so we could always find our way back." Ray Cra's attention was suddenly drawn to a faint glow above him, a soft, blue light descending gracefully through the air. It was a butterfly, its wings shimmering with an ethereal azure glow. Slowly, it drifted down toward him, a divine Sina responds from the blue insect god. The deity had heard their prayers. Rakrak allowed himself a small smile. This was proof that their god was listening. He gently lifted the glowing butterfly toward Stargazer, holding it close to his eyes so he could see. Yet Stargazer remained unmoved. When Rakrak asked if he could see it, the only answer was a quiet, pained admission. "There's only darkness before me." The realization struck hard. Stargazer was blinded. Death was creeping ever closer. A pang of sorrow twisted in Rakrak's chest. Among the black-scale lizard tribe, the blue butterfly had always been a sacred symbol of hope and wonder. Even if it wasn't glowing, its mere presence was considered a blessing. Surely Stargazer would have recognized it, if only he could still see. Memories flooded Rakrak's mind, the long nights they had spent studying the stars together. He bent closer and whispered softly, "I brought you a gift." At this, Stargazer's lips curved into a faint smile. "Are you trying to fool me again?" he asked weakly. Rakrak shook his head, his voice firm but gentle. "Not this time. Don't refuse me again. I'll find him right away." "This time," murmured Stargazer with a final smile. And then, with his last breath brushing against the butterfly's wings, Life slipped away from him. The creature fluttered upward. As if carrying his soul into the heavens, Rak clutched Stargazer's lifeless body, calling his name even as the truth settled in. He summoned the herbalist, but it was already too late. Outside, the glowing butterfly soared into the twilight sky. It drifted over the black-scale lizard tribe, where preparations were underway for the grand gathering and, now for a funeral. It crossed the vast desert bathed in dusk's golden hues, before finally landing gently on the back of a hand. That hand belonged to Sundual. What happens when you die in the perished world? Sunhu knew the answer better than anyone. A system window materialized before his eyes, confirming it. Conditions for creating an afterlife have been met. Do you wish to proceed? Without hesitation, Sunho selected yes. He had always known this day would come. The moment a player chose their first tribe and conquered the nearby NPCs, their divinity level could climb to 11, a critical prerequisite for forging an afterlife. Sundu had played the game flawlessly from the start, fulfilling every requirement for level resources and faith points. His followers were strong enough to ascend as demigods. But one condition had remained uncertain, the condition tied to death. There were 4 essential requirements: reaching the necessary divinity level, slaying NPC abominations and fiends for rare resources, gathering sufficient faith points, and finally, the most mysterious one, death. It wasn't clearly defined. It seemed that enough believers had to perish for the condition to register, but the game offered no formula, no hints-only speculation. Players were left to guess. Fortunately, Sunwo had already met it. With a calm breath, he opened the world. Creation Helper, a tool he had often experimented with in preparation for this very moment. Just as he once used the Creature Creation Helper to craft his mighty giant mantis, this system allowed him to design entire realms. Save templates from previous worlds and other players were available, but Sunho ignored them. He wanted something new, even starting from scratch. The process felt familiar. The foundational settings remained consistent, making the creation smoother. Today, a new world and afterlife was about to be born. Sun Moon already understood the kind of afterlife each species preferred, thanks to his past experience with the game. While most lizards shared similar afterlife preferences, the young civilization in particular favored a very specific type of world: vast green fields under a warm sun. With moist air drifting across endless plains, hearing Rocker and speak about the afterlife gave Sun Moon a sense of relief. What he had designed wasn't far from their expectations. Afterlife worlds were not a trivial matter in a perished world. Belief systems often revolved around what awaited the faithful. After death, for instance, if a hellish realm existed, the god could reveal glimpses of its torment through dreams to priests, who would then spread the word that evildoers would face eternal punishment. Likewise, the idea of heaven often accompanied hell because what was the point of worship if only punishment awaited? Reward had to exist alongside retribution. This belief shaped the behavior of entire civilizations. If a god promised paradise for attacking an enemy species or defending divine honor, followers would fight with conviction. Tangible realities. Unfortunately, Sun Moon was not yet able to create an afterlife with both heaven and hell. For now, he could only construct a single type of afterlife. He decided on what players called a different world, a common concept. Throughout history, Valhalla, the Waters of Oblivion, Styx, Limbo, these were all examples. They weren't always permanent destinations. Often they served as transitional spaces between life and eternity. Yet, even these worlds had purpose. Valhalla, for example, was a warrior's training ground for Ragnarok. Afterlife worlds could be designed to serve countless roles, limited only by imagination and resources. Sun Moon remembered how in a previous run he had managed to win by cleverly using the afterworld, though back then it was sheer luck. Souls were immortal as long as the afterlife existed, but harnessing their power required enormous amounts of faith points. Still, in later stages of the game, immortal souls could become a decisive advantage. For now, however, he didn't need to rush. There was still so much to plan. He gave his creation a simple working name, the First Prairie Foundation, that left room for expansion. Moments later, the First Prairie stretched out beneath his feet, visible through the World Creation Assistant. Interface, Sun Moon, opened his domain window and scattered the collected souls across this boundless land. Hundreds of souls transformed into shimmering blue butterflies, drifting down onto the sunlit meadow. Among them was Stargazer. Though his eyes remained shut, he could feel the gentle breeze against his skin. The air was so crisp and familiar, it almost hurt. Slowly, he blinked awake. Death, he had assumed, would feel like eternal slumber, but now, for the first time in ages, he felt rested. He lay still, flexing his arms, legs, and tail. The aches and stiffness that had plagued him in life were gone. Even in his deepest dreams, he never thought that pain would fade. Overcome with awe, Stargazer sat up, and a breathtaking sight unfolded before him. Endless green meadows rippling under a soft breeze. The air was cool and moist, yet the warmth of sunlight bathed his face, in comfort. For a moment, he wondered if this was real. His last conversation with Rockcrack lingered in his memory like a dream, vivid yet distant. A smile crept across his face as he whispered softly, "Rockcrack, you were right. This is the prairie we dreamed of, though there are no stars. No stone houses," he chuckled. "But I guess you can't have everything you wish for." Not that it mattered. The absence of stone houses was nothing compared to the gift he had received, a gift so extraordinary that Stargazer couldn't help but smile, basking in the glory of this new beginning. Basking under the warmth of the sunlight, Stargazer let out a contented hum. The afterlife, as it turned out, was far more peaceful and comforting than he had ever imagined. Here, his long-held dream had finally come true. He could simply relax, in the sun, free of worry and war. But something in the tranquil field caught his attention. Curious, he turned to look behind him. To his surprise, he realized he wasn't the only one in this lush green meadow. Scattered across the grass, other lizardmen lay still, their eyes closed as they rested beneath the open sky. A wave of confusion swept over him. Why were they still? Asleep, he wandered among them, hesitant. Waking someone from a peaceful slumber felt wrong, disrespectful. Even they looked serene, as if the world no longer burdened them. As he walked, he began to recognize a few faces. One of them stopped him in his tracks. It was a familiar figure, one of his former students. Stargazer remembered teaching this particular lizard man arithmetic. He'd also been a capable warrior. His face carried the stillness of someone long departed, and memories came rushing back. It had been during one of the clan's many battles years ago. The Blackscale Lizardmen had come under siege by a formidable alliance of goblin tribes and army, 4 times larger than their own. The enemy had split their formation cleanly in 2. Rakra led the vanguard, while Yor tried to hold the rear, together. Meanwhile, at the center of the formation, the vulnerable children, elders, and those too frail to fight could only hope to survive or flee. They had no means of defense. That's when the goblins struck, seizing their moment to attack the weakest part of the formation. Stargazer, experienced in the chaos of battle, saw the trap immediately. This was no random charge, it was a calculated maneuver aimed directly at the helpless. The only option was to hold out and retreat, stalling until Rakra's warriors could regroup and push back. But even as they clung to hope, the lizard warriors were being overwhelmed. Their losses mounted, defeat loomed, unavoidable. And then, something unexpected happened. A small number of warriors, disobeying direct orders, broke away from the front lines. They had assessed the situation and made a grim decision. These few turned back not because they were reckless, but because they believed it was the only right thing to do. They offered quick apologies to their comrades and rushed to defend the women, the elders, the children. The odds were cruel, dozens of goblins for every one of them. But they charged in anyway, fully aware they might not come back. They weren't acting on instinct alone. They had learned something from Stargazer, how to count, how to calculate odds. They had weighed the value of a single life against the survival of many, and they chose, before heading into the fray. One of them turned to Stargazer and thanked him. "If I hadn't learned arithmetic," he said, "I wouldn't have understood the cost, or that it was worth it." Stargazer couldn't stop him. He'd made peace with the choice, and he wasn't the only one. Several others followed, firm in their resolve. They had defied Rakra's orders not for glory, but for duty, and because of their sacrifice, the weakest members of the tribe escaped. Reinforcements finally arrived and pushed back the goblin army. But that victory had been bought with blood. Some of those heroes lived, most did not. Now one of those fallen warriors stood silently before Stargazer in this peaceful afterlife. It was one of the students who never returned from that battle. Stargazer remembered the funeral well, had been consumed with fury, shouting at the survivors and, even at the fallen, as if their deaths had been a betrayal. He had even turned his rage on Stargazer, blaming the very lessons he had taught. "To hell with that arithmetic," Rakra had growled. "It's because of that cursed teaching they disobeyed." At the time, Stargazer had been stunned. He had asked why. How could arithmetic be at fault? Because only those who were clever enough to understand your math, Rakra had snapped, were stupid enough to think one life was worth sacrificing for two. Stargazer had carried that guilt for a long time, but now, looking across the quiet meadow at the fallen warrior's peaceful face, he wondered, maybe it hadn't been stupidity at all. They had all agreed that it was a fair exchange. Yet no one stopped to consider a critical truth. Elders and children cannot defend a tribe only warriors can. And when warriors fall in battle, the community they leave behind becomes vulnerable. Stargazer stared at Rera, disbelief flickering in his eyes. "So you're saying the warriors were wrong to confront the goblins when they threatened the elders and children?" Rera hesitated, wrestling with his thoughts. "No," he finally said. "Then why are you angry?" Stargazer asked. Rera clenched, his jaw, his voice tight, because they weren't wrong. "That's exactly why I'm angry. They did the right thing, and they died for it, and now all I can do is be angry. I was wrong back then, but I didn't realize it until it was too late." What gnawed at Rera, even more, was what came afterward. Somehow, someone had overheard the conversation between him and Stargazer. News of it spread quietly through the clan. Warriors, who once had no interest in learning arithmetic, started approaching Stargazer, curious and motivated. From that point on, every warrior who mastered arithmetic seemed to meet the same fate. They were the first to fall in battle. They rushed into danger without coordinating with the chief, acting on instinct and logic rather than command. And still, more came to learn. It became a cycle. Wordlessly, it grew an unspoken revolution led by knowledge. Eventually, Stargazer began teaching them in secret, not wanting to provoke Rera further. He remembered clearly the first warrior who had sparked this quiet movement. That same warrior now lay peacefully asleep right in front of him. He had inspired many others to follow, even those who once scoffed at arithmetic. Stargazer felt a quiet pride, placing his hand gently on the sleeping warrior's shoulder. But he withdrew quickly, not wanting to disturb his rest. Still, he was happy to see him here wherever here was. Stargazer decided he would wake him later, once he'd had his rest. There didn't seem to be much else to do in this strange place anyway. Just sleep. Looking around, he realized he must have awakened earlier than the others. Maybe it was because his death had been more recent, and the others were still recovering from that strange, heavy transition. But something about the place puzzled him. There was nothing but an endless field of tall green grass as far as he could see. No sky, no wind, no gods. "Isn't there anyone here?" he called out, half expecting a response. His voice echoed faintly, then dissolved into the sea of green dot. He hesitated. Stargazer had never been as bold as Rera or the other warriors. Speaking aloud like that felt reckless, as if some divine being might overhear. Even when Rera had once insisted that Stargazer was one of the chosen, he hadn't known how to react. Why me? He had often wondered. What made me special enough? For the gods to choose? The questions were endless. Why had the blue insect god protected them? Why did it perform miracles to help their tribe? Yor claimed it was because the lizard people were superior to other species. But Stargazer had doubts. Maybe the other species had simply lost their godsore. Their gods weren't strong enough. Owen believed it was because their god was good. But Stargazer wasn't convinced. Were the lizard folk really that much better than others? Were other races less kind, less deserving? Jay offered another answer. The god chose them because they were helpful. But what if that changed? What if one day they were no longer useful? Rera's answer, though, had always stayed with Stargazer. It was his favorite, even if it wasn't entirely convincing. Rera had said maybe the god's choice had been random. Perhaps the lizard folk were simply the best available option. the strongest, the smartest, the most organized and. The god did what it had to do. Stargazer had found comfort in that idea. It felt less arrogant, more grounded, maybe even a little disrespectful, but strangely right. The sun beat down overhead and the heat pressed in. Thankfully, he noticed a forest nearby that hadn't been there a moment ago. It offered shade, cool, and silent. This strange realm seemed to shift and reshape itself at will. He felt his mood lift slightly and began humming a familiar tune. The one everyone sang after the black-scale lizards had defeated the frogmen and rebuilt their villages. It had a catchy rhythm that made it popular among the tribe. Stargazer didn't usually hum it though. He was self-conscious about his voice, which often cracked and fell out of tune. He only ever sang it when no one else was around. But now, with nothing but the grass and silence around him, he allowed himself a moment of melody. And then, he heard a faint rustling. Something stirred in the trees. Stargazer's eyes narrowed. A shadow moved just beyond the undergrowth. A flick of a tail, scaly and unmistakably reptilian, slipped between the trees. Curious and alert, he stared, waiting for another glimpse, but nothing came. The tail had vanished. "Hey," he called out, raising his voice toward the forest. "Who's there?" Silence. Still, the movement meant someone was out there. Someone awake, someone hiding. Was it someone he knew? Without waiting for an answer, Stargazer pushed himself to his feet. The sense of urgency gripped him. He needed to find whatever was weaving through the woods. Maybe it was the lizard man again. He couldn't be sure, but he had to try. "Wait, just a moment," he shouted, starting forward. "I only want to ask a question." The idea of another living presence stirred something deeper in him, hope, perhaps, or maybe desperation. He stepped faster, awkward at first, his legs still clumsy from years of stillness. But his determination overpowered hesitation. With a deep breath, he forced himself to remember his youth, back when running came naturally, and broke into a jog. He began to chase the flickering glimpses of the tail, darting between trees like a phantom, always just out of reach. It reminded him of childhood, of a friend he once ran with through wild meadows. A friend whose name and face had long faded from memory. "Stop! Where are you going?" he called, breath heavy. He pushed through a dense patch of bush sand, stumbled into a small clearing. There, rising before him, stood something unexpected. A building. Not just any building, but a towering cylindrical structure crafted from rectangular stones, its domed roof reflecting moonlight in a surreal glow. Stargazer halted, eyes wide with wonder. He'd never seen architecture like this before. At the entrance, the tail appeared one final time, swaying gently, then disappeared through the doorway. That had to be it. Whoever he was chasing had gone inside. There were no other exits, no signs of escape. As he climbed the stone steps toward the building, a single thought echoed in his mind for what felt like the 100th time. Why had the gods chosen them? Sweat clung to his skin from the run, and his breathing was shallow, but Stargazer pressed forward into the shadowy corridor. At the far end, a blue glow shimmered like a Bacona flame he recognized, one that had appeared to him before. The light of the butterfly. He walked slowly, thoughts swirling. Was the lizardman race chosen because they were superior to others? Or perhaps it was pure divine will, random, benevolent, or calculating? He had no answers, only questions. Still following the blue glow, he remembered Rack's theory. Maybe it wasn't destiny. Maybe it was just coincidence, or the most logical choice at the time. That idea comforted him. Not fate, not favoritism, but pragmatism. And maybe that wasn't such a bad thing as he emerged from the corridor. The ceiling opened into a vision that stole his breath. Above him stretched the night sky, not painted or projected, but real. Stars shimmered with their own light, suspended in infinite depth. The entire room seemed to breathe with the cosmos. Stargazer gasped, eyes wide. "Rayra, you were right," he whispered. A house of stone, and now this. He spun around, searching for the lizardman, but the room was empty. Yet his attention was no longer on the chase. It was on the stars. The sky overhead moved exactly as it should, stars shifting just as they did outside. It felt divine, or maybe controlled. At the center of the room stood a strange contraption. It looked ancient, yet meticulously long brass cylinder mounted on a swiveling platform, with a chair placed before it and crystal beakers fitted on both ends. The whole device gave off an air of silent invitation. Stargazer hesitated. Could he touch it? No one was around, so he stepped closer. His hands ran gently across its brass surface. Then, taking a breath, he looked into the bottom lens. The sight inside made his heart race. "Oh my God," he breathed. He stepped back and looked at the night sky with his bare eyes, then returned to the lens. Back and forth he went, stunned by the clarity, by the reality of what he saw. He adjusted the handle on the side, loosening and tightening it as the stars shifted within the glass. It was undeniable now. This was what the stars truly looked like. He could feel it in his bones. One star curved this way, another veered in the opposite direction, each one following a hidden logic, perfect, celestial, unknowable. And at last, Stargazer understood. He hadn't been chasing a lizard man, he'd been chasing a truth. Stargazer's calculations were crude, primitive, even, but he checked them again and again, repeating the process until he was certain. What he once thought was knowledge now seemed shallow, almost laughable. There was so much more to understand. The depth of the universe was staggering, and Stargazer felt like he was only just scratching the surface. He stood, fixated on the mechanical instrument before him, eyes never wavering. He could spend eternity staring into its intricate design and patterns. Then a thought crept into his mind. What if I could share this knowledge? Pass it on to those still alive? That would be the ultimate achievement. Unbeknownst to him, Sundwal had been standing silently behind him, observing. Stargazer didn't even notice. His mind was elsewhere on the stars, the gears, the celestial alignments. To Stargazer, understanding. The stars wasn't just about awe, it was a precise form of calculation, and through calculation, one could comprehend the scale, position, and motion of everything in existence. With enough knowledge, he believed the future could be out like clockwork. But there was something he could never reconcile to his memory. No soul had ever returned from the dead. Not once. So why did this place exist? Why was there an afterlife at all? Surely, it wasn't just to amuse an old lizard man that couldn't be it. Stargazer didn't believe in random kindness from the divine. If a god had created this realm, then it was for a purpose, a strategy. In the grand equation of the universe, nothing was without value. This realization only deepened his curiosity. He had the feeling that one day, this knowledge would become crucial. What he didn't realize was that the very god he sought, Manhwa, was standing behind him, smiling slightly, pleased with what he saw. Stargazer had been right all along. The afterlife did shape one's view of life itself. How people imagined their fate beyond death influenced their choices while alive. For warriors, the afterlife took the shape of Valhalla, glorious eternal combat. For immortals, it became a serene paradise, full of peace and beauty. So then, what of scientists? Their afterlife would be a laboratory of endless experimentation, a place for discovery unbound by mortality, a forge of invention untouched by time. Sunwo's afterlife, newly formed and still pristine, was beginning to evolve. Though future attacks by rival players could reshape it, for now it was stable, functioning perfectly. The system was in place. With one final glance at Stargazer, who remained lost in thought, Sindhu descended from the platform and exited the observatory he'd built with his own hands. Far away, in the real world, tension was rising. The clipped ear tribe had begun to move. Unlike the lizard men, these people possessed superior ironworking techniques, allowing them to create advanced weaponry. More dangerously, they had succeeded in taming saber-toothed tigers, beasts of muscle and fury, turning them into war mounts. Were preparing for something massive. War, their behavior, their timing, it wasn't natural. Not random, no, someone was behind it. A player, a cunning one, with a strategy, a vision, and likely several secret weapons waiting in the shadows. Sunho knew it, and he knew what it meant. The true game was beginning, a high-stakes battle of intellect, and power was about to unfold. Strategy versus strategy, move versus counter-move. And in this game, a single mistake could mean annihilation. Now that his afterlife system was functioning, Sunho needed to move to the next phase of his plan. He had to prepare a reception worthy of the clipped ear Knowles one. That would crush them so thoroughly, they'd become nothing more than rubble beneath the march of the lizard. Tribe. This wasn't just war, it was evolution, domination, destiny. Sunwon was set on giving his opponents a reception so decisive they'd have no chance to recover. But for a welcome of that magnitude, there was still much to be done. He began gathering every scrap of information he could find, drawing on all his resources and every insect at his command in the perished world. Players slowly expanded their territories, yet even beyond their borders they could deploy controlled creatures. Sunwon took full advantage of this loophole, pouring resources into disrupting his neighbors. Over time, he developed 3 major methods of exerting influence, each built on his mastery of insect-based tactics. The first weapon was a swarm of locusts. By unleashing them against agricultural civilizations, he could choke their food supplies and stifle growth. He always operated subtly, ensuring no one could trace the destruction. Back to him, the second was a network of beetles used to spread plagues and deadly viruses. Having already tested these on the frogmen, Sunwon continued to refine his creations, crafting new pathogens to add to his arsenal. The third was something more permanent. Nests built in occupied areas where beetles bred in such overwhelming numbers that they devoured everything in sight, reducing once thriving land to barren desert. Those were the tools he personally controlled. Yet his reach went further. Thanks to the prestige and power of the Rekak tribe, the smaller lizard clans nearby decided that resistance was pointless. It was safer and far more profitable to submit to the black-scale lizards. One by one, they swore allegiance, studying the map Sunwon could see. It was only a matter of time before the southern peninsula fell entirely under his influence. The only question left was what to do about players who acted recklessly and threatened his plans. The answer was simple: remove them. But such matters could wait until the right moment. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the perished world, 2 travelers approached a black-scale lizard encampment. Owen noticed how quiet and somber the camp felt, and stopped a passing lizardman to ask if someone had died. The reply came quickly: this had passed away. The news saddened Owen. It was a great loss for the tribe. Huey, hearing the name, recalled stories about the stargazer and remarked that perhaps this was a poor time for a visit. Maybe they should leave and return in a few days. Owen shook his head. We don't see a traveler's presence at a funeral as bad luck. Quite the opposite, it's considered fortunate. Puzzled, Huey asked why. Owen explained that sharing grief with an outsider was a comfort. Tonight, he said, we will speak of the stargazer until dawn. By sunrise, the sorrow will have lifted, even if only a little. Huey thought about this and nodded. It made some sense. They passed through rows of tents until they reached the funeral site. Every black-scale lizard recognized Owen. Near the blazing altar stood a tall, powerfully built lizardman with great buffalo-like horns. His attire was simple, nothing ceremonial, yet the respect shown to him by the others made his status clear. Huey quickly realized this must be Kra, the tribe's leader and high priest. Tears streamed from beneath his bone mask. Huey leaned toward Owen and quietly asked if it was common for a chief to cry openly. Owen looked almost offended by the question. Don't humans do the same? Do your leaders not weep when they are sad? Huey admitted they did, though most human chiefs avoided crying in front of their people, fearing it would tarnish their image. Owen didn't know the meaning of reputation. Respect, yes, that he understood, but reputation was something else entirely. Watao let out a small sigh. Different species had their own values, ones that were often difficult to grasp and harder still to explain. Even if everyone spoke the same tongue, the meaning behind certain ideas didn't always translate. Luckily, WH didn't have to give a full lecture from scratch. Owen had learned the meaning of reputation quickly enough when he was a wandering vagabond. Thanks to real-life examples, the idea became clear to him almost immediately. For instance, in tribal society, if a leader showed even a hint of weakness, the warriors would start doubting his strength. That Owen understood well. Still, Owen warned WH against trying to explain this to the other lizard folk. They just wouldn't get it. He, SAIDWH, tilted his head, puzzled. But you figured it out quickly enough. Owen's reply was simple. There was something the lizard folk valued more than reputation. At that moment, Owen and WH noticed tears rolling down Rakra's cheeks, dripping silently to the ground. Watower, already curious, asked what could possibly be more important than reputation. Owen answered vaguely there were many such things, Rakra, then turned to them, brushing away his tears and greeting his old friend warmly. "Good to see you again, Owen," he said with a faint smile. Behind them, WH was lost in thought, still wondering about Owen's words. As Owen glanced toward the burial pyre smoldering in the distance, he muttered, "I'm too late." Rakra shook his head. "Late? Yes, but not too late. You still have time to say farewell to the stargazer." Encouraged by the chief's words, Owen stepped closer. "Your words make me feel better, Chief." Rakra's gaze shifted to the man beside him. "And who is this human friend?" "I met him on my way here," Owen explained. "This is WH, a messenger from automation. He's here to deliver a message from their lord." WH gave a courteous bow. "I am WH of automation." Rukra acknowledged him with a nod, then beckoned Owen closer. They spoke in hushed tones, their words hidden from the messenger's sharp ears. Even though Watower's hearing was excellent, he caught nothing. Owen was quietly warning Rakra that he had a bad feeling about this visitor and that caution was wise. Keeping a pleasant smile, Rakra studied WH carefully. In a single glance, he assessed the man and formed his own judgment. Watower, meanwhile, was already bracing himself, half expecting warriors to rush from the tents or the chief to draw his sword on the spot. But neither happened. Instead, Rakra invited WH into the largest tent to talk. "You've come a long way," the chief said evenly, "but tonight we will be awake until dawn. Let us settle our business quickly." Watower was glad to hear it. He reached into his pocket and produced a small pouch. "First," he said respectfully, "a gift from Lord Chadson, especially for the leader of the lizard tribe." Rakra untied the pouch and peered inside. Resting in his palm was a piece of cloudy white stone rock salt. He knew immediately what it was. In itself, salt was a precious commodity. To present a chunk the size of a fist could be seen as an insult, but Rakra doubted that the Lord of Automation meant it that way. If anything, it was a curious gift. Automation was a fortress unlike any other on the planet. Some farming peoples built crude wooden fences for defense, but these were weak and unreliable. Earthen ramparts required heavy labor to maintain, them impractical over time, until advanced construction techniques and true fortress architecture spread. Such ramparts were the best protection available abroad, though they were. Automation stood as a towering relic of the Pastan ancient fortress ruin, rising more than a dozen meters high, its walls and grounds concealing countless secrets. Lurking upon its weathered stones were strange constructs of hardened earth-mud soldiers, each built with an uncanny self-repairability. If the fortress was damaged, these soldiers would slowly and methodically rebuild it, brick by brick. They were sluggish and dim-witted, ill-suited for true combat, yet in dire circumstances, they could be summoned to defend the stronghold. The fortress itself enjoyed a commanding geographical advantage. There were only two routes from the northern edge of the peninsula to the northwest. One cutting through the unpredictable wilderness, the other threading a narrow, rugged mountain pass that ran beneath the looming shadow of automation. For those unfamiliar with either path, the choice was daunting. But seasoned travelers almost always chose the mountain valley. Though the ground there was uneven and steep in places, it posed fewer dangers than the wilds, where it was all too easy to lose one's way. The pass was shorter as well, and most importantly, automation stood right there along the route. In the open wilderness, a wanderer without water or food had to hope for a miracle, hidden spring, or some stroke of luck. But near automation, at the very least, water could be found. This meant the fortress could effectively control access to the continent's interior. While its fortifications did not completely block the pass, a well-manned garrison could crush almost any group attempting to cross. Rakra knew that despite the outward neutrality between the black-scale lizards and automation, the fortresses, people would not hesitate to turn opportunistic betrayal into profit if the chance arose. Still, Rayra reasoned, the presence of the blue insect god kept the continent and the northern lands in a state of wary balance. It should be safe enough to take the mountain route Beyond it, paths stretched north and northwest into the greater Land's End. Beyond even that lay something just as important as the road itself: Automation's salt mine. The fortress's inhabitants were not strong, and their mining output was modest, yet even a small yield of salt was precious. Salt was vital in animal husbandry, especially for herbivores. While carnivores and omnivores obtained sodium by eating other animals, plant-eaters had to seek it elsewhere, licking rocks or consuming salty soil. When herbivores were raised by humans and constantly moved over long distances, they rarely had the chance to replenish these minerals naturally. A sodium-deficient animal could grow ill, suffer from vomiting or digestive distress, and eventually die from kidney failure. For pregnant animals, the need was even greater. This made salt an indispensable resource for the black-scale lizards once they embraced animal husbandry. Their demand was constant and high. But salt's value didn't end there. It flavored meals, preserved food, aided in making paint, and tanning leather, helped with cleaning rituals, and was essential in funeral rites. In some lands, it was even used as currency. The black-scale lizards, however, focused primarily on its role in livestock care and food preservation. As smoking alone could not sustain their growing herds, Racarak knew that most of the salt in the region came from automation. Salt from the far coast was prohibitively expensive to transport inland, and the salt lakes were few and unreliable. That made automation the single largest supplier in the area. So, when a chunk of rock salt arrived from that fortress, it carried an unmistakable message. Hua's suspicions were confirmed, and he repeated the words. It was a gift from the Lord. The colony of automation was well known for its salt production. Rakra knew that when someone said the first time, it usually meant there would be a second and a third. Hui had hinted at exactly that, smiling as he promised more deliveries in the future. His expression, though partly concealed by his thick beard and the hood pulled low over his face, still carried a confident warmth. Rakra smiled back, but his version of a smile was nothing like Hui's without a word. He accepted the block of rock salt, turned it over in his palm, and then clenched his fist. The salt shattered instantly, spilling between his scaled fingers onto the ground. Hui froze, startled. He had expected the gift to earn him a friendly reception, knowing how valuable salt was to the lizard men. Instead, his carefully prepared gesture crumbled as quickly as the salt itself. Wiping the grains from his hands, Rakra said calmly, "Tell your master that I have accepted this gift." Hui's brow furrowed in confusion. What? What did you just do?" Rakra tilted his head, pretending to think. "Ah, you must not. No, you don't have a god after all. It's just one of our traditions. Sprinkle a little rock salt on the earth, and our god is pleased. That's all you need to understand." But Hui did understand something. He understood that this was a lie. The men of automation had no gods, and Hui was certain Rakra's explanation was a sham. "This salt," he said firmly, "is a gift from Lord Chadson, ruler of automation, and the way you've treated it is disrespectful." The lizardman leader's expression remained unreadable. It was only a small piece of rock salt. "Used it well for the glory of my god." "Is that so wrong?" "That's not the point," Hui replied, heat rising in his voice. "Didn't I tell you? Lord Chadson said there will be a second and a third, each one larger than the last. What are you trying to say with this?" Display Rukra seemed to mull it over. "I've heard the Lord of Automation is wealthy," he said at last. "And yet he sends a man bearing such a tiny gift. Strange, but you are right, bring more next time. The roads are dry, the rains have not come, your journey will be swift." Hui recognized the cunning in Rakra's words. The lizard man was no fool. He was experienced in negotiations, perhaps more so than Hui had expected. Hui had to swallow. His anger? This wasn't a matter of misunderstanding. They understood each other perfectly. It was simply that they were of different races, and trust between them was non-existent. Still, Hui could barely contain his irritation. Rakra had crushed the salt in his hand, a gesture that was neither openly hostile nor entirely polite. It was a diplomatic maneuver, a way of shutting down negotiations without directly refusing them. In the end, Rakra had kept the salt and left no room for complaint from Lord Chadson. Hui finally said, "Let's speak plainly. Why refuse the gift? Don't you need the salt? Rakra didn't answer immediately. Instead, he gazed past Hui toward the night sky beyond the tent, as if searching for something among the stars. Then, with a dismissive motion, he suggested Hui return home. But Hui could not simply leave empty dash-handed Dot. At last, Rakra turned back to him. Very well, Hui of Automation. Let us talk. Truthfully, I don't care for this saving face business and finding hidden meanings in every word. Hui narrowed his eyes. You mean diplomacy? That's exactly it, Rakra said with a short nod. I prefer straightforward. Speech, no games. Seeing no other option, Hui agreed. Fine, Rakra. Then tell me directly, why did you refuse? Rakra held up one finger. First of all, he said, I don't take offers that someone else has already turned down. Hui frowned. What do you mean by that? If another has rejected it, Rakra explained, then it clearly wasn't worth accepting. Leaned back, his eyes narrowing. It might be a better deal than the last man offered me, he said slowly, but it's still far from good enough. Ho chuckled under his breath, shaking his head. You've misunderstood. The Lord made this proposal just for you. Rakra's gaze sharpened. Do you honestly believe Owen just happened to stumble across you by accident, and that you're here out of sheer luck? WH clenched his jaw, unwilling to admit the truth. Rakra's tone grew colder. Owen told me you came from the north, not the west. That means you crossed the desert, and across that desert lies the Null tribe, the Severed Ears. I'd wager you went to their chief with the same offer, and he turned you down. Perhaps for a reason you haven't guessed. WH stayed silent, waiting for him to continue. No one gives away gifts for nothing, Rakra said firmly. Even the greedy Nollies understand that. That's why they refused. Your salt. You may dress it up as generosity, but I don't believe a word of it. WH tried to push back. That's not the point. The Lord of Automation offers you salt freely, as a token of friendship. Rakra cut him off. And if we accept it, we'll have to protect you. Isn't that right? He jabbed a finger at WH. When your people are trapped in that fortress of autumn, we'll be forced to guard the salt supply. And when your diplomacy fails, we'll be dragged into fights that have nothing to do with us. WH replied carefully, that's what diplomacy is. Rakra knew that well enough, but he also knew how to play the role of the cautious leader. Ho tried another angle. It doesn't have to be a free gift. We can negotiate a fair trade. But Rakra only shook his head. Not for us, not for the lizard men. Frustrated, WH asked, then why refuse us? Rakra laughed. You truly don't know I'm certain the Null Chief already told you? Drive out the humans, claim the salt mines and the fortress, and mine more than you could ever sell us. Tell me, should I call you Envoy or Lord of Automation? WH had no reply. The weight of the truth settled between them like a stone. The fate of his people's settlement was clear. Diplomacy had failed, and their weakness was laid bare. The ruins of automation rose from the valley floor. Like the bones of a forgotten giantan ancient relic from a long-lost age, its towering walls, worn yet unyielding, still whispered of mysteries locked away within. Compared to the immensity of those stone ramparts, the savages who prowled the outskirts appeared small and powerless. No matter their cunning, they could never hope to slip inside unnoticed. Guarding this fortress and its secrets were the mud, soldiers' automatons created with the uncanny ability to mend themselves and even rebuild the stronghold should disaster strike. Though sluggish and lacking wit, these silent guardians stood eternal watch, their presence a constant reminder that the walls of automation were never truly unprotected. Yet the fortress was more than just a bastion of stone and clay. Its location gave it unmatched strategic value. The valley in which it stood was treacherous, but it offered something the unforgiving wilderness could not: safety, water, and a swifter route through the land. For wanderers and weary travelers, automation was a beacon, a place where survival seemed possible. Its position allowed those who ruled it to control the flow of passage across the continent. And so it drew all manner of people, humans, tribes, and even non-humans each, hoping to find refuge within its shadow. Among these, outsiders were the black-scale lizards, who maintained a fragile neutrality with automation. But humans, ever hungry for advantage, always searched for weaknesses to exploit. The fortress's wealth lay not only in its defenses, but also in its salt mines and invaluable resource in the two critical routes it commanded. One was a harsh, punishing wilderness trek, while the other cut through the rugged mountain valley beneath Automention's vigilant eye. Travelers who valued their lives chose the valley. Slyly, as he revealed a deeper truth, there were never any gifts without cost. Even Salad, greedy as he was, seemed to grasp this truth when he tried unsuccessfully to argue otherwise, claiming the salt was freely given. But Rakra refused such illusions. Accepting salt meant accepting responsibility, and to him, that responsibility came with peril. Any conflict near the walls could draw the lizardmen into wars not their own, and for that, he would not pay the price of diplomacy or trade. With blunt conviction, Rakra told his guest he knew exactly who he was, Lord Automation himself. And to Rakra, no ruler would travel such dangerous lands simply to hand out gifts with no strings attached, especially not one who concealed his true identity. That he could never accept. But the supposed lord gave no reply, his silence deepening suspicion. To Rakra, that silence was confirmation enough. This was a test. By remaining quiet, the lord was gauging how much the lizardmen truly knew. After all, even within Automation, only a select few knew their ruler's real name or face. It was said that only the 4 noble families closest to him carried that knowledge, and that all who bore relation to him carried a part of his name. Rumors whispered further that the lord himself had fathered 4 sons and 3 daughters. To the lord's surprise, the lizard chief had pieced together much of the truth. Rakra had unraveled the disguise by recognizing the H embedded in his name, a trait of the lord's lineage. The wrinkles upon his hands betrayed his age. Further, confirming Rakra's suspicions, piece by piece, the chief uncovered the lord's true identity. With a heavy sigh, the man removed his hood. His weathered face carried the lines of hardship, his eyes fierce beneath furrowed brows, a beard grown wild and scars of old. Battles marked him as one who had seen countless struggles. No longer did he stand as a mere envoy, he now revealed himself as the true master of Automation. Burdened with the weight of his people's survival, Rukra studied him closely. Still calm, still unreadable. The lord wondered how this lizard man could know so much about his family when none among them had ever been his confidant. And yet, the chief's deductions were undeniable. At last, the lord admitted the truth. He was indeed Automation ruler, and his name was H. But he pressed no further into how Rakra had learned this knowledge. Instead, he wished to understand the other reasons for the lizard man's refusal. To H, being a lord meant nothing. He had offered salt freely, without hidden chains. Yet, with each revelation, the fragile stage of diplomacy shifted. H's carefully maintained facade was crumbling, leaving him vulnerable and exposed. Rakra, however, remained composed, his true intentions concealed in shadow. The air grew heavy with tension, for the fate of Automation and its people now rested upon this perilous exchange of words. Ruk scoffed, his tone sharp with disdain. That's just a fancy way of dancing around the truth. Words like that are nothing more than smoke to hide what should be said plainly. And that, right there, is why I despise her. The others exchanged looks, but didn't argue. They all recognized the point, even if calling it a gift wasn't accurate. They thought the offer on the table was a fair exchange. Rukra, however, shook his head. Your price is far too high. Even Sukate, who rejected you earlier out of greed, knew that. His eyes narrowed. If Rera accepts salt from you, then the lizard men will be bound to protect Automation. Whether the enemy comes from outside or within, we would have no choice but to defend it. If a war began because of Automation's own mistakes, we would still be dragged into it. That, in my view, is precisely the trap Hoy intends to set, Hao responded firmly, his voice carrying calm conviction. It isn't a trap. It's called a deal, a transaction. Something meant to be mutually beneficial. So tell me, why are you refusing something that could be good for you as well? A slow grin crept across Rakra's face, his sharp teeth catching the firelight. His eyes gleamed with cruel amusement, and in that moment, he looked every bit the predator. Salat should have explained it to you already, he said softly, a note of mockery in his tone. Why bother with all this bargaining at all? Why not just march into Automation? drive the humans out, and claim the salt mines and castle as our own. That way, everything would be in our hands from the start. The bluntness of the answer made Wei recoil. To hear such a ruthless solution, not once, but twice, from the leaders of powerful tribes was deeply unsettling. He forced down the anger rising in his chest, met Rakura's cold gaze, and asked tightly, "Are you threatening to attack us?" Rakura spread his claws in mock innocence, though the sly smile twisting his mouth betrayed his true thoughts. Not a threat, merely presenting an alternative one, far more favorable to my people. Far simpler than your endless diplomatic games. Tell me, wouldn't conquest be a cleaner path? Less wasteful than this charade of words? His confidence was palpable. Rakura truly believed the might of his warriors and the blessing of his god would shatter the walls of automation like clay. How stiffened at the arrogance, but did not back down. His eyes locked onto Rakura's. Don't underestimate automation. Humans are not as defenseless as you think. I never said they were defenseless, Rakura countered smoothly. His tone was almost conversational, but every word was edged with menace. But I have calculated the outcome. Victory is certain, even if it costs us some blood. The real problem is not your defenses, it's the unknown secrets you hide. Secrets strong enough to let you survive here until now. That, more than your walls, makes me cautious. He leaned closer, lowering his voice into a rasping murmur. Do not mistake me. Taking automation is no obstacle. We serve the blue insect god. His blessing can topple your towers and reduce your soldiers to dust. A flicker of realization struck Wei. He remembered whispers in the markets of automation rumors of a guardian known as Sades, the mantis titan. Many claimed it was no mere beast, but an avatar of the blue god himself, an ancient protector who had once fought alongside the lizardmen. Even statues of the mantis stood in automation, silent reminders of that legend. And Rakura was not finished. His voice carried a calm, predatory weight. Sades is not your only worry. We have cockatrice warriors creatures that can strike terror into the hearts of men. And among us are chosen ones, blessed with powers you cannot even begin to comprehend. Imagine how your soldiers staring up as lightning splits the sky, only to realize the storm is born from their enemy's will. The words landed heavily. A shiver ran down Wei's spine despite himself. He could not dismiss the cockatrice warriors as mere rumors, nor could he deny that legends often held truth. The image of his soldiers scattering under storms of unnatural lightning pressed against his thoughts, gnawing at his resolve. The air grew heavy with unspoken dread. Diplomacy had shifted into something else entirely, something darker, a contest of survival cloaked in words. How understood that he could not answer with a simple rebuttal. If he wanted automation to endure, he needed to find a new path. One that acknowledged the danger Rakura posed, while also offering a solution. No leader could refuse. But Rakura sensed his hesitation. He pressed harder, his words crushing down like a collapsing wall. Your city is fragile, 100 warriors perhaps, more stand ready at my command. And what do you have? Farmers with hoes and shovels? They may be many, but fear is stronger than their numbers. Spread a single rumor of defeat, and they will abandon your walls before the first spear is even raised. Despair gnawed at how Rakura's words rang true automation might crumble before the battle even began. The lizard man leader tilted his head, studying him with cold amusement. You've made it all too easy for us. Coming here alone, kill you here, and automation is already half defeated. Its people will scatter without their leader. House Pulse hammered in his ears, but he steadied his voice. Just as you are confident of victory, I am certain of one thing as well. You will not kill me. The black-scaled lizardmen honor their guests, even if they are enemies. To kill me here would disgrace your tribe. Rakura's eyes narrowed. He was silent for a long moment, then finally inclined his head. True, he admitted. But remember, this my tribe would gain far more from simply conquering automation. Without its lord, your city would collapse. For families, for factions, tearing each other apart in chaos. It would be the easiest victory imaginable. Hao held firm, forcing strength into his words, even as unease coiled in his chest. But you don't know who will rise as the next lord. Kill me, and you may invite a storm you cannot control. Rakra's expression shifted, interest flickering across his reptilian features. He did not care much for automation's succession, but something in Hao's voice made him pause. For the first time, the weight of uncertainty edged into his thoughts. So easily that was not what he had expected. Rakra tilted his head, the tip of his scaled tail twitching with restless anticipation. "Explain," he demanded. He drew in a slow breath, a flicker of hope brightening his weary eyes. "Automation holds a secret," he said quietly, his voice lowering into a conspiratorial whisper. "A weapon so well hidden that even my closest advisors know nothing of it. A guardian of such strength that even the blessing of the blue insect god may fail before it." Rakra's amusement drained away, leaving unease in its place. Secrets were dangerous things, especially when wielded by a desperate enemy. His arrogance slipped, replaced by a sharpened curiosity. "And what is this secret?" he asked. H leaned in closer, a sly smile tugging at his lips. "That," he murmured, "is a tale for another day, a tale worth bargaining for." Silence pressed down on the chamber. Rakra's confidence wavered, his mind turning over the unknown like a stone in his claws. Was this nothing more than a desperate bluff to delay his conquest, or was there truly something hidden within those ancient walls of automation? To underestimate his opponent now could prove costly. At last, Rakra exhaled heavily. "And why?" he asked with a derisive snort. "Should my tribe care who succeeds you? What does the heir of automation matter to us?" H paused, searching for words that even Rakra's prideful mind could grasp. "Imagine," he began slowly, "the game of Goa favorite here in automation. A simple board of intersecting lines where black and white stones compete for dominance. Surround an enemy's piece with 4 of your own, and it disappears. The game continues until the board is filled, and victory belongs to the one with the most territory." He studied Rakra's reptilian gaze. Interest gleamed faintly in those slitted pupils. Encouraged, H pressed on. "But rules are nothing more than tools," he said. "What matters is this. I am 1 stone on the board, and so are you." Rakra leaned forward, the words pulling him in. "The game has already begun," H continued. 2 gods are playing, using tribes as their stones. The wilderness is the board. 1 god has brought the gnolls, the other the lizardmen. They mean to set us against one another until only one force remains, the prize automation itself. The silence that followed spoke louder than words. Rakra understood. He had seen the whispers of this divine game himself. His lizardmen had recently drawn close to the children of automation, whispering of teeth and wrath, weaving devotion to their god, the blue butterfly, into eager young hearts. Some of H's people had already begun to waver. Rakra's eyes shone faintly in the shadows. "You read the situation well," he admitted. "Your analysis is sharp." For the first time, he truly regarded H as something more than an obstacle. Perhaps negotiation and faith would achieve more than spears and fire. Conquering automation by force would bleed both tribes dry. Its earthen walls and high towers bristled with defenses arrows, stones, wooden barricades. Any assault would be costly. By contrast, the salt mines could be claimed with far less bloodshed. His tribe had grown beyond the days of scavenging and small raids. Survival now demanded land, resources, and alliances. And Rakra could not deny a grudging admiration for automation's resilience, the way its people had carved out life in such harsh lands. Peace, he thought, might serve them both better than endless war. Sunwan too had his reasons for seeking a different path. Coercion of faith was wasteful. What he needed were true believers, those whose hearts burned with devotion, not hollow worship bought with force. His recent rise in Nebula's divinity had granted him abundant faith points enough to shape the future. He could now choose 2 kinds of followers. The first choice, the lizardmen, had already exceeded his expectations. But for the second, he would need another people one suited to endure the cold northern coast, hardy enough to aid in crossing enemy lines and in conquering the southern peninsula. This was not merely about conquest, it was about synergy, about adapting and weaving strength upon strength. Soon, 2 civilizations would collide, one under his guidance, the other under his rival, the god of hegemony. Their struggle would decide the fate of nations, and the ultimate prize would be no less than the human race itself. The loser here would not just forfeit the match, he would forfeit his very life. A direct meeting with Hegemony had been inevitable, and Nebula suspected that, face-to-face, he might learn more than any report could reveal. As expected, Hegemony arrived late, striding in with a show of confidence. He gave a friendly bow, greeting Nebula as though they were old comrades. "It's been a while, my friend," he said warmly, but Nebula wasn't about to indulge him. He reminded Hegemony of their long-standing feud in a sharp, dismissive tone that instantly shattered the illusion of camaraderie. Hegemony chuckled, brushing aside the hostility. He spoke of their previous encounters and claimed he had enjoyed their last battle, calling it a great game. Nebula, ever the analyst, found no amusement in that memory. To him, it had been a trivial victory, the sort that required little effort once he discovered a counter to Hegemony's favorite Holy Orc strategy. "It was boring," Nebula remarked coldly, recalling how predictable the battle had been. Hegemony stiffened. "Trivial? You call that trivial?" he snapped, his pride wounded. Nebula explained further. The first time he had faced the Holy Orc strategy, he had worried. It was powerful, threatening. Predictable, Nebula thought. Empty threats. He reminded Hegemony that this world, the perished world, was not a playground. It was a final battlefield where lives, civilizations, and entire species hung in the balance. A direct clash between their main forces would be suicidal. Even if one of them emerged victorious, the winner would be left crippled, ripe for other rivals to finish off. So why insist on fighting here and now? Nebula pressed him, demanding to know what he hoped to gain. The truth was undeniable. There would be no rematch, no second chance. The loser would be erased forever. Hegemony knew this. He knew it as well as Nebula did. Still, rivalry burned too strongly within him to let go. The perished world was unforgiving. Early choices echoed long into the future, and even a single misstep could unravel everything. The beginning of the game was when possibilities stretched wide, but mistakes struck deepest, and now two gods stood on opposite sides preparing to gamble everything. Hegemony was impulsive by nature, his style deceptively simple on the surface. Yet when cornered, he unleashed primal instincts and made unpredictable moves. His ability to juggle multiple conflicts often carried him to victory, especially in the early stages of battle. But Nebula was no fool. He knew better than to play. Into Hegemony's strengths, an early war would cripple them both, and that outcome benefited neither. Instead, he offered an alternative path, a way to determine the victor without burning everything to ash. Hegemony, true to form, tried to shape the duel to his liking, but Nebula was already steering it elsewhere. This was not merely combat, it was conversation, manipulation, and the bending of will. Both sought one thing above all: automation. What Hegemony didn't yet realize was that Nebula had already won the first round not through force, but by subtle redirection. By leading Hegemony down the wrong path, he had seized control of the narrative itself. This was no longer a clash of armies. It was a war of deception, a duel of beliefs, a contest of faith itself. And so, the perished world waited with bated breath as to gods locked horns in their dangerous game. Would Nebula's cold precision prevail, or would Hegemony's reckless instincts overturn the board? The game had begun. The stakes were absolute. Prophecy is a unique ability that unlocks once a player's divinity reaches level 6. Unlike ordinary quests, this is a challenge that the player sets for themselves. If the prophecy comes true, the player gains bonus experience and other rewards. But the danger lies in failure. When a prophecy isn't fulfilled, all the resources and faith invested into spreading it are lost, and the experience that could have been gained during that period is reduced. In some cases, an unlucky player may even trigger disasters within their own following loyal creatures, rebelling, accidents, or curses. To understand how prophecy can shape destiny. Consider this story. A king once received a divine message from a blind prophet. The prophecy declared that the king's own son would one day murder him, take his wife, and bring ruin to the kingdom. Horrified, the king could not bring himself to kill the child, so he ordered a subordinate to do it. But the man lacked the heart to kill the infant and instead abandoned him in a field, where a shepherd found and raised him. Years later, the boy, now grown into a young man, discovered, through rumors, that his parents were not his blood relatives. Seeking the truth, he visited a prophet, who foretold that he was destined to slay his real father and wed his mother. Hoping to escape such a fate, the young man left his home behind. On his journey, he quarreled with a king along a road and killed him in combat. Later, he defeated a terrifying creature with the body of a lion and the head of a man. As a reward, he was given the hand of the widowed queen and ascended to kingship. But fate was not so easily denied. The king he killed on the road was his own father, and the queen he married was his true mother. When the truth was revealed, she took her life in despair, and he gouged out his own eyes before casting himself from the palace. In the end, the prophecy had unfolded exactly as foretold, and the kingdom crumbled. Unlike this tragic example, the game's prophecy system is more straightforward. A player makes a prediction about the future and spreads it among their followers. If it comes true, the faith points spent in proclaiming it are returned along with rewards that scale to the prophecy's difficulty. For example, I predict that Rayra will slay a great monster. If Rayra succeeds, the creator of the prophecy gains experience and faith in return. Yet, few players in Perished World used prophecy often. The risk was too great. If a grand prophecy failed, the penalty could be devastating faith points permanently. Lost, experience drained, levels reduced, or even curses cast upon the characters involved. After all, if a god cannot control his own fate, how could he be considered a true god? For this reason, even the simplest prophecies carried a heavy obligation to succeed. Small, safe predictions provided meager rewards compared to their cost, but players still used them strategically when needed. In Sun One's opinion, the present moment was the perfect time for such a gamble. One particularly dangerous mechanic was conflicting prophecy. This occurred when two players issued predictions that directly opposed each other. For example, player A declares that character C will die within 3 days, while player B predicts that C will still be alive. From that moment, both sides are locked in conflict, one striving to ensure C's death, the other doing everything possible to protect them. In the end, only one prophecy can succeed, granting its creator the reward. While the loser faces punishment, players could clash without invoking prophecy. The game system officially recognized and supported these duels, making them one of the most intense and risky features of the divinity path. The rules of their wager were strict. There would be no loopholes to exploit. Whoever lost would face the penalty without exception. Unlike ordinary verbal bets, even if one of them tried to wriggle out of it, the system itself would enforce the punishment. That meant winning was the only real option, regardless of whether the loser agreed with the outcome or not. Sun Moon, with his usual sly grin, seemed only interested in what benefits he could reap if he emerged victorious. At last, Hegemony broke the silence. So, what kind of prophecy are we going to make? You should know the Lord of Automaton decides his own successor. Of course, Sun Moon replied lightly. Hegemony's expression darkened, suspicion flashing in his eyes. Are you trying to test me? Fishing for how much I know about Automaton, Sun Moon laughed softly, dismissing the accusation. Not at all. I chose this topic because it's perfectly suited for creating a prophecy that can easily clash. After a moment's thought, Hegemony nodded. That makes sense. Automaton always selects its ruler, and once chosen, that person rules until their time is up. The length of that rule changes every time, and only the Lord himself knows when his reign will end. Sun Moon leaned in slightly, his voice calm but edged with meaning. That's also why the Lord of Automaton hides his identity. If people knew who he was, rivals would constantly circle him, waiting to take his place when the time for succession arrived. Secrecy keeps him alive. The two finally agreed. Their prophecy would center on who would become the next Lord of Automaton. Opening his system window, Hegemony scrolled through his records. So, you're saying we should predict which one of the current Lord's 5 children will inherit the title? That's right, Sun Moon confirmed. The current Lord intends to step down soon. He has 5 heirs, but only one will rise. That makes the prophecies bound to clash. And if we both get it wrong, well, then we'll just accept the consequences. Hegemony's eyes gleamed as he accepted the challenge without hesitation. Watching him, Sun Moon wondered if his opponent had prepared for this in advance. Still, he was confident. He had long anticipated a prophecy like this and had been preparing meticulously. "Would you like me to give you an overview of the 5 heirs?" Hegemony asked. "Gladly," Sun Moon answered smoothly. Though he already knew plenty, it would be useful to hear how his rival viewed them. Hegemony began. The first child, Dawn, is in his early 30s, broad-shouldered, intelligent, and trusted by his father. 2 of the 4 royal families already back him, which makes him the strongest candidate. Clearing his throat, he continued. The second, Jun, is in his 20s. He's Dan's half-brother, but nothing like him. Frail, withdrawn, and uninterested. In politics, he avoids people and has little desire to inherit. Only his mother's family supports him. The third Jin is also in her 20s and shares the same mother as Dan. Unlike her siblings, she often ventures outside, hiding her identity while mingling with hunters and wanderers. She's gained the support of one of the remaining royal families. The fourth Kyong is a strange one, early 20s, with a different mother whose death left her isolated. People whisper that she's cursed because of her peculiar looks and behavior. She's rejected not just by her family, but even by her father, the Lord himself. Finally, the fifth child, Min. She's only 10, but brilliant beyond her years. Talented, clever, and deeply cherished by the aging Lord, perhaps more than any of the others. The images of the 5 heirs hovered before them as Hegemony finished his summary. "Well then, what do you think? Should we make our choice now, or do you need time to consider?" But Sun Moon didn't hesitate. His mind had been made up long before this meeting. "No," he said firmly. "Let's decide here and now." Since taking more time would only give Hegemony an unnecessary advantage, he quickly suggested another approach. "Why don't we test our predictions directly in the conflicting prophecy window? If we make the same choice, the prophecy will collapse and we can simply reject it. But if we select different successors, we can confirm it and begin right away. What do you say?" Hegemon nodded in agreement. Sun Wound then pulled up the system window for the contradictory prophecy. The system immediately prompted him. "Do you wish to establish a contradictory prophecy with player Hegemony?" Before he could answer, a warning appeared: failure to fulfill. The prophecy would result in devastating consequences. Both of them understood the risks, but neither hesitated. They confirmed their decision. Each player made their choice of heir. Heman selected Shou's second child, convinced that Hujun would inherit Automaton's throne. Nebula, however, predicted that Shou's fourth child, Hu Young, would become the successor. When the choices were revealed, Sun Moon glanced at Heman. As expected, Heman was caught off guard by Nebula's unexpected choice. The Lord's fourth daughter was by no means the obvious candidate, but rarely were things ever simple, with 2 opposing predictions made. The conflicting prophecy demanded confirmation. Heman steadied himself, regaining confidence, and forcefully struck the system window to finalize the agreement. He was certain, as always, that victory would be his. The contradictory prophecy was sealed. Instantly, 2 rival prophecies began to spread throughout Automaton, their origins cloaked in mystery. 3 weeks later, the scene shifts. Rocker met with Lord Wyo of Automaton. At first, Wyo dismissed the spreading prophecies as nothing more than errors or the careless talk of his family members. He hoped they were simply rumors that would fade on their own. But the whispers did not vanish. Instead, they grew louder, clearly stemming from somewhere beyond Automaton's walls. Concerned, Wyo approached the leaders of 2 powerful tribes to discover the truth behind these strange tales that had lingered for weeks. He could not understand why Jun and Kyung in particular had been singled out as possible heirs. Contrary to what most believed, Wyo had no intention of naming his eldest son, Dan, as successor. Yet talk persisted that the position would fall to either Dan or the third child, Jin. This only made the prophecy even more suspicious, since it clashed with the usual expectations. Someone, Wyo realized, must have deliberately spread such lies. Eventually, Wyo hired an agent to trace the source of the rumors. Despite weeks of searching, and even Wyo himself investigating, the true origin remained undiscovered. It seemed impossible to pin down. Inside the castle, both children and family members grew uneasy, knowing that the time to choose a successor was fast approaching. Yahello managed to quiet the rumors within Automaton Castle for a time, but then disturbing news arrived from outside. Word spread that the tribes of the severed ears and the black-scale lizards were moving toward the castle. The travelers, among them outcasts and wanderers, lingered too long near the walls, watching with intent. Yahello had long feared this day, but he wished it had not come at such a critical moment. The two tribes were difficult to read, yet he sensed some connection between them and the prophecies. Worst of all, if the severed ears and black-scale lizards formed an alliance, Automaton could face a devastating assault. However, Yahello's spies reported otherwise. The tribes worshipped different gods, bore no outright hatred, but viewed each other as rivals destined to clash someday. Each believed the wilderness was too small for both to coexist. Humans, meanwhile, struggled to survive within Automaton Castle's fragile security. Yahello understood his duty as lord to protect his people, even at the cost of his own life. Resolute, he steeled himself to fulfill that final responsibility. He couldn't shake the feeling that the movements of the two tribes were somehow linked to the successor and the rumors surrounding him. But there was no proof, nothing solid. He could hold on to. The very fact that he had survived his meetings with both tribal leaders was already remarkable. It showed him that he was just a tiny pebble on a vast game board, insignificant yet strangely enduring. That thought gave Hui a bleak sense of confidence, the kind that comes from realizing how powerless one truly is. He accepted this role, reminding himself he was only a stone being moved around. At that very moment, Jisoo confirmed that hopelessness. Jisoo was the first to notice the warmth inside the tent fading. The desert night air was cold, but he endured it quietly. While the fire dwindled, Rakra glanced at the dying flames, broke a few dry twigs beside him, and tossed them into the fire until it came back to life. After listening to Hui's account, Rakra sighed, as if realizing how much easier things became when formality and diplomacy were stripped away. Hui remained silent, clearly disagreeing, but Rakra continued, his tone firm. You just have to pick one side, either Salat or me, the Nollies or the lizard men, the god of jagged fangs, or the god of blue insects. He extended his hand, urging Hui to choose the lizard men. But for Hui, the choice was far from simple. To him, Rakra wasn't asking him to pick allies. He was asking him to choose which wound would hurt less. It was like deciding whether to place his head in the jaws of a saber-toothed tiger or in the beak of a cockatrice. Either way, death was likely dot to Rakra. However, the answer was obvious. If you ask me, he said calmly, I'd rather put my head in the cockatrice's beak. Hui shook his head, and I would choose the tiger instead. Rakra paused, trying to see things. From Hui's perspective, Hui would never trust the honeyed promises of either Salet or Rakra. His suspicion alone was the reason he was still alive. So what will you do? Rakra pressed. For now, Hui answered, I'll step back. I'll let the tiger and the cockatrice fight each other. One will come out the victor, but the victor will be bloodied, worn, and exhausted. That's when I'll have more choices, more leverage. The mask of the true winner will be revealed. Rakra immediately understood the analogy. Hui was making it clear that he would not decide until the successor was chosen. After all, Hui's distance from the successor was still greater than the successor's distance to Automaton. With the right timing, Hui believed he could use the successor as a pawn. Still, Rakra said gravely, the successor must be chosen, and that time is almost upon us. What will you do then? Hui gave a faint shrug. If it doesn't matter, to me who wins between you and Salat, between Nallies and lizardmen, between gods of fangs and gods of insects, then why should I interfere? But to me, Rukra, it sounds like you've simply accepted being a stone on the board. Rukra smirked. And aren't you the same? You can think that if you like Hui parried, but you've given up too, haven't you? You say it's too late, but you had the chance to choose differently. Wouldn't it have been wiser to study both tribes first to understand who was truly worth siding with? Instead, you let things become inescapable. Rakra's words struck Hui deeply. They cut into him like blades. But Rakra quickly shook his head. No. Sometimes doing nothing is the wisest choice of all. And in this, You are wise for a human." Hui rose to his feet as a desert breeze swept into the tent. The fire flickered, casting shadows of the chiefs onto the fabric walls, the figures swaying like specters. The moment signaled that their discussion was at its end. Hui intended to leave, but before he turned, he asked one final question. Looking weary, he said, "I'm not the only stone on the board. You are one as well. Only difference is, the plank you stand on is larger. Doesn't that terrify you? Doesn't it make you angry? Hurt? Helpless?" Hui's words implied that Rakra too was nothing more than a toy of the gods. Rakra's lips curved into a faint, meaningful smile. He didn't seem to share Hui's perspective, but Hui couldn't predict his thoughts. Finally, after a pause, Rakra replied, "I'll answer that when all of this is over." The answer satisfied Hui good, he said. "Though, truthfully, I hope this is the last time I ever see your sa—" Rakra then asked if Hui needed an escort out of the camp, but Hui declined. "I came as a messenger. I'll leave as a messenger." Pulling his leather hood over his head, Hui stepped out of the tent. Nobody stopped him, and nobody stared. It was as if Rakra had already prepared them for his quiet departure. Sho briefly considered using this moment to spy on the lizardmen, but the thought quickly faded. Such things no longer mattered. His heart was weighed down by heavier concerns. Jisoo had faced trials like this before, and he knew he needed clarity, not sentiment. WH moved silently through the lizardmen's encampment and out into the open desert. Under the vast night sky, he studied the stars, using them as his guide. For 2 long hours he walked, until a low hill emerged on the horizon. The sharp scent of horse manure confirmed he had reached the right place. Waiting for him was his loyal adjutant also, his nephew accompanied by a small group of followers. They greeted him warmly, relieved to see their lord's safe return. In their hands, they carried fresh garments worthy of his station. But WH dismissed their joy. "My return is no cause for celebration," he said quietly. He removed his worn leather hood and travel-stained clothes, exchanging them for the attire of a lord. The beard he had grown during his disguise was shaved away, had served its purpose, altering his appearance, but now it was unnecessary. Once ready, he mounted his horse. To the questions thrown at him, he gave only a brief reply. "Nothing has changed. We proceed as planned." And the plan was simple: do nothing until the conflict between the 2 great tribes resolved itself. Only then would they move, avoiding entanglement in the war. When WH inquired about the state of his men, his adjutant bowed in shame. "Forgive me, my lord. I have no excuses." The black-scaled lizards remained too cautious, as does the tribe of severed ears. Watar's gaze hardened. He ordered scouts to infiltrate the black-scaled tribe. Don't just count their warriors or their livestock. Somewhere among them, traders and wanderers mingle. There must be one from the Reira tribe hiding in their midst. Find that connection and sever it. Only then can Otomi escape being trapped between Salet and Rocker. We cannot simply slaughter every outsider in Otomi that would breed resentment within our own walls. Yet we cannot let things continue as they are. The link must be broken. The adjutant answered carefully. "We've searched these past days for familiar lizardmen, but all we've seen are the black-scale warriors. No outsiders." "Impossible," WH muttered. "The lizardmen must have spies here, gathering information. Widen our reconnaissance." The adjutant hesitated. For now, Otomi's walls were safe. The massive tribes looming on either side of the fortress ensured that, even if the outer defenses were destroyed, they could always be rebuilt. The true threat was not the stone walls, but the invisible one, assailed constantly by rumors, prophecies, and foreign ideas. Did not fully grasp the modern tactics of psychological warfare, yet he sensed the danger. His thoughts weighed heavily as he and his men made their way back to the castle. 3 weeks earlier, when the 2 divine prophecies first began spreading, far away in the high mountains, a lone woman was scaling a sheer cliff with her bare hands. Her palms were torn open, blood streaming down her arms, but she climbed relentlessly, muttering curses between ragged breaths. "Damn child," she spat, though the insult was not for herself, but for the one who had betrayed her. Her swollen ankle throbbed with every movement, making the climb even more perilous. At last, she reached for a ledge, only to find it treacherous it shifted under her weight. Yet her balance saved her from falling. This woman was Hyung Woo's fourth child, Wei Young. From the beginning, she had grown accustomed to scorn, whispered curses following her since birth, monster child, monster who devoured her own mother. She had grown up without the shelter of the four families, abandoned even by her own father. Though she carried the blood of a lord, she lived without pride, hardened by survival. But Wei Young never let despair consume her. Others lived in even harsher conditions. Out in the wilderness, countless tribes battled endlessly for power and survival. By contrast, Otomi still held order, fragile though it was. That order was safeguarded by the four families in order Wei Young both hated and, in her own way, depended upon. Although the inner walls of automation could hardly be described as a paradise, the freedom to pass in and out of its castle gates as a recognized resident was a privilege most coveted. To remain within those walls was no easy feat. One either had to perform a deed of great merit or pour a fortune into the coffers of the city. For non-humans, such recognition was even harder to earn. That was why Hung clung tightly to the last advantage she had left: business. The right to enter and exit meant the right to trade. Goods worthless outside automation suddenly became treasures once sold inside, and trinkets from within fetched astonishing prices beyond the walls. For the chance to conduct such business, merchants were required to offer part of their earnings. To the Lord of Automation, the silk she had carefully bundled for sale now lay scattered along the jagged path. Hyun collapsed beside the wreck of her wheelbarrow, her voice rising in despair. "I can't believe it. The wheel snapped clean off. You wretched thing. How dare you betray me now? Whoever lent this cart to me, I swear I'll repay them with nothing but salt." Hoi Kyung, who had already climbed farther ahead on the rocky trail, glanced down. A few meters below, the remains of Hyung's wheelbarrow rested like a broken corpse. By some miracle, Hyung herself had survived the fall with only a twisted ankle and bruises covering her arms and legs. Anyone else might have lost their life on that slope. But Hung's mind was not dwelling on death, it was on the steep climb she now had to make if she wanted to recover what was lost. "It's fine," she muttered under her breath, forcing herself to her feet. Patience is what? I've always been best at. The throbbing pain in her ankle was nothing compared to the endless stream of hardships she had faced since birth. The climb would be brutal, but not impossible. Pain was something she had learned to live with long ago. Ever since she was a child, whispers followed her. The horns that jutted from her forehead marked her as cursed. Neighbors said she was the monster who had stolen her mother's life at birth. Misfortune clung to her like a shadow. At 13, she tumbled down the steps of a shop and nearly snapped her neck. At 14, she was falsely accused of stealing salt and thrown into a cell for 4 days without food. At 15, rotten planks gave way beneath her feet and she plunged into the city's filth pit, almost drowning in human waste. Even the skies seemed to conspire against her. A bucket of water once toppled from nowhere, crashing onto her head, and wild dogs had hounded her through the streets until dawn. Compared to those humiliations and brushes with death, this accident was trivial. Still, anger burned in her chest. Stupid. How could I be so reckless? Who tries to drag a cart over a road like this? Now all my silk is gone. She screamed into the silent mountains, her curses echoing back at her from the stone cliffs. When at last her rage subsided, she forced her trembling hands into fists and whispered, "It's all right. I can endure. I always endure." Drawing a steadying breath, Hyung began to climb again, her injured body straining with every movement. Her mind kept circling back to the silk she had lost. If she could just retrieve it from the ruined cart below, all might not be wasted. That thought consumed her so fully that she failed to realize someone was standing at the top of the cliff. Watching, step by step, she pulled herself upward until her hand found the final ledge. Relief washed over her, heavy and sudden. One more pull and she would be at the top. Even with both legs intact, the climb would have been perilous. With her ankle torn and swelling, it was nothing short of madness. What she would have given for a solid foothold, just one place to brace herself and drag her body to safety. She tried once more to climb higher, bracing herself against the rocks, but it was no use. To reach the next ledge, she needed to push off with both feet at the same time. As she shifted her weight, her swollen left ankle screamed in protest, threatening to give way. Just as she prepared herself to bear the pain, a voice suddenly rang out from above. "Take my hand." Startled, she froze. In these remote, desolate mountains, the last thing she expected was to hear another person's voice, let alone an offer of help. Never in her life had anyone extended a hand to her without hidden motives. Instinctively, suspicion flared. She immediately wondered if this was some kind of trap. Hyung cautiously lifted her gaze. From the shadow of an overhanging rock, a figure leaned down. A scaled hand reached toward her. The hand belonged to a lizard man, clad in several flowing layers of silk. Hyung's sharp eyes immediately recognized their purpose. Lizard men, being cold-blooded, required careful regulation of body temperature, and such fine clothing was meant to maintain balance in the harsh mountain air. But that wasn't the only thing that gave him away. Among the many tribes of lizard men, only one possessed the wealth to wear silk so extravagantly, and sure enough, his black scales glimmered faintly in the dim light a mark. Left no doubt he was from the Blackscale tribe, known far and wide as the Rak. The lizard man waved his hand at her with exaggerated casualness. "Well, will you take it or not?" "My hand's getting lonely." Hyung narrowed her eyes. She couldn't just accept so easily. Her vigilance was the very reason she had survived this long. Caution had become her instinct. So, instead of grasping his hand, she asked sharply, "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" He did not answer immediately. Instead, his voice carried a hint of patience, even amusement. "You should take my hand first. This is not the time for questions. You're in no condition to hang there debating." Hyung's grip tightened on the ledge, but she pressed on. "Then, tell me, have you been following me all this time?" A low chuckle escaped the lizard. "Man, wouldn't you rather climb up and have this conversation properly, instead of clinging to the rocks with the last of your strength?" His words were calm, yet carried an undeniable weight of reason. Finally, in response to her last question, he admitted simply, "Yes, I have been following you." Hyung hesitated. He didn't seem like a roving bandit, but there was always the chance he might be something worser stalker with unknown intentions. After a pause, she called up, "Even if you help me up, I have nothing to give you. I'm broke." The lizard man laughed softly, almost as if amused by her stubbornness. "It's what you're worried about, hanging over an abyss. And you're thinking of payment?" "Yes," she replied firmly. "Because I can climb up myself if I have to. I won't ask for favors I can't repay." "It's fine," he said, leaning lower. "I don't expect anything." As he extended his arm again, Hyung caught a faint scent, carried on the breeze the natural odor of lizard scales. Some described it as sharp and fishy, causing them to cover their noses. To Hyung, though, it was more akin to the damp freshness of riversides and wild undergrowth. Her hesitation lingered, but she did not get to decide. With a sudden movement, the lizard man reached down, seized her wrist firmly, and pulled her upward in a single effortless motion. Hyung gasped as she was set down on the rocky path above, still trying to process what had just happened. "Really, lift me with one arm?" At that moment, she understood why the Blackscale tribe was so feared and respected. Their strength was nothing short of legendary. The lizard man glanced back at the treacherous path she had been struggling along. His gaze swept over the narrow road carved into the cliffside. This trail is barely wide enough for one person to walk. On one side, a landslide could bury you in an instant. On the other, a drop straight into the valley. And yet you chose to push a wheelbarrow of supplies down here. "What were you thinking?" Hyung winced. "It wouldn't have been a problem if the wheel hadn't broken." "That's exactly the point," he countered calmly. "Wheels do break. Have to consider such things before they happen, not after. Always think ahead." His words carried a cold, practical truth. Given humanity's current level of technology, he was right. She had no argument. So she quickly shifted the subject. "Then, at least tell me your name." The lizard man straightened and gave a small bow of courtesy. "Forgive me for not introducing myself sooner. I am Serin Mule of the Blackscale tribe." He smiled faintly. "You may disregard the mule if you wish. The name I carry has been passed down for generations, yet neither I nor my father truly know its meaning. Among the lizard men, it is not a common name, but my father insisted I keep it." So, whenever I introduce myself, I say, San Mul, but you can just call me Saran Hyun, gave a small nod. All right, still, I owe you thanks for helping me earlier. Thank you, Saran. After expressing her gratitude, Hyun tried to limp past him to continue on her way. But Sarin suddenly raised his hand, blocking her path. We're not finished here, Hyun. She froze instantly. Damn it, I knew this would happen. Her pulse quickened. I told you already, I have nothing. And how do you even know my name? When he spoke it aloud, she instinctively reached for the obsidian knife hidden beneath her clothes. Hyun's identity had to remain secret at all costs. Her father Waseo had once led automation with strength and cunning. After his mother was murdered, he changed his approach and cloaked himself in secrecy. Only the four most trusted families within the castle ever knew his true identity, and even they were forced to keep watch over one another. That life was dangerous, filled with suspicion and betrayal. But Waseo had maintained control. And because of him, secrecy became law. His children were ordered to hide who they were. Those who failed, who drew attention to themselves, would never inherit his position. Worse, they might not live long enough to try. Hyun understood the risks well. She knew black-scale lizards were powerful beyond reason, but her obsidian blade was sharp enough to pierce even their hearts. Instinct screamed at her to strike first, yet she restrained herself. No, not yet. If he knows my name, I need to learn how before I act. Then, if necessary, the knife will finish it. Her voice was calm, though her hand hovered near the weapon. Tell me, how do you know my name? Sarin lifted both palms, showing he carried no hostility. Don't misunderstand. I don't want to fight. Reira told me who you are. Then he ordered me to find you, Reira. Hyun's expression shifted sharply. The name fell from his lips like thunder. He nodded. Rak Rak, chief of the Black-Scale tribe. Her jaw dropped, caught between disbelief and dread. That name carried weight, not only among lizard men, but across the peninsula. Are you talking about that Rak Rak, the hunter, the thunder lizard? The first chosen one, the leader of the Black-Scale tribe. We just call him Chief. Sarin replied simply. Hyun's mind raced. She had heard rumors that the tribe of severed ears and the Black-Scale lizards were preparing for war in the desert. Word had spread quickly in automation, for the city's fate would be tied to the outcome. If Sarin was telling the truth, Rak Rak's interest in her was far more dangerous than the revelation of her name. But the question remained. Why her? Why would such a powerful figure seek her out? She asked him directly. To be honest, Sarin admitted, I don't know for certain, but I think I can explain part of it. He paused, collecting his thoughts. Have you heard the two rumors sweeping across automation and the peninsula? Hyun folded her arms, unimpressed. Which one's that the Lord's second son is a skilled horseman? That the Su family's daughter bore twins? Or maybe the nonsense about fresh fish being sold at the market? When she mentioned the last one, Sarin tilted his head. Wait, that one isn't true. Of course not, she scoffed. I checked myself. Every fish there is salted. No exceptions. Right, Sarin muttered. I wasn't talking about such petty gossip. I mean the real rumors. Surely you've heard them, even as an outsider. Hyun shook her head. I haven't been to automation lately. I went out to find silk and pushed as far as I could for a fair price. Found a merchant, made the trade, and returned. So, what rumor are you hinting at? Sarin leaned closer. Two, actually. The first says that the Lord's second child will inherit automation. The other claims it will be the Lord's fourth child. Hyun frowned deeply. A sigh escaped. Her lips, as she shook her head in disbelief, ridiculous. All lies, every one of them. Sarin, unlike Hyun, didn't share her doubts. Instead, she spoke firmly. I know you're whose fourth child. Hyun shook her head, clearly frustrated. You don't understand. You're not human. Hyun shook her head, clearly frustrated. You don't understand. You're not human, and you don't live in automation. Fighting doesn't always mean clashing with blades. These rumors, they're just another form of battle. My siblings are tearing each other apart, each desperate to claim the title of Lord of Automation. For reasons I don't even fully understand, my second brother and I have become tangled up in the whispers. Her voice grew bitter. Someone will benefit from all this, but it won't be me. I'm an outcast, with no real chance of inheriting my father's position. There's nothing of value you can get from me. You'd do better seeking out another one of my siblings. My eldest brother and my older sister wouldn't spread falsehoods, I'm sure of that, which leaves either my second brother or my younger sister. But she's far too young to be behind such schemes. No, it must be him. He's always stirring trouble from the shadows, pretending to be the victim, then dragging me down with him when it suits him. Hyung let out a breath and concluded, these rumors have nothing to do with either of us. So tell me why not admit that the black-scale lizard tribe sent you to pry into automation. Somehow, you uncovered that I'm the cast-off. You won't get anything from me. Look elsewhere. She studied Sarin carefully as she finished her speech. Having already extracted all the information she needed from the lizard man, she came to a grim conclusion. He could not be allowed to live. Her fingers curled tightly around the hilt of her knife. Sarin didn't move, yet Hung felt as though there wasn't a single opening to exploit. Worse still, his size made striking him directly seem impossible. Strength didn't always translate to speed, and maybe, just maybe, she had a chance. But she knew, deep down, the odds of failure outweighed success. And if she did manage to kill him, he knew her identity. He had been sent here specifically because of her. Taking his life would almost certainly earn her the wrath of the black-scale lizard tribe, infamous for its dreadful legends. On the other hand, letting him walk away was just as dangerous. If word spread that she spared a suspicious outsider, when she had the chance to silence him, if her father learned of it, his disappointment could mean death. Better to die trying than live condemned in his eyes. Determined, Hyung braced herself. Sensing her intent, Sarin lowered his gaze and spoke softly. You misunderstand. Finding you was Rocker's first command, but I was also given a second. Hyung narrowed her eyes. A second in command? Yes, Sarin said evenly. To protect you, to keep you alive, no matter what. The word struck her harder than any blade. An unpleasant, unfamiliar stirring rose deep within her, feeling she had long buried, ignored, dismissed because no one had ever shown it to her. It was strange, almost frightening. A quiet voice within asked. Her grip on the knife slackened. Had my heart softened toward this lizard man just because he said those words? The thought unsettled her, but she couldn't deny the truth. No one had ever offered her protection before. Not once in her entire life. She wasn't about to strike down the only being who had. Hyung had always considered herself strict, unbending. But others whispered that beneath that shell, she could not withstand even the faintest hint of affection. Coming back to herself, flustered, she stammered, What are you talking about? Sarin remained calm. His voice was steady, factual, lacking the nuances of human emotion. You may call it a false rumor, but your siblings and the other families don't believe that. Chief Reira already announced that the automation succession ceremony is drawing near. With such monumental change on the horizon, every faction is watching closely. In times like these, even the smallest rumor can spark unrest. To maintain stability, unnecessary variables will be cut away, and the weakest will be the first to fall. Sarin's voice was steady, almost solemn. You must understand, young assassins will come for you again, and again, it is inevitable. Hyung drew in a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. Even if what you say is true, I don't need anyone's protection, she replied sharply. I can defend myself. So, return to your tribe. I owe nothing to the black-scale lizards, and I have nothing to give in return. She turned away, but Sarin did not move. I can't do that, he said quietly. The chief gave me his command. I was chosen to protect you, no one else. Neither I nor my people demand anything in return. My only task is to keep you alive. Hyung's shoulders tensed. Logic, she realized, would never sway him. If she wanted him gone, she would have to bear more than she wished. Slowly, she released the grip on her knife and stepped closer. Sarin stiffened as she approached unarmed. Look, she murmured. She lifted her bangs with trembling fingers. 2 uneven ridges marked her forehead stumps, where horns had once grown. Cut away crudely by her own hands. You've already guessed what these are, she said. Horns, or rather what remains of them. Serene tilted his head, eyes narrowing. Do they grow back? Hayoung gave a weary nod. Yes, and I cut them every time. People call me cursed because of them. Some simply find them hideous, but those who know the truth hate me even more. Serene studied her face, unimpressed. You look a little rough around the edges, perhaps, but cursed hardly. Do they really despise you for something so trivial? Her lips curved into a bitter smile. I'm not joking, Serene. I killed my mother the moment I was born. These horns tore her apart. One of my half-brothers died later because of them too. Misfortune follows me wherever I go. That's why I live alone. For a moment, Saren said nothing. His gaze fell heavy with sympathy. I am sorry, Hayoung, truly, but curse or not, my mission is unchanged. The chief of the black-scale lizards entrusted me with your safety. Even if you beg me to leave, I will not abandon that duty. I have both the will and the strength to protect you. Her attempt to frighten him into leaving had failed. Serene was immovable. Hayoung's thoughts darkened. If I truly wanted him gone, I'd have to let him feel the curse for himself. But was she prepared for that? Perhaps not. Perhaps she had no choice but to accept his presence. Her eyes flicked over him. Even among lizard men, Saren was different. The fine clothing, the rippling muscle beneath his scaled hide. The calm dignity that clung to every movement he carried himself like someone born to command. High. Young Hayoung, who had always hidden her own noble blood, felt uneasy under his steady presence. Yet, as she thought it through, her resistance wavered. It's not really that terrible, is it? She told herself. If she drove him away, she might be forced to kill him to protect her secret, and even then, success was uncertain. Worse still, he knew who she was. But if he remained by her side, she wouldn't need to risk his silence. She could control it. Yes, having him close might be safer than pushing him away. There was nothing unusual about Sarah being with her. In fact, it was almost comforting. He had even promised that he would protect her, and that meant he would act if danger came. That promise lingered in her mind, a fragile reassurance, while Hayoung stood silently lost in thought. Siren could no longer endure the heavy pause between them. What are you thinking about, Young? He asked. She hesitated before answering, her gaze distant. Silk. I can't just leave it all down there. I need to go back. Without another word, she staggered toward the cliff's edge, her injured leg trembling beneath her. Siren smirked, leaning casually against the rock. People will sing your praises for climbing up here despite that leg, he said. But if you try to go back down, they'll call you mad. You know it, and I know it. I'd try to stop you, and you'd insist you must get the silk. But listen, there's a better way. You only need to ask for help. Her cheeks burned at his words. Asking for help was foreign to her. Whole life had been shaped by the curse that forced her to endure alone. Siren's expression softened. I don't blame you. You became like this because of the curse. But I want you to see there's another way. I came to protect you, and I can help in more ways than one. You won't starve if I'm here. That silk is important, so let me get it for you. Hayoung turned away, shame tightening her chest. At last, almost in a whisper, she said, Please help me. Bring back the silk. Without hesitation, Siren slid down the cliff with the ease of someone born to climb. He tied the bundles of silk around his torso, scaled the rock again, and returned in less than a minute. He dropped the bundles at her feet as though they weighed nothing at all. Together, they began the journey back toward automation. As they walked, Hayoung's curiosity grew. So, you're not just a warrior then? I've heard the black-scale lizard warriors wear buffalo skulls on their heads. Is that true? I am a warrior, but the skulls are mostly ceremonial now. Chief Rocker still wears them for rituals, but for the rest of us, it's rare. And you're right, I wasn't always just a warrior. I once served as one of Mistress Jail's errand boys. Lady Jill taught me the ways of healing, how to recognize herbs, treat wounds. Later, I trained under Master Yor, the greatest warrior of our tribe. From him, I learned to wield a spear and loose an arrow. Hayoung nodded, pretending indifference, though his words settled in her mind. He wasn't just some fighter rocker. Hadsen, he had lived within the heart of the tribe, learned from its healers and its best warriors. He was far more than he appeared. After a while, she asked, "But how did you even know where I was?" Siren grinned. "I went to automation and asked, 'Your fake name Mangjiet suits you better than Hyung, don't you think?'" She gave a faint smile. "Perhaps, but still. I doubt people would give out information about me, so I don't. To have many friends, but my partners aren't the type to betray me cheaply." Siren laughed. "Cheaply? Everyone told me everything for just a pocket of salt. They said you'd been chasing the silk trade for a long while, though no one knew where you'd find enough with the rainy season coming. They wondered how you'd make any profit on your own. Owand, they also mentioned you borrowed a wheelbarrow for your little venture and never returned it. They thought you'd cheated them." Weon stiffened at the revelation, unease pressing on her. Her false identity wasn't as safe as she'd believed. Too many people already knew. Too much they had also warned me that you slipped out of automation through the castle's rear gate. Do you realize what that means? You've not only weakened the trust of your trading partners, but you've also put strain on every other human relationship you've built. Wei Yang couldn't bring herself to respond. Her face burned crimson, the shame rising all the way to her ears. The return to automation stretched into a long day's journey. When at last the towering shape of the city's rampart came into view, the weary travelers drew quiet. The wall wasn't as high as the one Hu Kyung had once fallen from, yet the design carried a stark difference. Automation's fortress was not born of natural rock, but deliberately carved and constructed. It stretched like a spine across the cliffs, vanishing into the stone at both ends. The rampart blocked the approach entirely. The true castle, sitting farther back, hemmed in on both sides by sheer cliffs. At the front stood the main gate, bustling with people entering and leaving. Behind the rampart, hidden from the common eye, lay a much smaller gate. Only a handful of merchants knew the secret path that led to it, and it was this path Hu Kyung and Surin followed now. As the fortress loomed closer, Surin finally broke the silence. "What do you intend to do once we get inside? Surely it's too late to sell silk." Hu Kyung shook her head. "The market should still be open, but before that, I must visit the Geo family. It was one of their people who lent me the faulty carriage. I'll have to settle that debt first." Her voice was calm, almost too calm. Neither of them noticed the danger creeping behind until it struck. A dagger whistled through the air, aimed with lethal precision at Hu Kyung's back. She would have fallen then and there if not for San's lightning-fast reflexes. The lizardman threw himself in the way, the blade burying itself deep into his palm. Blood splattered across Hu Kyung's clothes, leaving her wide-eyed and trembling. Twisted the dagger free from San's bleeding hand, glaring into the shadows. His voice was grim, just as Mr. Rakrak warned you are being hunted. One of your trading partners must have exposed your movements. The gatekeeper, or another informant, likely reported how you slipped out of the castle. They know where you'd return. The menace lurking in the air solidified as figures emerged from the cliffsides. A dozen